I like that smile. So, good to see everyone again from a very long yesterday. Ruth, smile, smile, smile. Thank you. I'm after your life, Abby. Yes, I'm after your life. Chief, good morning. Good to see. All right, so it's really cool seeing us again this morning to continue the day 4, or technically the day 2, because the festival actually started really yesterday. The first day was a photo walk. The second day was had to rearrange the schedule to accommodate Mr. Colin because he was going to be away going to Kaduna. Please, those that are standing behind, can we move forward? Yes. If you're not part of the content creation team, thank you. Thank you, please. And there's a space in front. My brother, there's a space in front. Ada, please let me touch her. Yes, please, there's a space in front. Thank you. Bros, there's a space in front. Fidelia, Ruth, there's a space in front. Thank you. Yes, there's a space in front, Ruth. Kelvin, Ebon, there's a space in front. Thank you. Mr. Emma, please. Rennie, you can put the... Oh, you can put it... Oh? Okay, go ahead. No, if it's for up there, you can take any of these. You can take... Yes. Sadiq, please, you can use here. Let them bring that upstairs. Rennie, why are they stressing you? Chief, there's a space in front. Favor, there's a space in front. Fidelia, thank you. These chairs are not for angels. And if it's for angel, you are the angel. There's bros. Chairman, thank you. There's a space in front. The idea is, let's make the class intimate. Let's make the class intimate. Thank you. Bros, there's a space in front. Thank you. Meshach, please. Thank you. He wants the black one. Oh, apologies. Why are we stressing you? All right. Good to see everybody again. So this morning, we'll be having quite an interesting time today with 3 of our speakers who, interestingly, are already in the room. All right. So today we're talking about branding. We're talking about a hands-on shoot. How many of us remember the shoot with Mr. Calligraphy last year? All right. All right. Nee, there's a space in front. Thank you. No, don't worry. People can find their way. Thank you. Bapensi, there's a space in front. Thank you. Bapensi, please, let's see. Something came up yesterday evening that I'd like to discuss with you. There's a space in front here. Thank you. Thank you. What about your friends? They're not around? Good to see you, my brother. Nee. There, yes. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Ebon, that's your seat. Don't worry. Sit down. People are stressing me. Ebon, you and your classmates, people are stressing me. This was not the plan. All right. Without much ado, as obviously you can see that we are behind schedule. So our first and second and third speakers are already in the room. The technical team would play a short clip and sound. Audio. Okay, so there is an intro audio that will be played, and at the end of that introduction, Mr. Onye Ubanatu, all the way from the state of... You're everywhere. You're not a Lagos boy. You are a global citizen. All the way from somewhere in the world, he would come and take the microphone and lead his class on. And please, like I always say, the number in the crowd, the number right now in the room is somewhat very good for that interaction. It is not a one-way street. Ask all the questions. Okay? Ask all the questions. We don't know if he will be here again next year. The next time you might be seeing him might be on social media. All right? Ask all the questions. Take from him as much as you want to take. And he's willing, ready to share with you. Okay? So, Mr. MAQ'FOS, thank you. Okay. So while we wait for the audio, so please, can you tell us what your learning has been so far during the course of this event? So you just tell us your name, the kind of photography you practice. Are you in Abuja or you came from outside Abuja? So, yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sifa, and I'm a portrait photographer, and I'm just actually getting started. I just started 1 month ago. So
So what have you learned so far?
Basically, I learned yesterday from Mr. Kelechi. I learned about, having, I learned a lot, basically.
Yes, is that a lot you want to learn from you too? I can tell my business way. So what was the one thing you learned from Mr. Kelechi yesterday?
I learned about patience and consistency. Yes, and if you really want to do something, the only person stopping you is yourself. Yes, so that's what I learned, and I'm just taking it one step at a time. So I learned about how, his story inspired me a lot. He talks about how he wakes up in the night, because there are days I woke up, actually, let me use myself as an example. I wake up some days and I just take the camera. I have everything I need. I have 2 cameras. I have all the equipment I need. So what he said yesterday really got to me, because he said the only person stopping you is you. And I'm like, wow, I actually have everything. So what's really stopping me? And he mentioned something about YouTube being a school on itself. You understand? So I went back last night. I said, let me try something. I was on YouTube all through the night. As you can see, I even came late. So some days I woke up, I want to try the whole aperture, the ISO, and the shutter speed. It's really whiny, but I would always try. So his story yesterday inspired me a lot, and basically that's what I learned. So thank you.
Like they say, Ninja go want you, but no fear. Sadiq, all right, go ahead and tell us.
Good morning, everyone. For me, okay, my name is Sadiq Sarumi. I'm a documentary photographer. I learned a lot from Mr. Kelechi Amadiobi yesterday as well. Personally, my takeaway is that what's stopping you is you. Then also you should be unapologetically yourself. That is, learn to filter what you consume from your colleagues in the industry. So don't get drowned in other people's content that you feel your story is not your story. So focus on your story. So, and personally, I'm someone whose work is spurred from my own personal story. So for every project I work on, irrespective of who the subject is or what the subject is, it is how I see myself in the story that inspires me more in the work. So it's a form of a reflection of myself in the assignment or in the personal project that I work on. So, and that was a good takeaway for me, basically, yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's very strong. I remember when he gave the example of Bob Marley and Fela, that they were not necessarily musicians. They were evangelists, they were preachers, using the instrumentality of music to convey their message. And for him, he's using light, he's using photography. I think that's very key. Just expressing ourselves through the things that we do. That if you take us away, if you take the camera away, and you put us in spare parts market, to start selling spare parts, who we are will still reflect through the trade, the buying and selling that we do. So that was very important. So Ebon, yes.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ebun Medeso. I'm a portrait and event photographer. My takeaway from yesterday's event, I learned a lot, honestly. And I also learned the power of branding. For me, I also learned what to do better. I mean, I've started my journey already, but what should I do better? I learned to be unafraid. I mean, there's the word that the ladies used yesterday, how to bulldoze into. I would always hold back. I learned to, like, yeah. That's my takeaway from yesterday.
Thank you. And it's quite interesting when Fatih, Shavala, and Nana were talking yesterday, how owning the room is very key. You know, yes, as much as it was a session for female creatives, I took so much away. I know for a fact that as creatives, we struggle with self-confidence. And we cloud our lack of self-confidence in trying to now compensate by showing, by coming across, by overly confident. That's why photographers are very, very protective of their work. You know, you're at an event, you're shooting, and the photographer is trying to see what you're doing so that he can learn a thing or two from you, but you're very protective of your space. Like we were saying on Monday, it's actually insecurity. Because the greats in the industry, they are willing, open to share their work and walk you through the process. You know, so self-confidence is very key to the work that we do. But if you listen to what everybody has said this evening, this morning, it goes to reinforce what we do at the photo festival. We are not a photography conference. We are a cultural experience, just powering the next generation of visual storytellers in Nigeria and other parts of Africa. We do not teach technicalities, as it were. We teach life skill as a creative to help you navigate your storytelling journey. You know, so the speakers that we bring, the curating of the programming and everything is deliberately designed to just bring a mind shift, to learn ISO, to learn aperture, to learn all of those things. We can read them in books, we can see them on YouTube. But these conversations that we bring experienced photographers to share is something that will impact you. So like I said, even if you're leaving photography, you want to go into selling cement, you want to go into selling building material, you want to become a runaway teacher, you can bring these things. You can bring these things into what you do because they are life skill. All right? At some point, you may retire from being a photographer, but you would always be who you are. And the things that we expose, the knowledge that we expose ourselves to at the photo festival are the things you need to navigate life. Mr. MAQ'FOS, are we ready? Okay, so they are giving us a few more rooms to ask Ruth. You were around yesterday, yes. I'm after your life too.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ruth Abuja. I'm more of a baby photographer. Yeah, I'm a photographer. My take home was 4 things. First, I loved his confidence. Like, I lack Kelechi Amadi. I loved his confidence. I lack confidence when talking about photography and my work. I love the way he spoke out. I love how he's beginning words and everything. And secondly, he talked about personal projects. So I don't really have to wait for a commercial project to do my work. So personal project. And also he talked about that's all.
Don't worry, man.
Are we ready?
When I start my mini job, I will buy you big.
All right. So speaking of personal projects, that was also very key. Like he gave the example, you go for a live band show, and they are singing Davido, singing Whiskey, they are singing Burna Boy, they are singing King Sunny Ade. You will not remember their name, but you remember the song that they were singing at the live show. But you will remember Whiskey, you will remember Burna Boy because they sing their song. And so as much as you are commissioned to do a story, you are commissioned to do a project, at the end of the day, what are the personal projects that you're doing as a person that is putting your story out there? Because that is who you are. All right. Mr. MAQ'FOS, at the count of how many?
Is a multi.
All right. So at the end of the audio, Mr.
Creative entrepreneur. Onye Ubanatu is a multidisciplinary African creative entrepreneur, an inquisitive Nigerian-born collaborator with a host of strategic events and content production experience. He's worked on projects for some of the finest creative, humanitarian, policy influencers, industrial and lifestyle brands that are part of our daily lives. His trademark is wrapped in the following words: excellence, bridging cultural gaps, telling the African story from a place of strength, going the extra mile, passionate, driven, and the ability to communicate the value of every brand he works on. To many, he is described as a creative beast with an octopus skill set that is constantly searching for an opportunity to inspire many with his story and process. Ladies and gentlemen, photographers and visual storytellers, please make welcome to the 8th Abuja Photo Festival, Onye Ubanatu.
All right. It's like, ooh. Even my voice is sweet me. Lord have mercy. No, I need to do another job. You know, I think I'm born for radio, Kali. What do you think? Should I do radio? When I blow, I'll give you 20%. All right. Just gonna put this on the side. Kali, I feel like you put a rock on my neck, man. You have messed up my fine outfit. But it's okay. Let's do it for the sound. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. My brother, good morning. Now you sit down for front too. If you not smile, you'll be like, I'll not try you. Morning, everybody. All right, so it's great to be here again. This is the first time that they're putting me to speak at a morning session. Osaze, Mr. Osaze and Judith, thank you very much for changing it this time. You know, when they like use me to close the festival. So, you know, I can see we have good energy in the room. So, you know, I like the fact that I'm getting to start this morning, even though the room is not full, but like I told them earlier, even if it's just one person, we should start. Because I do believe that at every point in time, it only takes one person to change a community that, of course, can spiral into changing the world that we live in today. How many of you heard that intro? The intro? Yeah. Okay. Do I need to reintroduce myself? Yeah. I mean, see, nobody they say my market pass me. It's a simple principle that I have. So Abemona novice. You know, if I say I want to introduce myself, some people say, this guy is too proud. You know, but please, allow me to reintroduce myself again while they help me set up my living room. You know, I love the whole Ankara theme and stuff. All right, great. So my name is Onye Ubanatu. I like to regard myself as a creative entrepreneur. I'm very passionate about the continent of Africa. I started out as typically as a drummer. You know, as a little boy, I played drums in church. And then in church as well, I picked up a camera for the first time. And then, you know, just understanding that I loved cameras so much, I moved to Lagos, where I felt I would explore, you know, the opportunities of doing more with that thing I was very passionate about as a teenager. And then from there, I got the opportunity to serve at an advertising agency, you know, the production arm of the advertising agency. And all I did for like 2 years, my work was to clean camera, fold cable, charge batteries, load equipment into trucks or into vans, arrive at the venue, set up, wait for everybody to finish. I strike. I do the same thing for 2 years, to the point where they will come to me and say, you should operate the camera. I'll say, no, leave me here like this. It gave me so much great joy, when there is this, how many of you remember these TV shows back then? It was called Love and Adventure. It was a dating game show, a blind dating game kind of thing like this, where couples, young people would just pick a random person and then they go on these dates. It was sponsored by MAQ'FOS tonic wine back in the days. So that was one of the things that I started with. Of course, there was Your Choice. And then, of course, the Good Ultimate Search of this world, peak talent shows. These were things that I just loved seeing. The fact that when I'm watching the entire production people, I'm looking at them going, now me charge these batteries where they use. Now me clean all this camera where they use. But you see, that for me was something that, look, I didn't realize what I was being prepared for. Now, let me explain. We live in a world today where the content creator wants to become the content, right? And absolutely, it's the trend, it's the season, it's the time that we're in, and it's not a bad thing, because part of what I'm going to talk about today revolves around that. However, if, I didn't know that I was creating a solid foundation for myself, where what I was much more concerned about was the work behind the scene, right? So I hope we all know that for you to grow into anything great in this life, you need to experience what is called darkness and loneliness. And you must be comfortable doing that. Let me explain, using life in itself, right? I'll try not to go too deep. Most of the plants or the things that we eat today, let's take, for example, yam, right? At what point do you see the yam? At what point do you see the yam? At where? At what point? At the point of what? Harvest. I beg, Kali, do you have microphone and camera? Let's interview a yam. One question. How did it feel being in the dark for this long period of time? Alone. Only you and darkness, just the talk every day. Right? It's a principle of life that I didn't know that I also was, metamorphosing through or going through to prepare me for where I am today. So let me go back. So again, when I moved to Lagos, I was doing all of these things, and then after the 2 years of doing that, they've literally forced me to say, no. You need to begin to, run cameras. And then I started doing camera assistant work, and then also became a camera operator, and then from there grew over the years to become a director of photography, and became a producer director, and still in this company. So I worked there for like 9, 10 years, and then left. I started my own thing. I started doing freelancing, right? And then somewhere I realized that, wait a minute. What we do is motion, right? If you press pause, what is that? Still image. So I said, wait a minute, I could also do photography. So I started doing photography just out of the passion for it. I never called myself a photographer, even till this day. You will never hear it from my mouth that, oh, I'm a photographer. But I have clients who will say, Onye, that's a photographer guy now, Someone will say, Onye, that's that video production guy, that kind of thing, right? So when I realized that there was more to what I could become with the content creation part, which is what, back in the days, it never used to be called content creator. It's either you are a photographer, or you're a videographer, you're a writer, but stuff. So, just 10 years ago, I launched my first event business. No, 11 years ago, actually. I launched my first event business. And up until this point, we've done events where we've hosted the likes of the FIFA president. I've done about 4 or 5 coronations events for kings. I produced the Argungu International Fishing Festival, the one just after COVID or before COVID. So you can see that my journey in itself, right, is characterized by something that I'm going to talk about today that I see that a lot of creators struggle with. Now, what is this thing? I'll try not to make it very direct, but I'm very sure that some of us, we've found ourselves in situations where, honestly, when we sit down, we look at our body of work, the things that we have done, and we look at the statement of our account balance. They're not marry. Am I speaking for somebody here? You don't have to answer. You can just smile. I can see you. It's a reality that that reality is very loud. Some years back when I was living with my auntie in Lagos, when I moved to Lagos, I was upstairs in the room, and my little niece came and said, "Oh, Sister Asimi, you give us money, we'll go buy bread." So I said, "I don't have." And my niece looked at me. She said it again. "Bread, oh, bread." I said, "Tega, I not get." She said, "No, bread, the only bread, one bread." I said, "I don't have, truly." You know what she said? She said, "Uncle, it's a lie. It's a lie. But I see your name on TV now." Yeah. You see, she said it and left. But that thing hurt me. And she was correct. In, almost all the end credits of all those popular reality TV shows, you always see my name. Either as a camera operator, or as a DOP, or as an assistant. You always see my name. So as far as this little girl was concerned, my uncle is balling. Because if your name is on TV, you are a big boy. You are balling, you're a celebrity. But people don't understand that that does not translate to what we have in our accounts. But you see, that shouldn't be the case. And in the last, I'll say in the last few years, I have been able to crack the code. And that's why today I mentor creatives across the continent of Africa and beyond. It's even these days, it's even difficult for me to keep a tab on some of them. And a lot of them are doing great work. As I speak, I have one of my mentees who now works in Germany, but the German government, they sponsored a film school. They flew him into Nigeria as an expatriate to come execute a project for the government. And then after 2-3 weeks, I think they're currently in Edo State. And after this, they're going to go to Afrif, and then they're going to go back to Germany. Just boy. He now comes into his own country as an expatriate. How? Some of the secrets that I have unlocked, that I work with today, that makes me stand before kings and not just mere men, even though I love the fact that, we're all equal. But I say this because some of us, or rather, if you're like 1 year, 2 years in the business, can I see your hands, please? 1 year, 2 years, okay? 3 years, 3, 4, okay, 5. Wait, if you're not a photographer, can I see your hand, please? Okay. Oh, lovely, nice. I love this. Okay. If you're a photographer or a creator, apart from our speakers, if you're a photographer, creator, videographer, can I see your hands? Whether it's mobile phone, whether it's you are... Microphone check 1, 2. There we go. That's it. All right. No, you can give it to these guys. They'll plug it at the back for you. All right, fantastic. All right. Now, you see, these secrets that I've unlocked is working for a lot of my mentees and a lot of the people that I teach. How many of you were here last year? Right. What did we talk about last year? Negotiation. If that thing, they work for you now, can I see your hands? Fantastic. When I came in, the first 3 people who greeted me, in short, they just could not wait to say, Baba, that thing last year, it has skyrocketed my business. And that's just one. So today, I just want to take time to just share on how we can leverage on personal branding, to just scale up business, all this baby grammar that, that is written here. However, I'm just going to try and simplify it in such a way that whoever you are, whether it's you're just 1 year in the business, 2 years in the business, or 10 years, you would get to understand how to just move from just being a creator without the right income, to that level of success that you desire. Every now and then, see, most of the creators that I'm close to, see, I'm taking my time to be on the sentimental and emotional side, so you see where we're going. And most of the creators that I mentor, when their wife calls me, it's usually borderline, can you talk to my husband? Right. Do you understand what I mean? Please. Like, whatever it is that you are doing that is working for you, can you please? Because he knows what he's doing. At the Siam. Like, he's doing it. He's always up. Every night he's editing pictures. During the day he's out shooting. But it is not reflecting in the family. Do you know how painful that is as a man? I hope you know. My brother, God has delivered you. That your yeah is a testimony. That yes. He didn't say yes. He said yeah. And you see the way he emphasized it, he meant that God has delivered you. I would like to hear your testimony, my brother. And it shall be permanent. Right. It is not a comfortable situation. The same thing. I'm very sure that there are creatives here. You also know that you are passionate about it. But your family, they doubt you. Because they can't strike the connection. They can't really tell that you can actually end up becoming something great in this life with this thing that you're doing. It happened to me. As a matter of fact, where I used to live, in Mazamaza, for those of you who know Lagos very well, it got to a point they told me, once it is 8 o'clock, this your videography we say they do, if now 8 o'clock and you know they this house, sleep outside. And guess what? I said, good. I started to sleep in the office. And it was an advertising agency that they said, sleeping in proper corporate Prex advertising. You know what I'll do, guys? I'm not making this up. That story is still there till today. Once it is 7, 8-ish, all the staffs are on their way out. You know what I'll do? I'll go into the small cubicle where we like cameraman office, and I'll enter into the wardrobe. I'll bolt it from inside and sit still for like 2-3 hours for all the top advertising people, corporate service, for them to leave. Right. And the ogas are usually the last to leave. So I will sit still for like 2-3 hours. And then after that, the cleaners will come, clean the entire office, and they will always spend time in that camera people's office, because that's where we had VHS, we have pneumatics. They will sit and watch movies and stuff. So for me not to let them know that there's one rebel inside wardrobe, I have to stay quiet and see me just at all. Imagine me squeezing myself. Why? Because I told myself, nothing will separate me from this thing that I'm very passionate about. And I did this for over a year. Almost every day I would do that, except the days where I know that. Why? Because I wanted to, make sure that these people, they must never find me wanting. So fast forward to this point where I am now doing the things that I'm doing, and then I'm confident enough to mentor a lot of people. I have put out something and simplified it that will help a lot of creatives, whether you're a photographer or videographer, even if you're not a content creator. Whatever industry that you are in, this is going to be an asset to you. All right. All right, so they gave me a clicker, so I'm going to try and use this guy. Da-da-da, down. Where should I? This way. All right. Sefa, where's the transmitter? Is it the receiver? Is it this way? Oh, I can point to the screen. Let's try. Ta-da. Ah, I see. Okay, I think it's somewhere at the bottom, yeah? Oshe? All right, fantastic. When I came in, my energy was low, so I thought I was going to sit down halfway. But, when our energy now don't give me ginger. Sorry, can you guys just help me? Let's just take this one so everybody can see this very well. For those of you that just joined, you're welcome. For those of you that just walked in, you're welcome as well. All right, so together, let's read this. All right, wait, I'm waiting for a hand. Have you sent it? Have you sent it? Have you said the payment received? All right, so let's go. Ready? Let's all read this together, and then I'll proceed, right? 1, 2, go. Stop. That's very clear, Avi. Very clear, right? Connecting your identity, me, be this, to income, all right? Now, how do we do this? Now, this is where the work is to explain this guy, all right? So, let's go. Is this very clear as well? All right. Anybody's got a question regarding this? If you don't understand it, I can explain it, but we all get it. Fantastic. I love this class. I love it. I love it. I love it. How much time do I have? How much time? Please don't tell me take the whole deal. Okay, so just practically speaking, right, this thing I'm about to talk about is not for everybody, because I can see some billionaires in the room, I see some of our big brothers, our big aunties, by the quality of their fabric, all right, how much it is, please tap my brother over there. Yes, are you all right? You okay? Do you want to sit upright? I'm your guy, you encourage me now. The way you lounge, my brother, who you offend before you come here. Don't worry, Jesus has paid the price for you. Don't worry about it. It's just your dark sheets, my brother. Are you part of those people who are owing money? I'm joking. All right. Okay, good. All right, so I just need everybody's attention as we run through this. This is very important, and then we'll be really good. All right, so like I said, disclaimer. This is not for everybody, but I'll just need everyone to just listen through. So at the end of this, if you have something to add to it, boom, we can. Now, even if you know that you're all right, you don't need to do this work in that topic, it's fine. You can learn this for someone. You can teach it to your kids as well. I enjoy teaching this to young people. It's very interesting to do. All right. All right, good. Who this person resemble for you? Do you have any friend that looks like this? Do you have that friend that every time you tell them this big idea, even if they are nodding, you can see it in their face, don't come again. You don't know, say you don't get money. Your own is just to be dreaming big. You see, I want to photograph Sanusi Lamido. I'll carry him on top of the rock. And then, like when the sun is setting, man, that picture go mad. And then when we're done, we'll now put it. CNN will feature us. Do you have that content creator as a friend? We know a lot of them. Some of them are here. They are seated on that table, that table. All right? So, this is the kind of face that meets us every time we're talking about these big ideas of ours, when the people in our circle know that, Baba, this is what you talk, wait till you go to support and not D. Right? All right, so let's move on. So let's, again, this one, our clicker, is taking me to where I don't know. Sefa, should we do manual? All right, let's do manual. That's why I like you. All right, so I'll start doing next. All right. So you see, in the topic that we have, a three major conversation in there is this: your identity, right? Income, and then what's the last one? All right, let's do it again. First one. All right. If you're in the business, you know, as a creative photographer, videographer, if you understand these three dynamics and how the three of them work together, trust me, you'll be very successful at anything you do. As a matter of fact, you will be liked by the 1% of the 1%. All right, good. Now, your identity, let's all read this together. Your identity is your unique perspective, right? Let's read it together, all right? Identity, let's go. All right, let me explain. You see, a lot of times, some of us, if you know, when I ask, do we have another microphone? A second microphone. So let's get a second microphone. So most times when I do these trainings, as a matter of fact, the most difficult part for me was simplifying this, because this is what I teach to business owners in the creative business, right? And that's why when Osaze said this was what I was speaking on, I was like, how do I compress this in such a way that even someone who is starting, who is like 1 year in the business, can understand? So when I ask people sometimes, who are you? The answer I get 90% of the time, they talk about their work. My name is so and so, I am a, and I say, I did not ask you, what do you do? Who are you? And then they go quiet. It's a known fact. A lot of people today do not know who they are. So we occupy ourselves with our titles, our job responsibilities, right? But because of time, I'll just drop this bomb and move on. We are not the job that we do. The job that we do is a platform given to us by God to fulfill purpose in this life. And that's why if you tie yourself too much to your job, you will be frustrated. And that's why we see successful men at the point of retirement, some of them commit suicide. You know why? At the point of retirement, it felt like there was nothing. That emptiness. And then, do you know what it is when you start to ask yourself at the age of 70, who am I? What have I done? I've spent all my life building systems and structures. Nothing about me. Right? So, a lot of times it is important that we know that our identity can be found in your unique perspectives to life, not work. As a matter of fact, the depth of the work that we do is highly influenced by our perspectives in life. If I tell you, if I give 3 photographers camera and I say, go into a marketplace and then just give me random stories, and 3 of the same market too, right? You see, maybe one will come back with a bunch of selfies with women smiling and you know, happy faces, right? And then maybe another person will then give you stories around the infrastructure. But then one will then give you stories using image to tell you stories around the economic impact of that market. And then you're looking at that one going, Baba, wait till carry your mind good aside. Influenced by what? Do we understand this? All right. Again, like I said, this is a very complex thing to teach. Anybody that knows this, you know, normally when we teach, we'll just teach, you know, personal branding and stuff. But you see, we're doing personal branding, income, and then creative business or being an artist. All right. So the next one is values, right? What are the things that when people look at you, they say, that's who that guy is, even if you're not in the room? You know, today, there are some photographers, big-time photographers will never touch them with a long stick. You know why? their character is zero. How many of you saw the video I posted on my Instagram thing the other day? Where I said, if you are hired as a second shooter to go and assist, to go and shoot for someone, don't go to the event and start introducing yourself to that person's client. Or don't go to that event and start sharing your complimentary card. That is a very terrible value system to have. So again, your identity is also found in this. Your experiences through life. When I started to speak, right, what did my accent say about me? Come on, when I started to speak. Refined, right? Any other person? You're very correct, by the way. Thank you very much. Next. Yes? Any other person? Eh? Eh? Mr. T, you know it says, I roll your eye like Bobrisky. Eh? An educator? Okay, fantastic. Did you hear worry at some point? This guy say, I don't know. All right, so you can see that when I speak, right, there are certain experiences that is now tied to who I am as an individual. Why? Because now they bomb you. Now they grow. I not sabi speak English. Now when I go Lagos, I know say now packaging they will take it themselves. I go to explain, give people for Lagos that time, say, you know, like when my bosses will come to say, oh, you know, this, we don't want to use this PD-150 today, you know, but would you mind, let's put the PD-170 in the bag. And I'll be like, no, see, bros, more sure leave it like this, you know, because if we carry the PD-159, just in case now, we call a look and say, you get what you want, I want to shoot for top, and, you know, they don't want to remove this camera for tripod, I'll go bring this one inside the bus, we'll call use them. They go, they laugh. I'm not joking. I'm not making this up. They'll be laughing. They'll be saying, this guy, you're such a comedian. I'll be like, serious? I'm not a joke. They will increase the laughter. So I now said, wait. So for me to be taken seriously, right? I need to speak English, Avi. I'll go kill Luna for this Lagos. You know what I did? I went back home one day. On my way home, I bought a standing mirror from Mile 2. I installed it myself. Right beside my toilet door. I'll cut out newspapers, old newspapers and magazine, and then I'll start reading out to the mirror, saying that one day I will stand in front of men and I will speak, I'm talking global players, and I will speak the kind of English that even, what's his name, Bill Gates. If Bill Gates is seated next to Dangote in that room or in that conference, the two of them can connect to my story. Fast forward. Is that what I'm doing today? Fantastic. Now, here's the thing. Part of what has shaped the confidence at which I used to speak, even if I did talk nonsense, the way they move for the stage, and you know, see this guy, there's something about him. Part of it are being shaped by my experience. What does this mean? Wherever you are right now in life is preparing you for something. So you have to pay attention. If you think your situation is bad, I'm telling you this, like me, it's preparing you for something. And there is a market, there is an audience that will only buy your product or patronize your service. You know why? They can connect to your story. And it's shaped by your personal experiences. So as you go through life, pay attention to your personal experiences. If you think you live in the ghetto, and maybe you have dreams of anytime you come to Mitama or Use, you're looking at these buildings going, man, I wish not be that place. Where are those places in all those outskirts of Abuja? Where are those places called? Maraba is part of it. You know, there's some places in Abuja that when you book boats, they will cancel them sharp. Then they waste time. Say, we are not going here. You know. Now, let me tell you, you might be living in that place today, but God is using that to prepare you for an audience so that by the time when you start living in Wuse 2, or you start flying in private jets, right? Trust me. When you start to speak to people, they will connect with you. Because it is not about the work that you do. There's something about this guy that I can see myself in. Why? You have lived their experience. Most of the clients that trust me today to travel all over the world, they say it. We trust this guy not because he's the best creator or not because he's the best event producer. His principles, his values is deeply rooted in things that we know, right? So that your personality, again, all of this does influence your personality. So because of time, let's move real quick. Let's move to do we do income first or personal branding? Choose. Money people, don't shout income, income, income. Rachel, I know that's you. Rachel, don't shout income. All right. So because of Rachel has been very kind to me. You know, oh, by the way, Mrs. Usaze and Mr. Usaze, thank you very much. You know, please, can we clap for these guys? I'll tell you why. You know, so here's something. They know I'm not a proud person. I'm not supposed to talk. If you see me, you go, no. I don't like pride. But, you know, because where God has taken me to, you know, when God elevates you, you have to create systems. God will not create systems for you, right? That's how success works. So what I normally do on my team, over time, we create systems that helps us, right? And, you know, sometimes as a speaker, when I send my speaker rider to people who I call family and friends, sometimes my heart could shake. How are you now telling these people that you cannot fly alone? Meaning they're buying tickets for you, they're spending over $500,000 on just tickets, and then they have to get a hotel for you and your staff, and then, you know, all these things. Sometimes my heart, they shake. But you see, on this project, now look at the numbers of people here, so you can tell the people that registered. Now, these guys actually flew me, my EA, they put me in an executive room, put my EA in an executive room, and then I walked into my room. Everything on my rider was there. Lacena water, bouquet of fruits, basket of this. They even put a gift box. And then Rachel will be disturbing me every 2 minutes. Are you okay? Is the pillow too soft? Do you need anything? When do you need the driver? Leave me alone. You know, so I'm very grateful, you know. So because Rachel was the one they put to manage that, and as she first shout income, let's start with income. All right. You see, income is basically your financial stability and sustainability through your artistic activity. What does it mean? The money that you are making, that is keeping you and your family, your future going from the work that it is that you do. You see how important that is? You know, if anything, so what does that mean? If anything happens to the work that you do, what does it mean? Your income will shut down, right? Even though that's not a good idea, maybe on another masterclass we'll talk about this. But you see how it connects to the gist of leveraging personal branding to scale up. This is an important conversation, right? And then we tie it to what? Your personal branding. Now, let's read this together. Those at the back may not be able to see it, but those at the front. The front, let's go. Let's go. Between this one and this one, which one connects to this one the most? Let me ask the question again. Between this one and this one, which one is closest to this guy? Why? Where's the microphone, please? All right. My brother, you want to go? Get on the microphone. Get on. I don't know why creatives, we all like to do this thing. All right, so you said identity. Why?
Good morning, everybody. Okay, income is good to me, to my own perspective. Income is good, is needed, is necessary. But if you don't have an identity, income might become a problem because identity leads more to your personal branding. When you came in, when you came on stage,
yes,
I don't know if you have money in your pockets, but the very first thing I noticed about you was
for the sake of that guy wearing dark glasses, I don't have. That was a joke. Go on.
The very first thing I noticed about you
yes,
was your identity.
Yes.
And there was a statement you made. I know the shame to advertise myself. That is your identity.
Good.
And that's why I feel identity connects more to personal branding than even the income. Even though the income is important, the identity would connect more to personal branding.
Please, Osaze, next year, this guy must be a speaker. No. Are you one of our speakers this year? Are you sure? I bet join panel. Just maybe one between now and the end of this thing, maybe become a panelist. That's very deep. One more person behind him. One more person. I'm going to tell you guys something very interesting. One more person. Yes, let's go.
Good morning. I think personal branding is a way to sell your identity.
Yes. Okay.
That's all. I think.
All right. So wait. So you use this to sell
your identity. Yes.
All right. Now, listen. Just follow me. Everybody, listen. Just watch. Have you met someone who sold themselves so high, spoke big English? In short, when you go to their LinkedIn profile, only you self will call it fear. When you see what they post on WhatsApp, or their WhatsApp stories, or Twitter, or X, sometimes you'll be like, am I trying in this life? But then, boom, you experience them one-on-one, and you come close to this, and you realize that zero. What does this mean? Personal branding is not what you say you are. And that is the lie the personal branding, business branding industry kept selling to a lot of people. They still sell it to this point until people like us started to come out to say, nah, lie, this is a big scam. Personal branding is not what you say you are. It's people's experience of you, period. If you invest so much in propping yourself, it's just a matter of time. And apply this to your business, not just even personal. Right. So over time, even if you own a business, let's say you have a staff strength of more than 6 or 7, over time, do forensic audit. Try to go to the other side to see, how do people really feel about my business? I'm going to be saying this for the first time. So, because Saze is my guy, I run a covert business, CIA secret business, right? What do? We recruit mystery shoppers to help businesses get first-hand clear feedback. I walk into a store. The staff is lying on the ground, and from the ground, they look at me, what are you here for? And then I say, are you guys open? And she say, yeah, we're open. What do you want to buy? Now, whoever owns that business is somewhere working hard to generate money to pay rent. Meanwhile, the person where they give the work to. All right? So just so that I don't digress too much, understand that your personal branding or your personal brand is people's experience of you. What does this mean? You have to then make sure that while you are investing on those very ambiguous, beautiful things you're writing, beautiful images that you take, nice, colorful things, you buy all this equipment. Hey. What is your unique perspective to life? What are your values? The way that guy they laugh, he feel like you they gossip somebody, you they remember somebody, like they say yes. What are your values in this life? Are you trustworthy? Are you likable? Are you a people person? Are you a honorable somebody? All right. Your experiences, and of course, what does your personality say? All right. So you see how important this is. All right, Sefa, let's move to the next. Boom. Now, so we don't bore ourselves. Do we understand where we're coming from? Right? As a matter of fact, I feel like I can even just end now and say, thank you very much, God bless you, and just go. Should I go? Because all those things that I just talked about, it's enough. All right, let's go. Now, let's bring it to us as creatives, because that's why we're here. That's why Osaze and the wife and the entire team, they've put in so much investment in making this work, right? So, let's bring this to us. Benefit of all of this, for artistic career, which is, of course, artistic is anybody who's in the arts, painter, writer, singer, photography, blah, blah, and stuff, right? If you have that in place, right, and if you do this very well, this is what it gives you. Number one, let's go. All right, stop. How many of you are known by your work, but they don't know you? See, it's okay. There are a lot of us like that. Like, somebody goes, you go like, oh, I know you. And they go like, oh, really? You say, my name is so-so-and-so. of so and so photography or so and so studio. Oh my God, I love your pictures. Oh my God, somebody was even telling me about your work yesterday. Does that happen to you a lot? Me, I don't crack the code. Now why they wake up? Ooh. You don't get the excuse. Once you see my social media, you see this cap. You see this cap. If you see me, say you don't know me now. All right. So anyway, once you have that going for you, everything that we just talked about earlier, this is what it gives you. It gives you this, right? Number 2. Can you see? Can you see? So if right now, if you are lacking this, all of this stuff that we're talking about in your business, listen, you have to go back to everything that I have said. And because, again, I love, the Abuja Photo Fest family, right? In short, my ear will not like what I'm about to say now. I'm going to do something I don't do. We don't give slides. It takes us years. This is years of hard work, compressed into very teachable stuff that, at the teacher, easy. All right? So if you look at this, at the end of this, I'm going to leave this slide with the organizers so everyone can get it. Last year, I struggled. I won't lie. This guy, you can bear me weakness, my brother. You can bear me weakness. I struggled, because I love this guy so much. I struggled. The process and standard may not allow me, but this year I'm willing to do that. So this will be given to the organizers so that you can have it, and you can always use this as a guide and a Bible, because my desire is to see everybody succeed. My desire is when I'm old and gray, I'll be looking at some of the young, and be like, oh, my friend, will you bring down your private jet here? I was part of your career. What do you mean? All right? All right. So number 2, it gives you targeted audience engagement, and the most important part, loyalty. Right now, there's no barrier to entry when it comes to engagement. True or false? Social media, don't break the barrier, right? But guess what? This one is very difficult these days. How many of you sell courses online? You have like over 30,000, 40,000 followers. And for your mind, you think that the day that I will just announce that I'm selling courses, like maybe 10,000 will buy. Try it. I try, I know work. My seller, I was only making like 6,000 in a month. In short, I almost felt like unfollowing everybody on all my social media accounts. Let me wicked them back. But I then realized that no, there are other strategies to doing this, which revolves around everything we're talking about. So all right, so number 2, targeted audience engagement and loyalty. That's what this gives you. That's why this is very important. Number 3, improved marketing and business opportunity. Meaning, if you understand it and you get this right, it will open up pools of opportunities to you. It will open up markets that even you yourself, you'll be amazed. Like today, when people see me and the people who call me and say, oh, Baba, I would like to have a meeting with this guy. And I'm like, who? Your client. And I'm like, who is of the client? You know what I'm talking about, this guy. And I mentioned the name. And I say, I'm just a content creator or a consultant following him. I don't know how he does his business. But the fact that they see me rolling with a billionaire and it's out there, I must be doing something right. My brother, I'm not doing anything extra special. 2 things. Number 1, the God factor, because it is God that teaches our hand to make wealth. Period. Whatever you call it, God, Allah, Buddha, whether you call it the nature, these people, they get all kinds of names that they call God now. Whatever you call it that makes you feel good, it is God that teaches. This is our hand, right? The same thing with our eyes. We can see. You can see, but you may not know where to look. It is God that helps us do that. So I never take that out. Anywhere I speak, you must hear that one. Then the second thing is everything that I'm talking about. That's why, I took my time to actually break this down. All right. So improved marketing and business opportunity. It will, see, there's no 2 way. It will always open doors. The next one is this. Enhanced credibility and authority. The reason why myself and every other speakers, we have been chosen to be the ones to come on this stage to share these things with you, let me tell you, it's only coming from a place that says this person is not just good at what they do, they are also regarded as what? Thought leaders. Meaning they have some level of authority. in the industry that they occupy. What does that mean? It means that they are bringing solution to the industry. How did they know? How? How did people will bring me? How they take no? Anybody? Anybody? The what? Results, yes. Values, right? Good. I love that. My experience. Ooh, you see, you guys are following. Experiences, yes. Now, stop. How did I communicate this to them? Through what? The deliberate emphasis on what? Everything that I've been talking about. Leveraging on what? Fantastic. So you see how important it is. All right? So credibility and authority. Very, very important. And the final one on this is this. To the glory of God, blessing. Can I have my towel, please? To the glory of God, you know, I'm not bragging. That's why I always start to the glory of God. I don't think I've ever, I found myself in situations where, you know, things tight. But I have never been stranded to a point where I felt like life had ended for me. Why? Because I have been able to, you know, work with these principles to actually secure this for me. Maybe in another masterclass, we can talk about multiple streams of income, what you can do with what you get from your creative business. I always advise creatives, take it from me. Never put all your money into the creative business. As you are making money, think of other things on the side to do. Like I said, maybe another masterclass, you know, we'll look into that. Thank you, Blessing. All right. All right, Sefa, let's move to the next one. Well, I wasn't wearing my hat here because how many of you would like to know the story behind this image? All right, I'll tell you real quick. This jet was hired, was rented, for me to fly to 5 countries in 2 days. This jet. 5 countries in 2 days. Now, a client in the UK reached out to me, you know, an amazing woman. And then she says to me, hey, listen, just so you know, I have been following your work on Facebook. And there's something I love about you, right? You always share your process. You show how you interact with the kids in the rural community. We see videos of you encouraging people, you know. Like, you don't even share so much of your finished work. Like, I watch your work and I see myself. This is a woman who sits at the chairperson level where you had Obasanjo, you had, was Hillary Clinton's, no, not Hillary Clinton. There's this lady, I remember her name now, she was also on the board as well. You know, we had all these people, and she said, the thing that drew me to you, and I said, if by any chance I'm doing anything in Africa or in Nigeria, when it comes to content creation, documentaries, and things like this, it has to be this guy. And when the need came, there was a launch that was meant to happen in London, and they needed to generate materials across the continent of Africa. Obasanjo was also part of it. And then they said, oh, we just need someone to just quickly, because the launch is in like 2 weeks, and we don't have time to, no, initially they said, oh, you know, would you like to, so I looked at the flight scheduling and everything, and I said it's impossible, right? And then they came back and said, okay, how about we get you a jet? So I was like, you mean like you use paper to make jets and then, you know, like, she said, no. How about we'll charter a private jet, and then we'll just give them the brief and the coordinates, and then they'll take you to these places. Your fixers will welcome you at the airports. Let's go! What are you talking about? And then boom, the conversation went stale, and honestly, I actually thought that was it. And then one day, listen, it was like 9 p.m. or so. I was home, and I got this call to say, please, this is very, very important. Can you make it tomorrow morning as early as 4 a.m. to the tarmac? I said, sure. I got dressed. I drove to MM2 that night. I think I got to him, no, that early morning, like about 2 a.m. or so. And then I waited. And then, boom, this was already about 8 o'clock or so, and the next thing, they said the jet was out. So, yeah, they collected my passport and stuff. And that was it. Immigration, bam, bam, bam. They came back, gave it to me, and then we went to 5 countries. Now, the jet wasn't even the shocker. For every time we landed, guess what was waiting for me? 2 escort bikes with siren. And then I see the plate number, presidential. I'm not joking, guys. And then I'll chat this lady up. Her name is Anne. I'll chat Anne up and say, Anne, what is going on? They're picking the wrong guy. Are you sure that, like, somebody's supposed to take this jet? But they say, and she goes, no, it's for you. Like, the presidents are all our partners. So we told them this material must be gotten ASAP. From Liberia to Accra, I was just going, whoop, pew, 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 pew. That's how, see, that was it. I have never done, up until this point, this was my first time of flying private and experiencing that. My brothers and sisters, if you never do this thing before, this life get level. We not the queue to board. Your tarmac is different. You enter, you go. You come down, it is a different jetty. Right? Now, again, remember, I'm not sharing this to intimidate anybody. No. As a matter of fact, I'm sure some of the persons who must have known me for a long time, this is the first time they're hearing this story. I'm only sharing this to let you, so you can see the power of the right personal branding or business branding. Do you want to know how much I was being paid per day? I was telling my wife this story. My wife laughed so hard, and she said, I'm disappointed in you. I said, leave me. If not be this experience, you will not agree to marry me today. Let me tell you. Listen, I was being paid 200K per day, 200,000 naira per day. So this jet per flight was $15,000. So calculate the mileage and, of course, fuel. Of course, the airport permits. The time that this jet will wait for me to go and do the interview, shoot the president, shoot like the partners, and then run back to the airport, calculate it. Put that 200,000 per day next to this amount of dollars. What does that tell you? Your personal branding, right, can change your entire, see, it will open you up into a circle that all those things that I talked about earlier, again, I'm going to drop these things so you guys can see it. But you see, let's move to the next one. Let's move to the next one. Am I speaking for somebody? Am I speaking for somebody? Listen, whenever I do training, I also take it as a way of prophesying upon the people. Let me tell you, the essence of life is for us to live a cycle with process, and then as we live the cycle, we hand over the template to others coming, right? When it's time, we exit. Those people will come, ride on the different experiences. When it's their time, that's the essence of life. True or false? So if you understand life from this perspective, you will understand what I just said. Every time I get the opportunity to do this, I'm also saying to you, the fact that it happened for me, it means that it can happen for you. I tell you now, worry they bomb you. I not go school. I've never been to the 4 walls of a university before, up until this point. But the people that I work with, I train, they are all at that level. But guess what? Even my doctor, I teach my doctors. These days, I don't even have time to speak at universities. Even though they don't like me saying I don't go to school because they don't want to lose clients, but it's okay. All right. So this is for someone. Everything you're hearing today, you are next. Hey, God. I said everything you are hearing, you are next. Where is Rachel? Rachel, I said everything you are hearing, you are next. All right, next. All right, so let's go. Now, so if you want to unlock everything I've been talking about, and also anything that you're feeling right now to say this is possible for me, let's talk about what you can do. Now, that's why I said do this to unlock wealth as a creator, leveraging on that. Number 1, balance artistic integrity with commercial appeal. Some of you creatives today, what you're struggling with is this. Your form of art, either as a photographer or videographer or writer or painter, is not a popular one. As a matter of fact, people don't understand it. Listen, do not stop doing something you feel deeply connected to. Never. Don't let anybody talk you out of it because they don't understand it. You know why? God is preparing you. When that audience come, how many of us know this song? Makeba, makeba, de, ooh, makeba, makeba, da, gotta, ooh, makeba. They do like this. You know the TikTok now. They go, ooh, ooh, old school, old school, old school, ooh. That music was released about 11 years or 13 years ago. When it blew? Last year. All right. So, here's what the advice I'll have for you because of time, right? Balance your artistic integrity. That thing that makes you you with your work, right? Do it, but use style. They try understand what is commercially appealing. Do you understand that? Let me give you a typical example. When I walked through the exhibition booth and I saw this particular artwork, the guy uses recycled materials. How many of you saw that guy's work? You saw in there. There was this particular one, the guy had wings, and then on his eye goggles had a fork. That was gangster, man. No, guys, if you haven't seen it, go there and go and check it. Now, trust me, that kind of art might not make a lot of commercial money, right? But you see, what that guy is doing, that guy is now taking the art form and putting it into commercial environments and using things that are commercially viable. Again, that guy is using materials from where? Hospitals. Do you know what hospitals will feel like seeing that you are helping us recycle our stuff? So you need to look at your art form and say, look, I need to retain the artistic integrity, which makes me original. We'll talk about authenticity next. And then you try to look for ways to bring in commercial value, and I just gave you an advice. For some of you, your work might not be popular. If you have friends who are breaking into becoming a celebrity, use them as your muse. And that is to say, I'm available. Mr. T, if you know you have a project and you're looking for a fine boy, wait tall, get six-pack to model, come, I'll do it for free. Next. All right, so manage self-promotion and vulnerability. This is one thing that creatives struggle with when the conversation of personal branding comes up. Now, you see, creatives are the ones who say, I don't have time to post. Let me tell you, not that they don't have time to post. What they do not realize is this: they are afraid. They are afraid of being vulnerable. You know why? A lot of artists today, are you here? A lot of artists today, they have built their entire life into their work. So they feel that if you strip their work from them and you get to meet them one-on-one, because now they are popular, you will not like them. And that is a lie from the pit of hell. That's why I'm saying to you again, I'm going to drop these slides. Some of you are not shy. Stop saying I'm shy. You're not shy. You're just afraid of being vulnerable. The same thing for men. Most of the problems that we have, even in our marriages, in our relationship, it's not that our wives, our girlfriends are bad people. We're just afraid of how they will see us when we eventually tell them how we feel. That right now, I don't feel like a man. Like right now, I want to cry. But to cry not be the problem. I go cry for you, finish. Tomorrow, you want to serve me, you say, honey, your food is there. So because I cried for you yesterday, you know they respect me again. We are just afraid of being vulnerable. So again, creatives, please understand that stop hiding under I am shy. No. Go and address the issues of vulnerability. And I do one-on-one coaching, so, if you need help here, we can talk about that. All right, next. So I can run this real quick. All right, adapt to changing industry trends and technologies. Now, industry trend. How many of you don't see Kelechi Amadi don't turn model? Kelechi Amadi na an actor. You go see him, he go carry a camera. Okay, cut. Let's do from front now. All right, guys, you see, I'm going to shoot this. Now, you see, what I just discovered from... He don't turn model. What is he doing? He has come to terms with, you cannot be the great Kelechi Amadi by name. You must evolve with the changing times. No creative can survive as a shrine anymore. You cannot. You know what a shrine is? Shrine, they don't stand for public. You go inside bush. You cannot survive as a creative if you keep hiding, because you are afraid of the changing trends and, of course, embracing technology. Please, if you're a photographer, stop saying, I'm a photographer, I'm not a drone pilot. Something is doing you. I'm just saying, it's a typical example. Embrace technologies springing out right now. If you're a photographer and you are not paying attention to AI, you're on your way out. This argument is still there. They keep saying, AI and photography, blah, blah, blah. Hey, wait. I have a secret Instagram post right now. There's no real image though. All the images there are AI-generated images. Does this make sense? Right? So understand that if you understand these technologies and you understand how to use prompts as a photographer and stuff, right, you do well. All right, next. Maintain consistency across multiple platforms. How many of you use just one platform to distribute your work? All right. If you know you're only using one platform, let's say Instagram, some people will say, Instagram is my strength. Well, please, spread that strength to other platforms. TikTok right now is becoming the what? You know what I mean? And that can be very, so please, let's pay attention to this as well. If you do this, trust me, you're leveraging on this to become a superstar with the right resources. Now, practice and master the art of negotiation. You attended the class last year. Can I see your hands? Fantastic. Did this work for you in any way? Listen, you cannot see. You don't get what you deserve as a creative. You don't get what you deserve as a creative. You get what you negotiate. So I see a lot of creatives who come and then they are angry, they are bitter, they are upset at a client. After all I did, no? What did you negotiate for yourself? And after you negotiated it, what did you put on paper? The client only gave you what they thought or they perceived is and was your value. You. Do you know your own value? Remember, now the same meal, I used 200 till they travel on a $15,000. Next. All right, hey, go back, go. Sefa, what is it now? No, to that guy. Did you hear what I just said? That I collected 200K and I was flying on a private jet that was, see your life. Next. All right, but you see, lack of information. All right, great. So we're at the end of it now. All right, so look at this. All right, so let's read this. So just in case, because sometimes when we do these trainings, not everything is not for everybody. From time to time, you pick something that will cut deeply into you and you'll be like, damn, this is for me, right? That's how it works. However, what we try to do is to bring everybody into one cluster again so we leave with the reason why we did this talk. All right. Let's read this again. What's going on? Come on, guys. We're at the end. All right, let's go. 1, 2, I see it. 1, 2, go. All right, so number 1, authenticity. Remember I touched on this earlier while I was speaking, right? So you must align that artistic identity with the public image, right? This is my public image, right? For those of you on that table, when I walked in, what was the first thing I did? Those of you at the back, the technicians, the production people, what was the first thing I did when I walked in? No, say it. I know they do sign language. I walked to the technical guys and I did a handshake, pleasantries, hugs, exchange, that kind of stuff. That's my public persona. I'm not faking it. That's who I am. How do you know? Go to my social media pages. How many of you follow me on Instagram and the different platforms, right? Do you see that same energy? Consistent, right? So you have to do this. Not do a situation where you say, I meet you somewhere and I can't put you and your work together. You are a nice guy when you are, but when I have conversations with you, or when we hire you to work for us, man, you're just very bitter. You're always feisty. You're not responsive, stuff. Okay, next one. What's the end? Consistency. I can't overemphasize this. All right? Even in the days that you feel tired, broke, dejected, post something. And let me tell you, in my darkest of days, that I felt like I don't think I deserve the world that I'm in. There's still something in me that will say, drop something. And guess what? For every time I shared something within that space of my life, it always goes to where? Boom. How many of you have seen the review I did on Burna Boy? That got me a Burna Boy retweet, and Burna Boy reposted it on his story and sent me a direct message saying, man, that was a great stuff. I've never seen a review this good. It's there. I pinned it on my Instagram. You should go watch it, right? And that thing has gotten me a lot of premium jobs today. Now, I did that post on a day I was really down. I was in a hotel in, I think, Enugu, yeah. And then I got into the hotel. I was really down. It was, that kind of down where some things happen I can't really share now, but I was really down. I laid on the bed. I tried to sleep. It didn't come. I just sat up and I took my phone and I used the lamp and I turned it to my face and I watched the Burna Boy Madison Square Garden thing and I did a review. And that, till this day, has gotten me some of the biggest concerts that I have produced and still giving me some great job. All right, so be consistent. Now, number 3, stand out. You must stand out. You must highlight unique strengths and niche. I'm someone who is known to always encourage people. All right? So even if you ask in the industry, if you ask Sazel will tell you, this guy is very reliable. All right? So you must stand out. All right, good. Storytelling. You must share your experiences, inspiration, and creative processes. Now, this is very important. If you forget everything I said, don't forget this. Please, dear creatives, I am sorry. We lied to you in the past. So I am here to correct it. You see the way some pastors are now coming out to say, tithing, it be like as he gets. But you see, that's none of our business. But you see, this one is the one that concerns me. Listen, please, stop sharing your finished work only. Stop it. That is so old school. Let me tell you why. Your legacy will copy that same thing and do it 10 times better. True or false? All right. Let me tell you something they cannot copy. Your process. Your unique NAFDAC number that says me as Onye Ubanatu is different from this my brother seated in front is found in how I do what I do. Nobody can copy that. If you like, go buy hats. Eh? After 2 weeks, now you go tired, you go throw away the hat. Fact. My brother, that cap, is it your style? Okay, right. So, understand that when you start to share how you do what you do, people start to get inspired. Rachel, leave me. Where I come from far. Mona sit down, I don't finish. I asked my mother make her stop that and I said, no, I'm almost done. I'm just kidding. All right. So understand that your legacy, it's in your process. Again, that's why I said, stop being shy. Stop thinking it is not good enough. It is absolutely good enough. All right. The next, so we wrap it up real quick. Engagement. See, I can't stress this enough. Engagement is very important. Please, as much as you can, you have people who are liking your work. Let me tell you now, people who like and comment on your post, that is no longer engagement. Even the businesses that I speak to, that I train, I also say to them, the fact that they are commenting on your social media page that you put your product, it does not equate to engagement. From time to time, you need to get people into your space. Turn on that camera and do a couple of live videos once a week, or just get to interact with the people who are consistent with, liking your work. All right. So engagement is very important. Now, let's do a quick test as I wrap this session. All right. Look at these 3 well-established photographers. Look at these 3 people. Now, let's go. Among these 3, who is more relatable? Who is that person that you feel like, I feel like I know this person? I feel like I can talk to this person. Like, even though I have never met this person before, I feel like if I meet this person tomorrow, like, it'll be easy for me to just say, hey, man, what's up, man? And chances are, he will probably give me the energy, yo, man, what's up, man? I like your shirt. I like your work. Now, you never see your work before. But, oh, my God, what camera is that? Mwah, 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 mwah. Among these 3, who? All right, so Kelechi and Big H is currently winning. So let's go between Kelechi and Big H. Who? All right. So Big H is currently winning this. Now, for those of you who said Big H, why? He's accommodating. His personality, somebody said Abuja. What else? He's friendly. Great. Now, some of you, you knew about this before you even met him, true or false? Why? How? What was he using his social media to do? Hey, Rabasadala Bojo. You they see how powerful that thing is. Sefa, go back to that slide, that other slide. Go back. This. There are some creatives today, they have done their time in this realm. They have gone to other realms, whether it's heaven, hell, on other planets. They have, what are all those way they talk? They've gone. Trust me. We no longer remember them again. You probably somebody will need to say something that will make you remember them. Right? That must not be our story. So please, Sefa, go forward. No, back to the picture of so please, learn from this guy, right? Currently, this guy, because he's our senior bra, and he don't know, say, all this Gen Z that is coming out, they are angry. And they will sweep your brand off every platform if you give them chance, right? So he's catching up. See, I don't do dada. He dresses like Gen Z. What did he wear yesterday? I'm sure he dressed like Gen Z too, right? And stop. Now, she is also a great person. Amazing human being. And her personal brand is quite different. But you see, when I asked you these questions, you related more with who? All right. Let this be your story. Next, closing. All right. No. Back to this picture. Again, I decided to bring this slide up in the closing to just remind you that if you forget everything that I said, don't forget that I said this is your story. In Jesus' name. All right. Next. All right. So in conclusion, all right, let's just summarize everything that I've said. So conclusion number 1. Let's go. All right. Does this sound like what we talked about earlier? All right, let's say it one more time again. Let's go. You must do this and value. So conclusion number 2, right? You have to craft that narrative that speaks well of who you are, right? And then the third one. All right, so let's now stop saying, I am shy. No, you're not shy. You're just afraid of being vulnerable. And anybody with a shame to be vulnerable, hungry go beat you. When Very Dark Man started that time, all of us joined Kosam. Dirty guy, he grab it, they wear dirty singlet, slack singlet, blah, blah, blah. Who don't go present for Senate, I be this thing. You saw the Very Dark Man the other day, now he went. Now he's a global sensation, right? So I'm not saying go and be like Very Dark Man. I'm just saying, don't be ashamed to sell your market. Nobody can do it better than you. So leverage social media to do that. And in closing, I think the last slide is just thank you. Sefa? No, go back. Yeah, no, the one before this one. All right, so this is my closing word, and this is my parting word. All right, it is never too late. I know there's somebody here who is saying I'm probably too old. You know, I don't pass that level. I can't compete with these guys. Today we learn AI. Tomorrow they say this one. Tomorrow I'm doing... No. I'm here to just encourage you. It is never too late. Find your voice and do what? Come on now, guys. Find your voice and do what? All right, I want this to be louder than the first two. Find your voice and do what? Thank you very much.
I think he deserves a standing ovation. Please, let's be on our feet and put our hands together for Onye Umbanatu. Thank you so much, sir. I mean, you can add a shout to it. Why is this place so cold? Please add a shout. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, we may be seated. I don't know, is there a second microphone somewhere? Because you know what? This would have been a very beautiful master class, right? But what it boils down to is, what do I want to start doing going forward, right? So from everything you have learned, I just want to feel the pulse of the people in the room. What is that one thing you think that you are going to do going forward, having heard everything that you have heard
this morning. Please, I want somebody to put up their hands and just share. Share with us. What is that one thing, an action point that you are taking out of this master class this morning? Anybody? If not, we'll just tell Mr. Osazedas, let's end this thing. These people they're not getting anything, they're just pretending, right? Who has something that they have decided that, okay, haven't heard all of these things. This is something I will start doing, or something I will stop doing, or something I will do a little more of, or something I would reduce. There has to be an action point from these wonderful slides that have been shared this morning. Anybody? I won't leave here until somebody says something. So we can do a looking competition. We'll be looking at ourselves like this. But yeah, somebody help me out. Thank you. Please, let's put our hands together for him before he says anything. All right, go ahead. I think you need to use the mic. Okay, go ahead. Fantastic. So going forward, he's saying that he's also going to show his process, not just the finished product. So that is an action step from this masterclass. I want somebody else to tell me something. Tell me something. Thank you so much for sharing. Tell me something. Who else? Where are the ladies in this place? Okay, thank you. There's somebody behind you. There's a lady behind. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
I'm one of those creatives that hates to show their work because of fear of vulnerability, because I feel like I put myself into my work, and sharing means that everybody can see me and my line of thought. Yeah. But moving forward, I intend to risk it all and, share it. Whatever happens, happens.
She deserves a round of applause. She's ready to risk it all. I love that. I think yesterday, one of the speakers said something about burning your bridges. So there's no plan B. You are going in, you are going all in. So you're not trying to put one leg and say, let me try. No, you have to go all in. Fantastic. And just in case you are wondering, my name is Brenda, a.k.a. Coach B, and I am your MC for today's event. If you have had a good time,
you people are
please
not
clap
clapping.
for me. I understand. No. So let's do it again, so that let's just pretend that did not happen. Because usually when I introduce myself, people are usually very excited. So I know you don't know me yet, but let's do it together. So when I introduce myself, please scream, shout, there are cameras, let people know that, So ladies and gentlemen, my name is Brenda, a.k.a. Coach B, and I am your MC for the day. Come on. Some people still did not clap, but it's okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. All right, so now we're going very quickly to the next item on the program. Someone is going to be talking to us about ethics and professionalism, and he has titled it "This Thing of Ours." Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together as we welcome Mai Gaskia. Please put your hands together as he comes forward.
May
Gaskia. Oh my goodness. May Gaskia. Please put your hands together as he comes forward. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's May Gaskia. May. The A is not my, it's A, May Gaskia. And the last spelling, usually people spell it wrongly by using the Kia as K-I-A. It's K-I-Y-A, May Gaskia. All right. So, where do we start, Seth? Okay, I actually want to start from the last lecture. Mr. Onye is actually one of those guys that influenced my career, to be honest. When I started, two things about him that I liked. The first one is the way he put context to his image. If you study his work, you can learn a lot from that. He doesn't just post picture. There's always a story around that picture. And I see a lot of creatives make that mistake of, oh, beautiful Abuja picture. beautiful landscape of Kano. But what is the real story surrounding that landscape? What is the socio-economic activities around that landscape? A lot of people miss that, and I think it's one of those things I learned from him when I started. Then the second one is, when I started my career, is strictly photography, but he is the one person that inspires me to go into videography, because I see him as one of the photographers that transcend into videography, and I think you can learn that from him too. So that's that. Let's see if we can start with a little bit of introduction. But before I start the introduction, I want to ask a few questions here. Is this your first time at this festival? If this is your first time, raise your hand. Okay. Then, how many of us here are professional? By professional, I mean you are earning money from your career. Whether it is 1,000 naira or 500 naira, raise your hand. Good. If you are about to start your photography career, raise your hand. If you have been into this career 5 years downward, raise your hand. 5 years and above, raise your hand. If you are a photographer, strictly photography, raise your hand. If you combine both photography and videography, raise your hand. How many of us here are strictly videographers? Only one person. We got a lot of work. Okay, that's good. Anyway, let's first of all give credit to the organizers of this event. For me, when I started photography, I didn't get this kind of opportunity. I feel like if I've gotten an opportunity like this, my career would have accelerated way far beyond what it is today. I remember when I started then, you have to go to places like Lagos to get proper training. I was in KD, and just a young guy like that, I don't have money. So cost of even traveling, not to talk of paying instructors, was a difficult thing. And then down there in the north, we didn't have professional photographers that could teach us the idea of what modern digital photography is. Yeah, if you want to learn the old school manual film photography, you can get to those people. Then you have those people taking passports, the regular Uncle Bob's kind of studio. You see them around. But when it comes to professional digital photography, when I started, we didn't have guys around then. So I had to actually force myself to start learning on my own, taking advantage of my knowledge as a computer tech guy. So I could surf the internet, search, browse a lot of things. And this is why majorly most of my development, it's like, I don't want to call it self-trained, because I don't believe in that concept of self-trained. You must learn somehow from someone. So, but it's something like that anyway. And along the line, I was able to interact with a few people. So at my early start, because I usually search online, I learned mostly from the American photographers, their style of weddings, their style of photography, even commercial photography, I learned from them. Then a few people, one of the person too that I really studied his work was Kelechi Amadiobi, because then Kelechi Amadiobi was able to develop this platform for people to learn. He introduced a magazine called The Mania. I don't know if any of you know. I don't know if the magazine still exists though, but then the Mania was a collection of his work. He would put a portrait and explain certain things about it. So I used to purchase that magazine then, and then it helps me. So that aside, I started my photography career in Kaduna when I was in school, ABU student. I was studying sociology, and then I was just a computer tech guy. I fixed computer for people to earn a living to take care of myself. And one day I went to a wedding. I just kind of like reluctantly strolled into that wedding, and I saw a photographer from Lagos, and the way the photographer presents himself really inspires me. And to even make things better for me, I walked up to the guy, and then he showed me the picture of the bride he took, and I was really excited to even see the picture of the bride. And then I told myself, if I can feel this way, I'm just trying to imagine how the bride herself will feel when she looks at her picture. That feeling itself is one of the things that inspires me to want to learn photography. To be able to make people feel the way I felt that day was what actually inspired me. So, and then it was more of a fun thing for me then. I just wanted to do it for fun. Then we had this strike, which is why I always tell people, when school go on strike, it's like a blessing to you. Don't see it as a bad thing. It gives you opportunity to go and tap from other sources. So during the strike, in fact, 2 weeks into the strike, I was praying for the strike to last for a long time, for a while, because I needed that time. I dedicated that time to learning more about photography. So by the time I come back to school, we had a course called, I think it's a gents course, but it has to do with entrepreneurship. And then from there, I got the inspiration that I could build a career along what I love doing, which is my passion. Anyway, that changed my orientation. It actually changed my dream. I wanted to be a banker. I gave up that dream. And then I started thinking of becoming a photographer. So my focus was just more on learning, to just seek knowledge, things that will enhance my ability to become a better photographer. So by the time I finished school, I actually took a very bold decision. While my mates were looking for jobs, because then, yeah, as soon as you graduate, the next thing you want to look for a job. And that period, I think most of the jobs are usually coming from the banking sectors. But I took the step of saying, I want to shut down and focus on developing myself as a photographer. So I offered a deal to someone and said, look, why don't you set up a studio? I will run the studio for you. And the guy was a bit worried. He's a graphic artist. I've known him for a while, but he has the fund. So I told him, look, I can run a studio for you, and the studio will do well. And he said, am I sure? I said, yes. So we set up the studio in KD. Then in Kaduna, it was Studio 24. That was like the big studio then. And then, as at that time, I remember the most expensive picture then, maybe if you're paying for 5x7, you pay 250 naira for a 5x7 picture. When I started the studio, we were charging 1,000 naira. In fact, when I put that price, it was like, am I crazy? I said, no. I believe we can command that price based on the quality of the picture that we present to the client. And that's one of the areas I started building my strength. I always want to give my client a quality output for their work. And successfully, we started running studio, and people were paying 1,000 naira for a 5x7 print. And I remember as at then, when we started the studio, the first few months, I was the only staff in the studio. We had a whole compound. I'll clean the studio. I was the receptionist, the marketer, the gardener, the accountant, the editor, and the photographer. I was doing everything. But although the volume of work then wasn't much, but it was easier. I would take a picture, I'll give people a few hours. Before they come back, I'll go and edit the picture. The picture will be ready, delivered to them. When it is evening, we close. I'll attend to the garden. And at night, I was like the security guy there because my BQ also was in the studio. In the morning, I'll wake up, sweep, clean, do everything. Which is why today, I tell most of the guys training with me, anything I'm teaching you, any task I'm giving you, I've done it before. So I understand the task. There's nothing you can tell me. And for me, my story is not a story of when I was starting, I met my uncle, he gave me money to start photography. Look, think of the Nigerian typical story of the guy that comes from the street. That's my story. There is no different. There is anything we want to talk about. The Nigerian has that story. We are all that story. If you listen to music of people like them, Whiskey, they will tell you, this, all those guys. We can relate to all those stories, all our story. Anyway, from there, I worked in that studio for like 3 years. And in that 3 years, my salary was 30,000 naira every month. And I had my mom to take care of, my siblings to take care of. Anyway, in fact, at the point in time, I had to go and beg my mom. I said, all these things I'm doing for you, you need to be patient with me. Now, my income is limited, but give me time, I'll change things. And we did that for 3 years. And when it got to the point where I felt like I have a dream, I have a place where I want to get to. And I wanted the studio to be my platform for attaining that. But the person that owned the studio has a different view. I just realized, okay, we've come to that point where I'm looking this way, he's looking this way. So one of the things I did, which I encourage a lot of photographers to do, is I called him, I said, look, we have a target. As at then, we're making like, I think 350K monthly. No, 300 to like 700K, between 300 to 700K. And I came up to him, I said, look, I want us to move our revenue to like 2 million monthly. But I need you to put in place certain things. Like I have some people that I bring them in, I train them as volunteers. They learn photography under me, so they will help me work in the studio. And when they've acquired the knowledge, I felt there is need for me to integrate them into the system, so we'll be paying them, which means we'll increase our cost, our running cost. But the guy said no, that he thinks I'm overthinking it. Like, you know the way they talk, you young guys, you always think the X and Y is easier. This is theory, not practical. I said, okay. We were making average of 500K, and our running cost was less than 100K. So which means we're making profit. And then I'm saying, increase this running cost to like 750K. And I guarantee you every month I'll give you 2 million. In my head, my projected revenue was around even 3 million. He said, no, we can't do that. And then, reality of our life, me as at then, I've met one girl that started reminding me of, I need to settle down, I have to get married. I just started realizing that, okay, this thing comes with responsibility. So I tried to convince him, saying, no, I said, okay, let's do this. I'm giving you 1 year. Get somebody, I'll train the person can do what I'll be doing in 1 year. Once the person can fit into my shoe, I will move on. And then he agreed. So we had a deal that in that 1 year, he's going to give me a certain amount of money. Anyway, at the end of the 1 year, when I asked for my money, they said there was no money. I said, okay, no problem. I remember then, after all my years of work, I left with only my mattress and my desktop. I had nothing. I packed my things. Then I had my relationship with my guys in Lagos, and I've always loved the idea of working in Lagos. So I said, I want to go to Lagos and start my photography career. So I said, I want to go to Lagos and start my photography career. And I remember then I moved to Lagos, and my guys were like, okay, guy, how far now? What's the plan? Although then I have a side hustle. I practice karate, so I teach karate. So karate was helping me. Even while I was in school, I was one of the Lagos State athletes. So we're getting like monthly stipend from Lagos State, which was sustainable. So I was like, okay, I will start with karate classes while I'm hustling for my photography career. Luckily for me, less than, I think, 2 months, one of the clients that was hoping I would shoot her wedding called. And she was like, she asked after me, they said I traveled. She had to get my number from someone. So her wedding is coming up. And she wanted me to shoot the wedding. And I was like, oh, I've left that studio. And anyway, we negotiated. That was the first professional bill I got as per me under my home brand. And her deposit payment was what got me my first camera. That's how I started. So I started with my D90, 1755 Nikon. That lens, if you see that lens anywhere, respect it. And one speed light. That's why I went to KD, and then I went back to KD. When it was in KD, I went back to KD, got a few cameras, rented those ones, and then I shot the wedding. And the wedding they paid me like around almost 400K then. And I remember those days, you know, not like now. The prices of lenses as at 2013 was like $2,000. The price has not changed now. It's Nigeria that is doing us. And that's why it's also difficult doing business here. Anyway, that's how I started my career. Moved from Lagos. I'll come down to the north, and I was doing some shoots in Lagos. I wanted to settle down in Lagos until they broke my heart in Lagos. I packed my things, I moved back to Abuja. That's how I gave up in Lagos. Anyway, my career started in Abuja, so I moved on as a wedding photographer. I think I practically shot wedding in Nigeria in about 34 or 35 states in Nigeria within my wedding career. And around 2016, I got to that point where I said, wedding is not my long-time calling. I think I want to focus on documentary. That's one. And then for a personal reason, which maybe sometimes in the future I'll share it, I decided to slow down on wedding. And then I switched into photography. And along the line, I started shooting for the Emir of Kano. And then my experience there also opened my eyes to a lot of things that I felt like, this is who I am. Like, photography for me is not just about making money, it's also about making an impact. And in Kano, I saw the opportunity to make impact, to tell stories, use my photography to change narrative and influence ideas and also educate. So I decided to focus more, giving almost like 90% of my effort to documentary. And it started paying off during the COVID, because during COVID, I also took my time to, as at COVID, we already left Kano anyway. We left Kano, we're back to Abuja, they dethroned the Emir, I had nothing doing. It's almost like the business crashed because I've invested so much in Kano. And when I go back to Abuja again, I was thinking, where do I start from? Luckily for me, COVID came, so it gave me that break. And during COVID, I started learning more on videography. So halfway into COVID, I was already working. While a lot of photographers were struggling, I was getting jobs on documentary. A lot of these NGOs would send me, I'll travel to Maiduguri. I had pass because I had the media pass. So while people cannot travel, I could travel to many places. And every month, it's almost like, yeah, while other photographers were complaining anyway, I was making money because I diversified. So that's very, very important for you in your career. Photography is good to focus on one thing first, but along the line, these things are like tree with branches. Start exploring the branches once you've built the solid foundation. It will help you in a long way. So after COVID, the whole travel thing started booming. People wanted to travel because COVID had made them realize that you can't keep staying in one place. That desire to want to travel came up. And then because I've also invested earlier in international portfolio, I was able to sell myself to travel agencies and tourist company. So along the line, I ventured into travel. And as of today, I think I've done like 15 countries that I've done. Well, some I've worked for travel agencies, some I've worked for the country's tourism board in creating the tourism content for them. And hopefully by next year, I'm launching my actual travel company, which I intend to focus more on tourism. And again, thank you. My idea of tourism is not to take people to travel for fun. My idea of tourism also is in line with my value. I don't just want to take you to a country to just go and spend your money and enjoy your holiday and come back. I also want to look at what is it you can learn from that country and bring back home and develop yourself. So my tourism is also more of like a social impact as well, to educate people and give people opportunity to explore business opportunities. So hopefully next year we'll start that. Anyway, I think that's the summary of it all, Sha. And which brings me into what the whole lecture for today is all about. I gave you guys this background story so that you understand when I start talking about the topic of the day, which is ethic and professionalism in our career. Maybe you can relate with some of my stories and how it has helped me to get to where I am today. So, I'm going to look at this segment from two perspectives. One, we'll do the rush theory of what ethics and professionalism is all about, focusing on how this will help you with your client. The last part, which is very, very important, is you as an individual. How do you use this to protect yourself and make sure you're not just doing better, but you're living your dream? Because at the end of the day, I always tell every artist one thing. This thing starts with passion. You pick your passion. Oh, I'm doing what I love doing, right? Then you have to move to making money with your passion. If you are not making money with your passion, you'll be frustrated. You'll just be working every day. People are saying, you get like 1 million likes, but your account is going down. So you have to make money. But in the long run, the ultimate fulfillment comes from when you use your passion to make money and make impact. At the end of the day, that's the biggest fulfillment. If you make all the money and you can't look back and say, this is what I have, this is impact I've made with my skill, at the end of the day, trust me, it's not a scientific 100% thing, but 99% of time, you're likely going to end up with regrets. And if you don't want to end up with regrets, start thinking about impact. And you don't have to get there before you start making impact. In your own little way, carry somebody along. It starts from there. When you start seeing how you can transform other people, it gives you this boost and the energy to even want to do more. And trust me, it's rewarding. You always get back the reward. Which is why today you are having Abuja Photo Festival. The organizers are not doing it because they want to make money from you. Because at the end of the day, if you calculate from the first edition to this edition, the number of people who have benefited from it, it's something for the organizers. They will look back and beat their chest and say, this is what they've done. So, if we talk about ethics, there are a lot of things we can look at in terms of ethics, in terms of your authenticity, how genuine you are with your clients, how detailed and how honest you want to be with your client, and then, being explicit with everything you want to do with your client, respecting your client culture, things that means a lot to them. Don't just look at your client from value and how much they give you, but also respect who they are. I see a lot of photographers make that mistake, especially for some of our photographers that are not from the north. You're here in the north, and you're not trying to understand the culture of your client. You just want to impose your idea on the client. You always have conflict with your client, even if your client is not complaining. It's not because Mr. Onye is here. He's one of the guys that has left Lagos and go to the remotest village in Katsina or somewhere. You understand? I know people that he has worked for and how much he has done, and they still call him back because of how he make them feel. So respecting your environment matters. See, if you go online, you search ethics and professionalism, you see a lot of things. But I would like to focus more on the last part of this class because of time, which is you as an individual, your ethics and professionalism. Number one thing, your health. A lot of you, if you are in your 35, I'm in my 40. Hope I look 40. So, I'm 40. You get to your 40 or you're already in your 40. You know this body is like a machine that runs out with time, depending on how you maintain it. One of the critical areas I always talk to photographers is take good care of your health. If you're a photographer, right now, try to get a consultant, a physiotherapist. Also get a physiology. Know a lot more about your occupational hazard. You're going to get to that point where one day, you see this 7200, it's sweet to carry 7200 here and hold 24/70 here and move around, shoot, squat, do this, shoot. But what you're doing is you're damaging your body a lot of times if you don't understand the hazard associated with your occupation. Take time, if you can get a friend, sometime pro bono, do some free job for them, let them give you free consultation. But you need to understand that a lot of times we bend wrongly, we squat wrongly, we run wrongly, because it's the mind, it's your mind that is dictating your pace. You are not even concerned about your physical body. So you are walking, and then your mind says, this woman that is here, take picture. You just turn and take that picture. But what you're doing sometimes, if you don't know, is you're damaging your body. You don't want to get to a point where you finish making all the money, and now you are spending it to take care of yourself. Or you have not even made the money already having health issues. You understand? So it is very, very important you pay attention to your health. Do regular workout. You don't have to wake up and run the whole Abuja marathon. Sometimes 5 minutes. Learn to just do small sit-up. Even if it is 5, start from 5, maybe 10. Small push-up, just light jogging. Before you start your normal day, if you can have activities like weekly workouts, do it. These things will help you. I don't smoke. I don't drink. I did do the other one before, but I don't retire. So yeah, but the truth is, my lifestyle also helped me in protecting myself to where I am today. So this is very, very important. And then secondly, I want you guys, especially the guys, you know, based on my theory, I believe we have 2 brains. One up here, one in between our legs. You see the one up here can think emotionally, rationally. But the one down here, now emotionally, is very, very spontaneous. Some of you will deny yourself the opportunity to become maybe the future president photographer because you decided the girl that say, I like your job, you started to toast her. Learn to draw that boundary. That ethical practice helps you a lot. Girls and photography, they are like this, right? But a lot of times, it is not every girl that smiles at you, I like you because of your photography, is interested in dating you. So don't always abuse that. And a lot of times, one of the things girls, one of the things girls don't like is if they genuinely come to you as a friend and you decide to mess things up. So learn to be disciplined when it comes to women. One of the things that will finish your career as a photographer or videographer, now women, trust me. So for me, one of the things that helped me is that when I go to weddings, I don't see fine girls, I see picture. And that is how I got my next call. That's how I moved from wedding to working for a lot of families, because the same girl that I would have toasted at the wedding, she became my friend, and genuinely we talk. Like sometimes the G's they bring to me with their boyfriend G's, I don't think they discuss it with their friends. And then I would advise them sincerely. And these girls, their father is the director, is the manager, is the Senate president, is the House of Reps. That's how I got the job for somebody. It's not the one I'm doing on Instagram. The last 2 jobs I did, these jobs net like, okay, a plain t-shirt, but the clients are not on Instagram. It's their daughters. Daddy, you want to do this, call me Giskia. He knows this, he knows this. Do you understand? So genuinely build genuine relationship and see a lot of friends genuinely as friends and also opportunity that you can explore in the future. Nobody sells you better like a friend that care about you and I believe in what you're doing. And lastly, let's say last 2, finances. Learn to be disciplined financially. We always want to have the best camera, the best this, but you don't, sometimes it's not really what you need. What you just need is invest more, cut down on cost. Especially now in this era, you need to learn to cut down on cost. A lot of photographers, you bring them to come and work with you as an assistant. The first thing they are thinking is, I want to have my brand. I want to have my Instagram page. I want to do this. And then I want to leave. Until I have photographers that have worked with me, it is when they left that they realize they will pay rent, they employ secretary, they need to market, they need to buy equipment, and then they'll come back, bros, any job for me? I say, no, Shebi, you don't grow. Go and do your job yourself. Sometimes it's better you focus, in fact, most times it's better you focus on making money and building your knowledge. Look, when you get to that point, in one day, with the way the system is, you can enter the market. We don't have competition as far as the photography, videography industry is concerned. Most of us, we are in Abuja and Lagos. How many of you are in Katsina, Kano, Kebbi? If you open studios there, you run away from job. But we are all here, we want to make the Abuja money on social media. So, be disciplined financially. And last part, as I am now, Mr. Onye talked about AI. Trust me, we are not old school. We are into what is going on now. I call a lot of my young photographers. I say, look, I gave you a job to edit and you are taking 3 hours. There is this tool, use it. I don't have time to start at this stage. I can't be editing pictures. It's not a progress for me. But I know technologies, I know tools that I can use to edit picture. Within a short while, I can train somebody, I can employ a secretary and train her in less than 1 month, she will edit my picture for me. And she will edit it the way you that have been editing the past 4 years will do. There are tools. Learn a lot about these tools. Learn prompt engineering, it will help you. That's one key thing. Prompt engineering, if you go to platforms like Udemy or so, courses are like 3,000, 4,000 naira. You pay for it. Study at your own pace. Prompt engineering, learn it. Trust me, it will help you a lot in various, because that's the language itself for you to communicate with AI. If you don't have skills on prompt engineering, you just be here. There are 1,000,001 AI tools out there. You understand? And then another important tool, Canva. People make joke, oh, you can't. Look, I use Canva. Oh. In fact, Canva saved me a lot of cost. All those people I'm paying money to write proposal for me, write this, because me, I know the English person. But with Canva now, I'm doing a lot. It's saving me. Sometimes I meet a client, I'm talking to the client. Before we finish talking, I've dropped a proposal for him. I say, oh, I wrote this 2 weeks ago because I'm thinking one of these days, if I meet you, I will show you this. Sharply, I've done that. So learn those tools. There are a lot of editing softwares now that improves your work. AI is not taking your job. It's only going to make you better. And if you refuse to adopt to it, they will put you aside, and the future will move ahead of you. So I think for now, let's just call it end of the session here. Thank you.
Please keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. Thank you so much. Meigeskia. I hope I got it right this time. Thank you so much. One of the things I really enjoyed about the session is how practical it is. You know, the practicality of it all. I would have loved to ask more questions, but I'm sure we got something already from everything that he has said. Again, like I said, I'm not a photographer, but there are tips that I'm getting from here that I would run with, right? So those are, I need for us to have an open mind to be able to take in everything that is being said here. This is a fantastic masterclass, right? So we shouldn't live here and still struggle. You have been given tools to help you to better yourself, to better your life, to better your practice. So it's important that we take them very seriously. Now we're getting to a very interesting part of the program. I'm really excited about this. I've really been looking forward to it. And it is a film screening. We're going to be screening the film, The Rebates. And it is from the Public and Private Development Center, promoting the Home Vida Film Project. And so I'm going to be calling on Lady Munachi to come and help us and just take us through the screening of this film. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together as she comes forward. Lady Munachi, please. Thank you. Thank you. No, you can do better than that. If you are not jealous, please put your hands together. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. How is everyone feeling? Okay, my name is Munachi Okoro. I'm not a lady. I work with Public and Private Development Center. You can see our logo there. It's the half eye. And what we do is we are a non-profit and social enterprise that tries to promote a transparent and accountable government in Nigeria. That's what we try to do. And we're very excited to be partnering with the Abuja Photo Festival for this year. And we hope to actually partner and continue to partner with this platform because we see it as a unique platform to continue to encourage young storytellers to keep doing what they do. So at PPDC, we have a couple of program areas, and one key one is our Behavioral Change Partnership Program, which is where we have a Home Vida project. Home Vida is a platform where we train young filmmakers who are also storytellers, just like yourself, to create films that have strong ethical themes. So these themes basically try to tell stories that really impact society. It could be across gender-based violence. It could be about maybe just good governance or just anything around ethical living, right? And the film you're about to watch is a film project that was done by masterclass film students of 2020. The film is called Rebirth. Would like you to just sit back and watch. It's a short film. And afterwards, we can talk more about the Home Vida project, what we do, our impact, and how many filmmakers we hope to keep training soon. Thank you very much.
The rerun elections for the Yanga Mainland 01 seat in the Yanga State House of Assembly is in progress, and the air is tense. This election is coming after the 17th May election, where Honorable Olumide Ajasa, emerged winner, was declared inconclusive.
How you doing? How you doing? Well done. How you people doing?
Just manage it. This is what we have in the house. I beg, try I beg.
I don't want to drink this Gary anymore. Every day is Gary. Mommy, I'm tired. Don't worry, mommy. When I start my menial job, I will buy you big turkey. Maybe you love big turkey now. I will buy you car. I will buy you house.
I know they go buy her. Not be you. I know they go buy her. I beg, just try chop.
Mommy, but if I drink this Gary, you'll be happy.
Of course now. Thank you.
Reports reaching our studios confirm that Honorable Olumide Ajasa is dead. The flag bearer of the Democratic Party of Nigeria was abducted and killed by unknown forces. Speaking earlier to the press, the Commissioner of Police Sunday Ogun gave his word that the perpetrators would be brought to justice.
This is why I say exactly that M delivers.
He's assured the citizens of the state that the reign of terror of the unknown gunmen would soon be a thing of the past. Speaking on behalf of Governor Yonju, Thanksgiving Ukot, the special assistant to the governor on media and publicity, made this remark during a press conference in the wake of the rising tension in the state. He pointed out that the governor has not forgotten his promises to the people of the state, as security of life and property is top on the list of the governor's many things agenda. Salvation has finally come to the people of the
have you seen this girl? She's just all over the internet.
Representative Honorable Isaac Olayenka, who is a proud
I don't know why we let these people use us as pawns. We collect paltry concessions from them, and then 4 years later, we suffer for it.
Whoa, give me! They always have something to say. Kilamodemo. Do they know how difficult it is to run a state? Just imagine. That reminds me. Have you sorted that problem?
No, sir.
Why? Listen, do it immediately. Okay? Have some drinks, my friend. These difficult people go around the state. Nonsense people. Talking just. Chef!
Aha! How are you, my friend? How's your mommy? It's all right. Yeah.
Jesus! Jesus! Yes, you're going to meet with him very soon.
Bros,
where's the document?
Bros,
Shut up your mouth!
I don't want to meet him now, bros. Meeting Jesus apart from church, not terrible. Bros, I beg, I'm a young man. I am a young man.
You should have thought about that very well before you turned it into a rat. Hand me that briefcase now. I said, hand me that.
Bros, my family, my wife, my
Bring
children.
it. Give it to me.
Bros, look, you talk and bros, I beg. Now, God, I still beg you. We can settle it and make it believe. How much? How much, bros? Let's talk about price, bros. Bros, I beg. Bros, I beg, I beg you, I beg.
You must be mad. You think I'm here to joke with you?
The body of Engineer Warre was discovered in his car this morning. Details after the break.
Honorable Alaka, how are you doing? Very well. I'm sure you've heard the news, right? Yes. That is what happens to anyone who double-cross me in the state. Over 40 worry. Pata forí sọ ẹyin kàn ẹyin forí sọ àpáta ẹyin ẹ ló máa fọ́ dànù. Nonsense. Má bínú jàre, okay, you know what? Just tell that your boy to bring the proposal tomorrow, first thing in the morning. That's a done deal. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. Then later. Hey. Nonsense.
Governor Yonju Badru has reiterated that the many things promised by his
Hey, babe.
Babe, you said you were going to call me back.
Yeah, I'm sorry, darling. I actually dozed off.
Tough day, huh?
Yeah. Been a bit busy.
I received the money. Thank you so much.
Will you please stop thanking me like this? You know it's my job to take care of you and our baby. Huh?
And who takes care of you? Midday?
I cannot do myself. It's my job as a man.
But you're still my baby. And I miss you. Dammy misses you a lot too.
You know, I really wish I could be there with you people.
You can. Midday, if you really wanted to.
You're saying it as if it's that simple. It's not.
Life is all about choices, darling. And these choices are usually not easy. Anyway, I just might have a surprise for you soon.
Okay. What's that?
If I tell you, it wouldn't be a surprise now, would it?
Alright, fine. You win. See, I really miss you so much. But I even love you more.
I love you too, baby. Good night.
Good night, my love.
Allow these people whose children live abroad use you to destroy things in our country? How can you continually allow them to have power over you, to use you to...
Princess, Daddy will be so happy to see you. Yes. Are you excited?
Yes, Mommy.
That's my girl. I know you're very tired now. We will rest soon, okay? What do you want? Where do you want to go to? You want to go back to America?
No.
Do you want pizza?
Yes.
Pizza and what? Driver, I beg, small now. Pizza and ice cream. So sing for mommy. Oh God, small now.
Sprinkles on them.
Wow. Let me get you pizza.
I beg, no shout for me. No doctor. No doctor. I beg.
Oh my God, no. What's going on? What is she doing? Nurse, please, where are the doctors? You need to do something, please. Where are the doctors?
Doctor, not there now.
Are you serious? I need somebody to please attend to my wife.
Your family.
Exactly, I just told you now she's my wife. You're asking me if she's my family.
Form.
Are you stuck raving mad? What bloody form are you talking about? My friend, move! Move! Please, you have to do something. Check her for me, Nothing has happened to her, please. Check her very well now, please. How is she?
Oga.
How is she?
Well done, Daddy.
Hey! No, it's not possible. It's not possible. It's not possible. Nurse! Please, my wife was not dead.
Your scoop is don't show.
Mama?
Your scoop is not show.
No be that man wey always campaign for that bad chairman.
I beg, leave that one. Make we go inside, draw. Make we go. School fees don't dey here. Wetin be that one?
Like I was saying, Your Excellency.
Yes.
What do you have to say to people who have been claiming that your administration has not done anything for the past 4 years?
Hey, look, my people should be fair to me now. Look, the last administration didn't do anything. In fact, they left me nothing. But you know, as we promised, we have done all that we have promised. We promised total transformation. And if you remember in my manifesto, just around one of the, I think the 5th point, I promised many things.
Yeah, fine. Package from the boss.
Midday, my boy. Please accept my deepest condolences. I hope you received the gifts I sent across.
You know, these recent events have got me thinking.
Thinking about what?
Everything. I want out and I want all this to stop.
Are you out of your mind? You know, I actually know that you're grieving at this time, you know, but it's all right. Have a drink with me and don't worry, you'll soon be all right, okay?
Do you know why? Do you know why I call myself Eru?
Because you're Lumide Alade, the one who will instill fears in people.
Indeed. But I also have heavy burden to carry. Your burden.
A small price that you have to pay for all that I've given to you.
I've always thought that you have a lot in common with the devil. You give and then you take 1,000-fold.
The devil only takes what belongs to him.
No. That was the same deluded way of thinking that got him thrown out of heaven.
And he is the king of the whole earth.
No. You're Jew.
What?
Now he's burning in the lake of fire for all eternity. And I, Olamide Alade, do not want to burn with him.
Olamide, turning into a pastor overnight won't change who you really are. I'm sure you know that. There is no out. You're in this or dead. Your choice.
Checkmate. Now, your choice. I have nothing to lose.
Hey, Olamide, look, I have a job for you. Midday! I have a job for you. I'll see me shortly.
How could this have happened?
In Yanga State, most especially the killing of Engineer Mori.
What can you for me, John? Kiloshi, look up, will you stop playing that? Nonsense. This boy has ruined me. This boy has ruined me. I hear me, me, ba me. Hey. No. We must do something about this. Look, I hear me.
Killing of Engineer Mori, the contractor who was murdered in cold blood.
It's high time we started charting a new course.
Yes.
We are tired of the oppression.
Yes.
I mean, we don't have a voice. Yes. We are tired of the retrogression.
Yes.
We are saying no to
bad government. Bad government.
At this point, we are going to the streets.
Yes.
We raise our voice.
Yes.
We say, Yonju what?
Resign. Resign. Resign.
Massive protests rocked the streets of Yanga State as evidence tying Governor Yonju to multiple murders, including those of Honorable Olumide Ajasa and Engineer John Morie, have been released earlier this morning by Anonymous. So please tell me, how do you feel about the incident happening?
You see, we the youths of Yanga, we are tired.
Yes.
I say we are what?
Tired.
We are tired of their politics.
Yes.
You see, we are finally woken up from our nightmare. We are claiming our dreams.
Yes.
We are tired of the corruption.
Yes.
We say no to what? Corruption. No to what?
Corruption.
We say Yonju must be impeached.
Yes.
We say what? Yonju must be impeached. We not go agree, yo.
We not go agree.
We not go agree, yo.
We not go agree.
Yonju must go.
We not go agree.
We not go agree, yo.
We not go agree.
Proceedings for the impeachment have begun as evidence linking Governor Yonju to the notorious thug Olamide Alade hit the internet early this morning.
We not go agree.
We not go agree.
Yonju must resign.
We not go agree.
We not go agree.
We not go agree.
Thank you so much. Please, can we put our hands together? No, 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 no. That was an entire movie you just watched. This cannot be your reaction to the movie. Please, can we put our hands together? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So earlier I introduced her as lady, and she said she's not a lady. So I wanted to ask you, what are your pronouns? I'm joking. All right, so again, we're going to be inviting Munachi upstage to tell us a little bit about the film, and also Mr. Osaze FA. Please, can we put our hands together for them? Be excited. Be excited. Be more excited. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. How was it? Actually, for the first time in the history of the Abuja International Photo Festival, we're actually screening a film. Please, can we adjust the other mic? Okay, I think we're going to check it now.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you so much, Munachi. And
Thank
of
you.
course, many thanks to PPDC.
Thank you.
For partnering with the festival.
Yes.
And most importantly, for the work that you do. As a communication expert that you are, why is it important that a young voices about critical narrative around critical narrative about our society is amplified?
Well, I think that it's very critical for young voices to be amplified because they are the future. There's no way you can make a change without really starting with young people. And that's why at Home Vida we target the young filmmakers who are really, setting out to start telling stories. Because at the end of the day, they are the ones that will keep telling stories for a longer period of time, more than the already established filmmakers that we have today. So we focus on young people, and I think it's so important that young people, learn now to tell ethical stories. It doesn't matter whether it's true film. Storytelling is so broad. There are various means of storytelling. You can use music to really, tell ethical stories around things happening in, our community, in our country, in Africa, and in the world, really. So it's very, very important that young people are in the conversation of things happening, because we really look up to them to, shaping what our future will look like. And we need those narratives out there. Yeah.
Thank you so much. One of the areas that we have found to be a bit of a challenge is in the area of, the aspect of distribution.
Okay.
Yeah, people will tell the stories, but how do they get the materials to the right audience and the right audience at scale?
Okay, so distribution is a challenge across all storytelling mediums. It's not just, with photography. First of all, I feel that before we even start whatever project we're doing, because I also see myself as a creative too, you need to map out your audience. Funding is a key issue in the creative business. We know we all need funds to do things. To shoot this film, it may have been a short story, but definitely I'm sure at the beginning you saw some donor, branding there. So we need to be able to target specific, people that we want to buy into those products. So do you want to tell stories for a non-profit? Go out there. There are non-profits there that are actually looking for documentary filmmakers, looking for photographers to actually help tell their stories. And there are calls all the time. And even if there are no calls, you can actually go and pitch yourself. Because these distribution platforms are not waiting for anybody. I know these days we have the Netflix, we have the Amazon Primes, but then you only find the very big and established and well-connected filmmakers with their projects out there. But you need to take a step to put your content out there. We also have, this new crop of influencers who are pushing out content through YouTube, and making money out of it. There's a hack. So I feel that we need to constantly tailor to certain audiences and also learn how to market. I know that the earlier speaker today spoke about marketing. It's very, very important. No matter the niche you're actually, on right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bondichi. Speaking of production and distribution, that requires quite an amount of money to make.
Absolutely.
And putting that in the context of the economic realities we face right now. Like we were discussing yesterday, that it is difficult to create when you're hungry.
Absolutely.
So what is organizations like PPDC and a couple of other development organizations out there doing to provide the financial support for independent photographers and filmmakers to create content worth seeing and hearing?
Okay. So I would say that you can actually make something when you're hungry, because your hunger will inspire you to create a very different, version of something. But organizations like PPDC are actually working using various platforms like master classes, because we believe that you need to train. You need to have knowledge to be able to do what you want to do. And then we have the platform through Home Vida where we train filmmakers. Till date, we've trained over 600 filmmakers. Some of them are very established. Some of our films have actually gone out there to win international awards, have been premiered on international platforms, even local awards too. And you would find some really established filmmakers who have passed through Home Vida. Some you may have recognized their names or seen them. Some of them are so big right now, we can't even afford them. But Home Vida was where they started their platform. What we do is to train, give them knowledge, give them the platform, and then we have, within that masterclass, they win. We have like a competition, and then at the end of the day, there's something that comes out of it. So these films are like the products of those who won the masterclass. So every year there are people who win either through script writing or who are excellent producers that come together to produce films. So this is one of those products, and to date we have over 30 short films that are available on our YouTube page for you to view later on. But that's one platform. That's how we actually give them the opportunity to create, even though sometimes we may not be able to give them the funds directly. That's one platform. Like I said, I mentioned earlier, there are also other calls, to collaborate, to produce things around projects. Because when you work for non-profits, donors like storytelling. We know that donors want to see stories. And we believe that by partnering with young filmmakers, young photographers, they can come in and tell stories from a very, very different, perspective that donors want to see. And that's why you'd find, people being moved by human interest pictures. Those pictures can only be told by professionals like everyone here in the room. So I want to encourage everyone here to keep on telling stories. Documentary photography sells. Documentaries sell. They are really big, they are really big platforms really to make money. Yeah.
Interesting to hear that, because for the most part, we want to do the weddings, we want to do portraits,
yes,
great as they are.
Yeah.
But the work that we do at Art for Humanity and of course Abuja Photo Festival is centered around documentary photography.
Absolutely.
When the good story is told, the money will follow.
I agree.
That's one of the things we are so sure of. Listening to you, it's quite clear that there's going to be points of collaboration. Absolutely. Between PPDC and Art for Humanity and of course Abuja Photo Festival.
Absolutely.
But finally, on a broader scale, so that our audience can see what PPDC does and see how their work fits into that. On a broader scale, can you just speak to what you guys do at PPDC?
Okay. So PPDC is a non-profit and a social enterprise. We're 20 years now. And we work around 4 key program areas. One is procurement governance. That's like something we're really known for. We're like a thought leader in that in Nigeria. Another one is digital governance. And another is access to justice. And the final one is behavioral change partnerships, where we have the Home Vida initiative under. Besides that, we also build a couple of tech tools. We have like a financial platform called GWAP. And we also have a project management platform called Amebo, that is like the international Asana on, the Trellos and Kanban boards. Yes, so we have those tools, and those are the things that we do. And we are constantly trying to innovate and see how to empower Nigerians. All our program areas actually center around one thing: encouraging the citizens to know their rights, encouraging them to know how to demand for an accountable governance in Nigeria. That's one key thing that we believe in, and that's one thing that we do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Munachi, for visiting the festival, and thanks again to PPDC for their partnership.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
We look forward to not just the festival, other points of collaboration between now and the festival in a way that creates opportunities for the members of our community and, of course, the home video community.
We look forward to that. We really want to work with a lot of photographers, a lot of documentary photographers, and please follow us across our platforms. With Instagram, we're with PPDC_NG, and then
PPDC_NG.
Yes, on Instagram and on Twitter. And then for Home Vida, we are Home Vida Awards on Instagram, and on X, we are Home Vida_awards. Our websites are www.ppdc.org, and then for Home Vida is homevidaawards.org. Please follow our platforms. Next year, we'll be doing another call for masterclass for filmmakers. It will be good to see some faces from here join us. At least we'll know that this outing was quite impactful for us. We believe that storytelling is a huge medium, and we always want to look for very creative ways to keep on telling the Nigerian stories the right way. The right Nigerian stories, really. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Munachi. Nice speaking with you.
Thank you so much.
We'll pass the mic now over to Brenda, who will introduce the next session.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you for that very, very interesting session. One of the things that I have really enjoyed with the Abuja Photo Festival is the fact that it is so broad. It covers so many areas, and you can tell that there's a lot of intentionality in bringing this festival your way. And so that's why I'm really excited about the next session. If you were here yesterday, you remember I said that I used to be a lawyer, right? But some of us left the field and we started to do other things. But then when I see people who are lawyers, I now get something in me I'm like, this used to be me. So if I was still in my field, I probably would be on the panel. But, it is what it is. Nigeria happens to all of us. But we're going to be talking about intellectual property next. And this is very important because as photographers, you also need to know what your rights are, right? And you also need to know where the lines are drawn so that you don't cross those lines on intellectual property. But I'll be calling the people who are very well versed in that aspect to speak more on this. I don't know, I can't really see him in the hall right now, but if Folarin Aluko is around, please can someone help me call in Folarin Aluko? He was seated at the back a few minutes ago. All right, you can't miss him. He's here already. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together as we invite Mr. Folarin Aluko to the mic. Please keep clapping until he gets here. Thank you so much. I know you don't need to climb the stage. It's okay.
Thank you very much, Brenda. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Folarin Aluko. I am a lawyer. I'm a legal practitioner. I'm an IP lawyer. And I am here with the Intellectual Property Lawyers Association. We are very, very happy, very glad to partner with the Abuja International Photo Festival. We're really excited to be in the room with creatives because, that's one of the best places to be. A few years ago, there was some research that was done on, yes, please. Okay. I won't be speaking for long.
That's fine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So some research was done, and it was revealed that when people get credit alerts, okay, I can see Mr. Okeke. Good afternoon, sir. When people get credit alerts, have a way of improving your mental state. How many of us agree with that? In fact, when you get a text message, you want to make sure it's a credit alert. You know, and then some years ago, a friend he set up something called Lawyers Alert, which is an NGO that provides lawyers to people who need a lawyer, you know, so Lawyers Alert. So you may receive a Lawyers Alert. But I asked him, are people usually happy when they get Lawyers Alert? You know, he hasn't answered that question till today. But interestingly, we at Intellectual Property Lawyers Association, Nigeria, set up what we call an IP clinic, IP and business clinic. And what that clinic is it's an opportunity for us to provide pro bono legal services, so free of charge, to persons who are in the creative community, those of us in this room. And with the experiment this year, expanding the conversation around the International Photo Festival to also include storytelling from music and from the arts and from other parts of the creative space, we thought it would be a good idea to partner with the festival. And so we have a desk here. So I'm not here alone. I have my very erudite and fantastic colleagues, Dr. Khadijat, who is here. Please stand up. Can we give her a round of applause, please? You're very welcome. And Ms. Damilola Alabi, who is also here with her. So I'm supposed to say a few words about the association and our clinic. If you wouldn't mind, I would like to invite Ms. Damilola Alabi. She's a better storyteller than I am. Ms. Damilola Alabi. I should also mention that Ms. Damilola is the current publicity secretary of the Nigerian Bar Association, Garki branch. She's the former National Welfare Secretary of the NBA Young Lawyers Forum National. She's a member of the board of the Lawyers with Disabilities. She's a member of the board of the forum. So she's former this, former that, future many things. Damilola Alabi, please. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. My name is Damilola Victoria Alabi, and I'm going to be saying a few things about the Intellectual Property Lawyers Association of Nigeria. So at the core of what we believe is the power of the human intellect. We believe that you have enough in your mind that you can profit from, not just now, even after you're no longer on this side of eternity. I mean, till today, people talk of the intellectual property worth of creatives like Michael Jackson. We talk of the intellectual property worth of even Kobe Bryant till today. And we are very privileged to be partnering with the Abuja International Photo Festival in this regard. At the Intellectual Property Lawyers Association, over the years, we have championed the cause through policy reform to put the creatives at the forefront of profiting from what their mind produces. For those who are not aware, there's a new Copyright Act, which for photographers, that's a very interesting law. It gives you more rights than you think you had over what you produce from your camera and shutters. That is one of the things that we are here to help you understand. And we have a stand at the back. Over the years, we have championed causes. For instance, the association has been at the forefront of fighting against cultural appropriations. There was an organization in the United Kingdom that wanted to trademark the name Yoruba so that they have the exclusive right to use it. As an association, together with frontline cultural leaders in Nigeria, an opposition was put up against that because it will now be regarded that Nigerians, Yoruba and Nigerians, can no longer use the word Yoruba once the trademark is successful. We're successful with that opposition and that failed. So now Yoruba is the exclusive preserve of Yoruba people, not somebody in the United Kingdom who thought to take that over. The same thing with the bata drum. For those who are from the southwestern Nigeria, it is believed that that is the traditional drum of the god of thunder. Shango is the god of thunder, I assume. As an association, there was a move to appropriate that as well and regard it as the root of the salsa dance. As an association, we fought that. And so at the root of what we do, we don't just look out for what the lords can do. We are also at the forefront of, we're more like the vigilantes. We look out for what somebody's doing somewhere that we know has an impact on the intellectual property, on the rights of our collective, not just cultural, what we produce, what we do, what we believe as a people. in Nigeria. So once again, we have a stand at the back. If you'd like to consult with us, we want you to know that what you produce, what you do, what you spend your time and intellect doing has far more value than you currently even know or you're placing on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dami. So I would please encourage all of us to spend time. You can get free consultation from a lawyer, free of charge. You don't have to pay anything. So just walk to the stand at the back there. You can see the very colorful, I hope our banner is colorful. You can see the colorful banner right there at the back. Please stop. Just ask any question. You know, can I sue Osaze, for example? You can ask, you know, and you will get a response. So thank you very much. I believe there's supposed to be a panel on intellectual property. Yes, so do I hand over to you, Brenda? Okay, thank you very much.
All right, please let's put our hands together for him. These are my colleagues, you know. I like to remember it every time I see you guys. Like, yeah. We used to meet in courts those days, you know. All right, so we're going to a very interesting panel session, still on intellectual property. I'm just going to call the names of the people who are meant to be on the panel, and please just do me the honors of putting your hands together as I call them forward. From the Copyright Commission, representative of the Director General, please let's welcome Joy Ogbona. Let's put our hands together for her. Is Joy Ogbona here? Okay. Also, I have the representative of the Registrar, Federal Ministry of Industry, Trades and Investments. You're welcome. The representative of Registrar, Federal Ministry of Industry, Trades and Investments, in the person of Chris Okeke. He is the principal assistant to the Registrar. Please let's put our hands together. You're welcome, sir. If they clap for you like this when you go for a program, I'm not sure you'll be very excited. All right. Also, I want to invite on stage Tamilare Gapsiso. If Gapsiso is here, please let's put our hands together for her. You look so pretty. You're welcome. Also, we have Ibrahim Yisa. Ibrahim Yisa. Please let's put our hands together for Ibrahim Yisa. Okay. Last but not the least, I have Sodiq Adelakun. Please, can we put our hands together for them? Sodiq Adelakun. Okay. So who's moderating the panel? Oh, you are. All right. So I'm going to hand over the microphone to you. Let's put our hands together for them. I need energy in the room. Energy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. It's nice to see you guys. So my name is Tem Larry. You can call me Tem. I'm an intellectual property lawyer myself. And before we go on with the session, I'd actually like to say I'm excited to meet you, sir, in person. We've actually met like twice when I was still a law student. that was many years ago. But yeah, it's very nice to see you today, sir. And I would like to say thank you to everyone on the panel. Good morning, good afternoon. Good afternoon. So before we commence, I would like us to introduce ourselves in detail. The reason I say in detail is because I believe that many of us have specific achievements that a lot of the photographers here need to know about. There are a lot of untold stories. So briefly, I would like to hear about some of the things that we have done, especially the things that we know are not in the public domain, because I noticed that a lot of us here are quite private. So because of that, I would actually like to hear from us. What are the things that you've done, the things that you know that everybody here should know about, things that they should know that are possible? So beginning with you, sir.
In the copyright context. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sodiq Adelakun. I'm a visual journalist based in Nigeria here. I would like to tell you that one of the things that has actually helped me in my career is just to be a storyteller. Being a storyteller has opened doors for me in places that I would never have thought that I'm going to gain entrance into the place. Because when I tell a story, I've put my mark in that room without me being there forever. And I've echoed my name in the history of photography. So whatever you do, always do things that would put your name in the sands of time. No story is worth our life, but our life is worthy of a good story. So that is my own take for now.
Hi, my name is Ibrahim. I'm an enthusiast, let me call it that. When I got the invitation from Osaze on this, I knew I'd be coming to meet very creative people. So I have a brother who runs a studio. He just left, but he'll be back now. So I've always been in and around the photography space, but currently I'm looking at it more from the consumer and the policy side. So I guess that's why I'm here, and I'm glad to be here. By the way, I took your course. It was really nice. Everybody should take her course. She has a course listed on Udemy on valuation of intellectual property. I took it. It's nice.
Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, I'm so happy anytime I'm come around, I'm called to come and say one thing or the other in respect to intellectual property. Be protected under copyright. As I'm coming from Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, we have some criteria or some element of trademark registration, which is your brand, even creative designs, industrial designs. So as we discuss further, I will let you guys know the importance of protecting your works through trademark or industrial designs. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mrs. Joy Ogbonna. I work for the Nigerian Copyright Commission, the legal department, and we got this invitation. We're very happy to be here to educate you on the importance of registering your works with us and your role in the creative industry. It's going to be a very exciting time with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So from what we have heard, we can see that the CV on this stage alone is heavy. And to be very honest, these are people that you will not encounter on a daily basis. So I would actually like us to take our time to actually focus and pay quality attention to everything that we're going to be discussing today. And with that, I would like to introduce myself again. Like I said, my name is Tem Larry Gapsiso. I am an entertainment and intellectual property lawyer here in Abuja. I also have a platform called Larry's Cafe. Now, Larry's Cafe is a platform for creative education. Creative education in the sense that I teach creatives and I also teach professionals what to do, how to work with creatives and things like that. So, but before we stand up and tell us why you think these laws don't work, just very briefly, before we continue with the panel session. Anybody at all? Okay, and there's someone there. Please, can anyone help me give him a mic? Someone's at the back that wants to speak. He's at the back, over there. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Panelists. So the reason why I say I don't think it works is I'll start with the roadside artworks. I've seen a work of a friend who is an artist in Lagos. His works printed on whatever canvas it was printed and put by the roadside. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if the law works, who checks those people to know where they get those works from and if they have the permission to do that? Because it did not make sense that someone in Lagos took a very creative photo that looks like an art, a drawing, a painting, and I'm seeing it by the roadside in Life Camp Roundabout. It doesn't make any sense. So who checks that? If the law works, is that not one way to check? So I'm also asking a question as I'm saying that.
Okay, so if the law works, who is supposed to check that? I believe that yes.
Thank you very much, and sorry about your work that's at Life Camp, where that your friend's work that's just displayed in Life Camp. The truth is, the Nigerian Copyright Commission cannot be everywhere. The law works. There's a new Copyright Act. It was enacted in 2022 and is very, very active. Now, when you saw the artwork, what did you do? We are very open to receive complaints from stakeholders, from creators, from you who just passed by and saw the work. You have a right to come to the commission and report to us. Now, who checks those works? We have enforcement. We have the enforcement team, the operations department. We have very active and proactive enforcement team that goes around from time to time to check some of these works. We have arrests. We've apprehended a lot of containers at the border. You see, from time to time, you see the news. If you want, go to our website, www.copyright.gov.ng. You see a lot of containers we've apprehended. So sometimes when we don't see these things, it's your responsibility to report back to us, to complain to us, and we'll take proactive measures. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, sir.
Please, I want to respond to this issue. You know, generally, as a general rule, it is the owner of the work or owner of the intellectual property rights that has the right to enforce it. You have to checkmate your work. If we have some regulatory agencies that can help you, that have the, if it happens to be a criminal issue, or the act empowers the regulatory agencies to enforce it on your behalf, it's you that will bring the complaint before them. If, like trademark, patent, and design, they don't have enforcement power. But copyright, they have enforcement power. You can approach the commission, give them all the particulars of infringement. They can enforce it on your behalf. But for trademark, patent, and design rights, it's you that will go to approach the registry or go to court to enforce your right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So, thank you. So I would actually like to.
Can I?
Yes.
Can I? Okay.
Yes.
Thanks. Thank you very much. So coming from the enthusiast angle, I'm not as creative as them. The ownership of the copyright, has it been established to be with the artist or the creator of the work? And how does it derive? You know, for instance, if I come and say, I took this picture, I've seen 10 copies of it over there, go and arrest them. And I cannot show that it is my work. How do things like that work?
Thank you very much. That brings us to what copyright is. What really is copyright? Copyright is when, let me bring it to the simplest, let me use the simplest example. I have an idea in my head to write a book, maybe the title of the book, how people should age, or something on health. You take a topic and you have the idea, you conceive the idea. You write the book, you expend time, you expend effort to put that book. Sleepless night, you write, 1 page, 2 page, 50 pages, you produce the book. It now comes out in a fixed medium. It becomes tangible. It can be perceived. It can be reproduced. That automatically gives you copyright. You have copyright over that work. It's automatic. The creation of that work, the time you expended, the maybe money, the effort you have put in, and the fact that you have now produced it, you have now put it in a tangible form, that gives you copyright automatically. You have copyright over that work. Then the next step, we usually advise people to come to Copyright Commission. It's not mandatory. The fact that you don't come to the commission to register your work does not mean you don't have copyright over that work. The copyright over that work is automatic. Now you take the next step to come to Copyright Commission and register, do an e-registration with the Copyright Commission. That gives us maybe a data, we'll be able to have a data bank of all our works. Automatically, when you fill the form, it gives you permission. You are now the owner of the work. So the owner of the work is just to establish originality. That you are the original owner of that work. That establishes originality. So from there, you can report to us. We take it up from there. If you do not authorize the reproduction, the publishing, the translation, the adaptation of your work, if you don't authorize it, those other photographs you see there, it is infringement. They are infringing on your work. What constitutes infringement is that authorization, that consent. Does it answer your question?
Yes.
If I don't give you consent, you see those are pictures. You said you saw pictures, some pictures here and there, everywhere, and you were not the one. It's not from you. That, and you are sure it's your work. You have to establish ownership. That's infringement. You can establish ownership. Yes, when you go further, when there's a dispute, they will now ask. It will now resort to that e-registration you did. Most of the time, when there maybe two people who did first, who did not do second, so the issue of e-registration now comes up. However, when there's infringement, when you do not give authorization, when you don't give consent for your work to be reproduced. But if you give consent, fine, nobody has infringed on your work. But if you do not give consent, whatever they are doing is infringement. Thank you.
Please, if I may say, we have two aspects of intellectual property. One is copyright, the other aspect is industrial property. Industrial property comprises of trademark, patent and designs, plant varieties, geographical indication, and trade secret. For copyright, yes, the work is already embedded in you as soon as you make it. We call it fixation sometimes. We use the word fixation. But for trademark, other aspect of industrial property, you have to approve the office that is in charge of its registration and get it registered for you to have right of enforcement. That's what I can add on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would actually like to hear what your perspective is.
Thank you. See, basically, I just feel like in the world we are today, we have a lot of young people who are digitally savvy, and sometimes they just feel like for copyright to work, it has to be something that is automatic. When I say automatic, what I mean is the fact that once you integrate your content into a space, and automatically it's detected that this thing is owned by another person and it knocks you off that app, it's something that I feel like we should take to the next level. The young man made an example about something, but unfortunately he's not in a digital platform. He's just in a physical setting. So that probably can work very quickly in the example she set. And I quite agree with her with all the rules and the procedure she made through. But in other forms, I think it can work faster if it's in a digital setting, whereby, for example, if there is a news that you upload that has a textual and visual information on Google, there are some countries whereby the laws of the countries, once you are the first person that upload that thing and it authenticates that you are the first person that puts it, any other person that replicates it is going to automatically take it down. That this thing is not so person, and under the copyright law of the country and in the digital setting of the thing, it's going to automatically remove it. Even, for example, you are making use of maybe you are making a reels on Instagram, you are making someone's audio, and you don't put it there that the audio doesn't belong to you. You just see that it's upload 1 minute, the next minute is not there anymore. They tell you that you do not own the copyright of the song, so you cannot use it to market your brand. You understand? Because the person has already copyrighted the content, probably under the laws of the country, if it's Nigeria, if whatever. So if you pass through all this process, just like you have said, if it's in a digital setting, the content automatically gets its verdict very fast. Unlike in the physical form, whereby you have to take the thing into another context. Maybe you take it to a procedure of going to the NCC. Maybe once you on your site, you take a picture of it before the person denies it. Then you take it to this is what I saw, this thing belongs to me. I have the original copy of it. And also, one thing for photographers and visual storytellers, one thing I would like to educate them about is the fact that You see, irrespective of whether you are using your phone or you are using your camera, never you delete anything that you've taken. Because you see, when you take 5 images at a go, pam, 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 everything has information, and IP information, and the geographical context of the thing. So once the person said, no, this image doesn't belong to you, I also have, maybe it looked alike, you will not argue. When they get to the court of law, when you present it, the information on that thing will show the geographical location, there's an app for it, and even the image, the image, maybe for example, you have about 1,000 images on your iPhone, and the one you took about 10 seconds ago is showing image 10051, 10052. The moment you delete that 10052, it shows that probably you also obtained it for someone. But the moment everything is, there's a reading in the number, no. It shows that you are the original owner. So whatever you take, don't delete any image. It's an evidence in the court of law. I've seen people who have lost cases in hello? Okay. I've seen people who have lost cases in other countries because they've actually deleted. Once they have, maybe for example, they shot a story and they just delete the website. This is one I need now. After all, this one, whether it's blurry, whether it's not blurry, just leave it there. It shows that because there is a verification process in some country where they want to verify if you are the owner. Just leave it there. It is for the department to verify that you are the owner, because when they ask you to bring the card or the hard drive where the information is stored, they go through that verification process to look at you are the owner. It's not for the public to see, but the verification department to confirm. So once you can be able to do that with all your files, it doesn't matter if the picture is blurry, just leave it like that. Nobody's going to take you to court for that one. So just leave it like that. It's going to actually help you in the long run when you are pursuing a case. But the moment you don't have the original files, it shows that you are not the owner of that thing. So that person, if he has a good lawyer, is going to win the case. So that is my own take on the issue you mentioned.
Yes.
Yes, you talked about the digital aspect of it. I'm glad to announce to you that the new Copyright Act now has the online takedown. You can take down, yes, digital content, yes, in section 54. You know what you do if the owner of the work, the new Copyright Act 2022, yes, section 54, yeah. So what the content creator, what the owner of the work does is when you see your content has been uploaded on a network, you write, the act empowers you to write to the service provider. And the service provider will in turn notify the subscriber that, see, this content is, and they can take the content down or limit access to the content. So we have online digital enforcement right now, yes, with the new Copyright Act. So that makes it better.
Thank you so much. So I'll be speaking from the perspective of a lawyer. We've heard it from the perspective of the agencies. We've also heard it from the enthusiasts and the creatives themselves. So now I'm going to be speaking from the perspective of a lawyer. When we say making intellectual property laws work for the Nigerian creative, the first thing is knowing these laws even exist. Because I noticed that from the expression of some of us in the audience, when she mentioned the fact that there was a new copyright law and she mentioned 2022, some of us looked surprised. So what I will say is, whether you are a photography amateur, if you're just doing it because of the love of it, it's just a hobby, or if you're doing it for commercial purposes, you actually need to be responsible and take it seriously. And the first thing to be responsible and take it seriously is knowing the laws that protect it. And you do not expect that people will come to you to tell you what the laws that are protecting your business are. No, it's something you're supposed to be proactive about. The same way when you're writing business plans, you take your time to do market research, or when you're trying to pitch to new clients, especially corporate clients, you're the one that reaches out. It's also the same way you should also be proactive when it comes to the laws. And I believe that you attending this program today is one way you have been proactive. And so because of that, we're not just going to discuss problems here on stage. We're going to be very clear on the solutions that can actually help us overcome these challenges. And one of them is to know the laws. So from what they have spoken already, you can already tell that there are two different intellectual property laws that we should all be aware of. I'm going to emphasize it in case any of it got lost in the overload of information. So there is copyright, and then there is industrial design. So copyright protects your content. So as a photographer, the first law that you should be conscious of is your copyright, because that is what protects the actual content itself. So the picture itself is protected by copyright. And as we're all here, I actually want all of us to bring out our phones. This is a panel session, it's interactive. I want everybody to bring out their phones. Please do it. I want you to go to Google and Google Nigerian Copyright Act 2022 PDF. This document is free. I actually want us to do it. Please Google the document. I want you to download it because it's a responsible thing to do for every one of us to actually have this document. It's very important that we have it. It's very important that we read it. So this is in as much as you meet your lawyer to help you interpret and help you, advise you on how to enforce it. The first step, which is knowledge, is a step you are supposed to take by yourself. So I hope if anybody has downloaded it, please raise your hands. Or anyone has seen it yet. That's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's good. Please, 8. Please give yourselves a round of applause. 9, 10. A louder one, please. That's actually a very big deal. So that is the first indication that this panel session is actually being productive. So the next thing I will talk about is the other kind of intellectual property, which is industrial property. So like he mentioned very clearly, he said there is patent, there's trademark, and there's design. Now, patent is, I'll say it in the best way possible, patent is not your business. The reason I say it, as we that are here, as members or rather as people attending the Abuja Photo Festival, patent is the law that protects technological innovations and inventions. I'm correct, right? Thank you. So that's the law, that's what the law protects. So as a photographer, you are not supposed to be too preoccupied with that. Of course, if you have technological innovations, like what he mentioned about things that can detect copyright infringement, then it's a law you're supposed to be preoccupied with. But if you're just someone that takes pictures, patent is not the place to focus on. The next is design. Design basically protects the industrial design of things you're supposed to mass manufacture. And yes, and basically anything you're supposed to mass manufacture, for instance, this microphone I'm using, I believe, am I correct, sir? Yes, thank you. So this microphone I'm using to speak right now, the design of this microphone is actually protected by industrial design. Now, as a photographer, except you are manufacturing your gadgets, industrial design is not your primary concern. Now, the last one is actually your primary concern as a creative, regardless of the part of the food chain that you are in, no matter, or rather the value chain that you are in, and that's trademark. So trademark is basically the law that protects your brand identity. So the reason I mention these laws is that we should be proactive, we should learn them, we should know what they are. So before we make bold statements like, we don't think intellectual property laws work, we should actually find out what those laws are. Because if you cannot say something doesn't work if you don't know about it. And to show you how old these laws are, the current copyright law was enacted drafted 2022, right? Then it was passed last year. Yes. But the one before that was actually passed since 1977. Yes. So we know, so that alone tells us that copyright protection has always existed. And it's just a question of knowing your rights. So the first way to enforce your rights is to actually know it. And with that, I would like to go to the second issue, which is ownership. So I actually would like to start from the creatives before I go to the laws. So as someone who has worked with many organizations, sir, when you take pictures, who owns it? Is it you or is it your corporate clients?
One of the first things to understand when taking assignment is to understand who owns the pictures and how the picture is going to be used. So many times, many young creatives make mistake because of the incentives they're going to receive at the beginning. They forget about the future money or incentives they're going to get. So it should always be clear that if you don't understand some things, you should get a lawyer that's going to advise you on how to go about this, because they are going to come up with their own documents, but it's also your right to have to come up with your own document, your terms, so that you would agree on terms and conditions. That's why when you see people like Otedola or Dangote going to a round table to discuss business, they always go with their lawyers to best advise them. It's not your own job is to take a beautiful pictures or tell the story the way it is, but it's not your job to what? To do all of those bidding. So go with your lawyer. So the lawyer can advise you that in the short time, you can get social thing, but in the long term, you can also get all of this. So when you get your lawyer to advise you on all of these things, then it's more clear to you if you want to take that risk. But for me, in one of the courses I've actually taken in the university, it's about copyright, and I've actually understand it to some extent. But anyone that is not quite clear to me, I have a friend who's also a lawyer who can advise me. I just say, please, can I get back to you on this document, probably a day or 2 days after. So I contact my friend who's a lawyer. He advised me on what to go about. Oh, I think that there's a clause here that is not too good for you. You need to sit down with them and agree on that. So whatever you do, I think you should be clear if you are going to agree with whatever decision. But for some clients, there's a way they twist the word to convince you as if it's nothing. And one day you realize that your photo, which is meant for editorial, is used for advertorial. See, there's a difference between the two. One is editorial, while one is advertorial. You just wake up one day and you arrive in New York, you see your photo, bam, big one. You know how much they make from the advert. So you have to, and sometimes it could be a one-time use. There are some works that I've taken that it will just be like, okay, you just need this picture for this NGO project. That is it. So the price for that is quite limited. But if it's going to be used continually, then the price is, because that time you are not there anymore. But you'll be surprised that one day, the work you actually did for those people that looks as if it's nothing, there will be a time in the future whereby it will be a big thing. And that image you will be the only one to tell the story. But because you sell it in a cheap way, you'll be like, you don't have the power because you've signed. That is one thing that they usually use. Because before you start any work, they'll ask you that, please sign this document. But because of the money, you're like, I'll sign it. No, don't rush. As a matter of fact, if you give me a document, all my clients know me. To take me 1 week, I will tell you it's 1 week. I will look at it carefully. If there's a section that I'm not clear about, I leave people who are more learned to educate me on that. There was a time I made a mistake in my early career because, I think it's normal for you to make mistakes in your career. It allows you to learn and be smart. So somebody brought an assignment for me to shoot a documentary. But then because I needed to get my name out, so I was like, I'll do it. And I went to Badagry. We went to photograph a place in Badagry. Now the place is renovated. I'll be one among about 3 or 4 people that have the image. So I didn't even know the reason why the person took me there in the first place. I think because they're going to renovate the place a week after, and the person needed the image. So because the person now said, you know what, just give me the card. I said, what do you need the card for? Well, because then, I see the person as a respectable boss. I just gave the person, I just copied it in and he has all the files. So one day I realized that they are doing a bulletin and there's a budget for it, very big budget in Lagos State. And I was like, boss, I saw my work in this thing. I feel like I'm entitled to something. He said, no, you've done that work for us now. We paid you. I said, no. I said, sir, no, you paid me for that one. I'm talking about this thing is going to be used for several bulletins and it's going to be republished, new versions. He said, no, now. So why are you saying this thing now? I've paid you. I said, no. But because I could not argue for that, because there is no written agreement, I have to be smart too. I said, bros, come now. Let us see first. Just come. So I had to sit down with him. And there's a way I try to cajole him. And I said, you are too smart. Okay. Just take this. But for me, it's a big lesson because I realized that for whatever I do, there's a price for it. It's value. No matter how small, if it's one image, you should put value to that thing and you put a kind of copyright signature on it. Let it be known that this thing is going to be used for one-time use. If it's going to be used for multiple, they should revisit you for a new contract, for a new understanding, a new written agreement if they're going to use it in future. You understand? So for me, that moment, I paid the price for what I'm enjoying now. So there's always a price for everything.
Okay.
Actually, I would like to change the question just very slightly. So the initial question was who should own? And from his answer, ideally you should take charge of your own ownership. You should continue to own, and the only thing you should do is give limited access, right, to whoever you're working with. So I want to ask you, but when we talk about the payment, because a lot of times organizations may come up with the team and like the ideas for the pictures, and then they give you these things in a brief, and then expect you to deliver, and then expect that you should own it and be able to use it for as long as they can, and basically license it to other people. Now, how much is enough for you to sell your picture?
This is exactly why I'm here, the issue of ownership and attribution and all that. How many people here use Adobe or any of their works for editing and any of that? Okay, good. So I'm about to read out something interesting. May I?
Yes.
All right. Okay.
I believe this is the issue about AI.
Yes, but predominantly licensing and ownership.
Okay.
Okay, so licenses to your content solely for the purposes of operating or improving the services and software. You grant us a non-exclusive, worldwide, royalty-free, sub-licensable license to use, reproduce, publicly display, distribute, modify, create derivative works based on, publicly perform, and translate the content. Now, this was what was dropped on every Adobe user, I think around June or so.
Yes, it was June.
And there was no way for you to opt out. You couldn't say no. If you didn't click yes, the program was shut down. So all the work you had was basically gone. Now, that became of interest to me because how I met Osaze was an interesting story. We're talking about ownership of pictures, right? So there's an event, I call a photographer. And I say, oh, how much will you charge me to cover my event? He says, oh, videography, photography. I said, no, just pictures. After the event, oh, do you want digital copies? Yes. Do you want physical copies? No. Then you go to the guy's studio and you see your picture on the wall and you're like, what gives? How? But one thing I've asked most creatives is, if I ask them, if you take a picture of me, who owns it? Who owns the picture of me that you guys took? Good. So that is the advancement I've seen now. Initially, there'd be a, I own it. And when I ask based on what agreement, it becomes a bit dicey, right? So like Sadiq said, and thank you for your award-winning picture, right? There has to be a progressive way to rate what you're handing over. Because if I walk to you and say, please, I need a picture of me, you haven't said anything about licensing it. You haven't said anything about image rights. What if I'm a private person? I don't want you to display my picture elsewhere. So if you're coming into the business as a creative, pricing is something that determines the worth of it. The course I took from this brilliant lecturer says you have to know how to value your IP. Personally, I have a lot of people in the photography space. I own a camera, I could take the picture myself. But if I want a professional touch, does it mean I've ceded my rights to own my pictures to you? It's the question I came to ask all of you, actually.
Thank you very much. So, before we continue with this question, I want to ask a general question to everybody. Who here, if the answer is yes, I want you to raise your hands. Who here reads the terms and conditions before using apps that you pay for? I'm not talking about free apps, paid apps. How many of you read the terms and conditions? Raise your hand. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4. Just 4 people. That's a problem already. That's already a problem. The reason is because terms and conditions in that scenario, in that case, is as strong as a contract. But before we talk about the details, I would actually like you to speak, sir, about something. I actually want you to answer a very simple question. That's before we talk about the laws. I want us to talk about the agreements. Now, the question I have, sir, is at what point should a photographer bring up the issue of contracts? Because especially when you own a studio and people walk in, or when people are booking online, because not everybody works with corporate clients. when exactly do you clear the air? Because the reason I'm asking this question is because personally, when I've interacted with clients, they usually say, when I bring out a document, my clients run. And they don't want to disrupt the flow of business. So in as much as we're giving advice now, how exactly can they slide it in without it spoiling their business?
Thank you very much. And I didn't know you
Thank
were
you,
going to
sir.
call me. Thank you. So I think that's a very practical question. And I actually have clients who also have the same challenge as well. For example, and I know we're not all photographers here. There are also some people from the music industry here. So I have a client who owns a studio. Somebody comes in to do some work and you bring out a 3-page contract. If you're like Sadiq, you go back for 1 week to study the contract to find out whether you should do the studio session or not. I think all transactions are contractual. So whether we put something down or not, we're entering into some kind of contract. There are two sides to this conversation, and I should say fantastic conversation, by the way, from the panel. So there are two sides to this, because number one, the first question is, how do you ensure that all the terms, the important terms of the contract are understood by the parties? Because there are terms to every contract. You talked about the T's and C's that we don't see, when we're installing apps. So in the same way, you walk into a studio, whether or not you tell the photographer you will own it or I will own it or whatever, there are already implied terms that operate between the two of you. So it usually helps to have as detailed a conversation as possible, depending on the nature of the transaction. So what do we do? If you have a client who wants a very large budget, so if it's a large budget transaction, someone says, oh, come cover this event for me, you will need to have a very extensive conversation with that person. If you're going into a what's it called? Into a retainer with maybe an agency, you'd want to have a very extensive conversation. Okay, I'm going to take these pictures. Are you bringing me in as work for hire? Or are you bringing me in as an independent contractor? Because those things have an impact on, so you have to have those conversations spelled out. In the alternative, if somebody just wants to come in and take a passport photo, we won't start asking the person, have you seen the Copyright Act and do you know whether section this of the copy, the person just wants a passport photograph. So everything comes down to the situation of the transaction. I think what helps, one thing that helps is, it always helps to have, if you look at the back of some invoices or receipts, you find terms and conditions. So this idea of reading terms and conditions isn't just one that came with the digital economy. It's one that has always been there. So it always helps to put, especially for those of us who have studios, to put those terms that are very important for the everyday picture, or everyday transactions rather, for those of us who are photographers and have studios. You have some basic terms. Now, what are those terms? We can't go into that extensively here, but I'll say that as Temilari said, it's important, and I like the fact that we all downloaded the Copyright Act, and of course there are other acts, but we don't all have to, as Mr. Sadiq said, we don't all have to know what the law says in detail. There are lawyers to help us do that. Lawyers like Temilari, of course, are there to help us do that, because as an artist, as a creative, you want to be able to focus on your art, and you want to, Sadiq said he talks to his lawyer friend. I hope you also pay the lawyer. Okay, I trust you. But it's always important to, at the earliest possible time, to make a reference to a lawyer. Unfortunately, if you have any contracts that you want to review, there are lawyers at the back of the room. You can talk to them as well. But speaking to the question, I think the first thing to look at is what is the nature of the transaction. So if it's your everyday, and it does help to ask the client. So somebody walks in and says, I want to take a passport photograph. You should ask, okay, what do you want to use it for? Once you have those, you have your basic thing that just has the basic stuff on it. The person wants a passport. They're not painting the Mona Lisa. If the person says, oh, we're shooting an advert, or we want to do something for an advert. There was a case, I think about 2 years ago. Olumide Babalala was a lawyer. An actor whose picture was used for a campaign. The picture was now used for another campaign again. And unfortunately, it was the actor who actually filed the action, not the photographer, not the person. So the actor got about 20 million naira or 50 million naira in damages. And when I saw the judgment, I just laughed to myself. I called him and I said, guy, it's the photographer that owns that picture, ordinarily speaking, you know. So I think a lot of it has to do with, you don't have to know the laws. Even among lawyers, there's a saying that it says, God forbid that a lawyer know all the law. But what is important is, as a lawyer, you must know where to find the law. So in the same way too, you don't have to know the law. You should be able to, you should be free enough to focus on your art. But it does help to have a lawyer. In fact, you should have a lawyer, you know, that you can speak to and say, okay, how do we craft? So my client, the studio person, what we did was we have contracts for people that just want to walk into the studio and do a studio session. But then if you have somebody now who wants to get an engineer from the studio, that has its implications because the engineer works for the studio, but he's creating something for the person. So there's a longer contract for that. If you want something more extensive, there's a longer contract. So the more extensive the transaction is, the more extensive the contract is.
Thank you very much, sir. Please, everybody give a round of applause. Yeah, okay, I actually want to ask you more about this because this new copyright, I think the old Copyright Act mentioned something about authorship rights not being able to be waived. That's the right to be named as the author. So if after, let's say you actually sell your picture, and this is not just licensing it, I noticed something, there are many contracts that I've worked on, I noticed that a lot of clients always insist that you will lose or you waive your right to be named the owner of that particular content. So I'm asking now, what happens with this new Copyright Act? What happens when someone insists or saying that I will not pay you if until you won't be able to, sorry, let me rephrase it, sorry. So what happens when a client insists that the photographer will not be credited for that work within the contract? Is that a void clause in a contract according to the copyright law?
If I understand what you mean in the old Copyright Act, that's the moral right.
Yes.
Good. Now, in the moral and the old act, you have a right over your work to be recognized as the owner of your work.
Yes.
Now, in this new act, they've taken it further. You are recognized for life as the owner of that work, and nobody has a right to use the work in a derogatory manner, to mutilate it for life. That's the moral right. That's right of, I think, right of authorship.
Yes.
It's now from moral rights in the old act is now right of authorship.
Yes.
That's right of authorship. You have a right to be recognized, even if you eventually sell it, but you have a right to be recognized as the owner of that work for life. And whoever is using that work, it doesn't have a right to use it in a derogatory manner or to mutilate the work.
Thank you very much. I hope I understand. Okay.
Does this work extend to even a single photograph, or does it have to be a body of work?
You are the owner of the work. Whether it's a single photograph is your work, whether it's a body of works is your work. Your work is your work. Originality, I said first. Your work, you've expended energy and time, and it's fixed. Automatically is your work.
Whether you're paid for it or not.
Whether you are paid for the work,
yes,
you don't have to. You don't have to bid for it. It depends on you.
Okay.
You can create something now and put it under your pillow.
Yeah.
It's your work. But if you want to go further and make money from it, fine. Why not? You can make money from your work.
Sorry, I think what he was asking is, what if you've been paid? What if it was a sale, a complete sale?
Complete outright sale.
Outright sale.
That is that right of authorship you still have over your work. Can I have the Copyright Act, please?
The Copyright Act.
If I may say
yes,
one
sir.
or two about this. Moral right does not stop at, even if you want to outrightly sell your work.
Yes.
You still have that moral right, to me. Yes, to recognize, yes, yes. But I believe that there's something we call derivative work. Like your picture, somebody through your picture started making a graphic from your picture without your consent, it is actionable. And it depends the purpose. Remember, all these things we are saying, if they are not done for commercial purposes,
yes, that's
for
fair.
commercial purposes, they are not actionable. Do you know, if you are doing it, maybe for say you want to keep it for yourself or you want to learn from it personally, nobody will bring any action against you. I think that's what I can say about it.
Commercial angle that changes the dynamic.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you very much.
So it's still here at a claim of author's moral rights. Section is in section 14, section 14, sub 1A. Claim authorship of his work in particular. Okay, subject to part 2 of this act, the author of a work in which copyright subsists. Copyright must subsist in a work, as I said earlier. It must be the owner of the work. So the copyright, when copyright subsists in a work, the author of the work has a right to claim authorship of his work in particular, that its authorship be indicated in connection with any of the acts referred to in section 9, 10, and 11 of this act. That's those right to reproduce, to translate, and all of that. Exclusive rights to reproduce and translate, and all of that. Then B, object and seek relief in connection with any distortion, mutilation, or other modification of, or any other derogatory action in relation to his work, where such action would be or is prejudicial to his honor or reputation.
Thank you. Please, everybody should give her a round of applause. So in layman language, what she basically said is, even if you sell your work, you still have a right to make a complaint if it is used in any way that you did not intend it for it to be used. It is used in a way that spoils your reputation. For instance, if you take the picture of a building and then next thing you see it in a pornographic film, you can actually sue, even if you have sold the picture. I see we have one question, but before we go.
Sorry, it goes further in section 3. It says the rights I just read, it's not transmissible during the lifetime of the author.
Yes. So that means that as long as you are alive, you can't sign that particular right. You cannot.
Accused to you, yes.
Yes, you cannot actually waive the right.
Yes.
Right? Yes. Thank you very much. So I see that we have questions. Is it possible for us to just hold our questions for a short time? Let's just. Thank you. So, Sade, I have one last question, sir, for you, but it's about brand identity. You are from the registry, part of your work is the trademark registry. So we know that trademark is the law that protects the brand identity of people. We want to know how far does this particular law help? Like, what if somebody should maybe claim to be somebody else? For instance, let's say Studio 24. Somebody uses Studio 24, but instead of writing 2 and 4, they spell the full 24. In that kind of scenario, if a complaint is brought to the trademark registry, will it be accommodated, and what happens?
Thank you very much for this question. You know, one thing I want to emphasize here is that don't, as a professional photographer, don't limit your work or think that your work can only be protected under copyright. You have to think out of the box. There's something we call branding. As she has already explained, you have to have what we know you for, not only a professional photographer. You have to design, if you have a studio, you have to design your studio. You have to have a logo, have a name for your logo. What covers that? What protects that? It's under Trademark Act. And you have to approach the registry to register it so that you have exclusive rights over that your logo and name. And she asked if you have any name that is similar to that protected name or logo, it is not registrable pursuant to the Trademarks Act. And if you have anybody that is using that name, you have every right to take action against it. I think I said before that, enforcement of IP, apart from if it has something that do with criminal issues, it's the IP owner that has the right to enforce it. So you can take the person to court and claim damages. So as I'm saying, please think of branding your product. Have a studio. And I believe it has some little aspect of industrial designs in it also. Like if you take a photo, with that photo now, some industrial companies uses that photo to produce something like a label for a product. Product label is an industrial design. And you have a right over that in the absence of an agreement excluding your right. So this
just a little bit. If we've actually learned anything today, I want you to clap. If you've actually learned anything today, I want you to clap. Thank you very much. Hello, okay. Yes. So I know that we have a lot more questions, but unfortunately, the panel session cannot go on for that much longer. So what I want us to do is remember that the e-plan stand is at the back. Please, everybody should look there. Yes. So no matter the questions you have, I want you to take them down as much as possible. Go to the stand, ask your questions. If you have contracts that you have, bring it out. Now, you don't necessarily have to print it. Bring it out and take advantage. Or even if you cannot ask your questions on the spot, please take contact so that you can do something going further. And with that, I hope this panel has been useful to everybody. Thank you.
No, we are going to keep clapping because this has been such a robust. Okay, I think they want to take a photograph of all the panelists. Okay. All right, so just take, I think Mr. Folarin should also be in the photograph as well. Yeah. All right. Amazing. All right, please let's put our hands together for them. Such a robust conversation. I am sure that everybody here has learned something. Okay. All right. So this has just been so enlightening. Please, like she said, they have a stand at the back. So if you have any questions as regards, intellectual property, please take advantage. Even if it's not, let me tell you, even if it's not intellectual property, they are lawyers. If you have any issue with your landlord, you can go and ask them. They didn't send me that one, Shabo. Yeah. Okay. So, see, there's a giveaway coming up very soon. You do not want to miss it. It's it's a big deal, right? So you want to be a part of it. So try as much as possible to stay to the end of today's program, because indeed you want to be a part of the giveaway. But again, one of the things I've said that I enjoy about these sessions is the fact that it is very, Mr. Osaze has taken also different aspects. We've watched a movie today. We've listened to lawyers speak. One house plays. All right, so we've listened to lawyers speak, we've watched a movie, we've heard from very different and diverse aspects of the creative industry. And just to add some more spice to the events today, we're going to be having a musical performance. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I want us to put our hands together as I welcome on stage the lady herself called Worship. Please let's put our hands together for her. Keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. You're welcome. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. It's nice to be here. So I'm going to be doing 2 songs. I will do one, to encourage you. And the second one, we're going to do it together because it's a song everybody knows. So I want you to know that whatever field, be you a creative. In fact, we're all creatives at the end of the day. You're loved. And I want you to believe in yourself, believe in your craft. And last, we'll make this money together. Yeah, I'm ready. Sound. Okay. Volume, please. Ooh, yeah. I keep finding voices in my mind that say I'm not enough. Yeah. Every single lie that tells me I will never measure up. That's a lie. You're good at what you do. Am I more than just the sum of every high and every low? So remind me once again just who I am, because I need to know. Oh, 'cause you say I am loved when I can't feel a thing, and you say I am strong when I think I am weak. 'Cause you say I am held when I am falling short, and when I don't belong, you say I am yours. And I believe, oh I believe what you say to me. I believe, 'cause the only thing that matters now is everything you think of me. 'Cause in you I find my worth, in you I find my identity. Oh, oh. 'Cause you say I am loved when I can't feel a thing, and you say I am strong when I think I am weak. You say I am held when I am falling short, and when I don't belong, you say I am yours. You say I am loved when I can't feel a thing. You say I am strong when I think I am weak, and you say I am held. Oh, in me. Oh, I believe, yes, I believe, I believe, I believe, I believe, I believe, yes, I believe, I believe, I believe. Yay, thank you guys. So I'll be doing one more song. So we're gonna do this one together. Yeah, I'm ready. Sound on to the next. Let's go there. Yeah. Kajo, kajo, kajo. Come on, if you know it, let's go. Say uyo meyo. Come on. Uyo meyo. Oh, uyo meyo le uosa komiyo. Uyo meyo. Uyo meyo. Oh, uyo meyo le uosa komiyo. Yeah. Everybody's born a winner. Yeah. If only just believe, yeah. Close your eyes and come and see now, yeah. Don't you worry about a thing now. 'Cause if you work hard, you can get it if you want. If you strive hard, you can't be just what you want. If you work hard, you can climb the mountain top. Nothing is too small, and nothing is too big. Oh, we are mayo. Oh, we are mayo. Le uosa conmigo. We are mayo. Oh, we are mayo. Le uosa conmigo. What my eyes have seen, won't touch you, me tiriba. Yeah. Don't let them tell you you can't, and they will help you just so you know. Just keep on pushing on. If it's a daddy, me your day, my day, my to cut out. Beating mommy, me your day, my day, my to cut out. Ori, me, Jawa. Now I want you to listen to this part. Are you ready? It says, I'm forever young, you call me one greatest. I just happen to stop by the hood, don't think it's pointless. I live in the moon, you see me up in the sky with a little ambition. Guess she got a confession here. My money goes like grass, so spreads to the wall like ashes. I live for ages, so my name will go like Bible pages. Even when I'm dead, my swag to present me. It's my music on the making, the world that I'm facing. No faking, no hasting, I can't be forsaken. It's my destiny that I'm chasing, you know why? Cause I'm a legendary, go check your dictionary. I was sent to this world like a missionary. I be king for my city so lyrically. Everybody one time, let's sing, say, Uyo meyo, Uyo meyo, whoa, Uyo meyo, Uyo meyo, yeah, Uyo meyo, Uyo meyo, I just want you guys to know that you're perfect the way you are. You're good at what you do. So keep doing it and keep being you. Thank you very much.
I can't believe that this is the hand clap you guys are going to give to that performance. I am personally offended by that. Come on. I think we should stand up. It's a standing ovation. Come on, come on, come on. Did you imagine that you were going to hear that kind of voice? I mean, I can sing, but should we try? Should I try? No, let me spare you. I don't want to spoil your ears after hearing that, you know. But that was amazing. Well done, worship. Well done, well done, well done. All right. Like we said, there is a giveaway happening very soon. You don't want to miss it. And so I'm going to be calling on stage Mr. Oye to give us details on the giveaway. Please, are we excited? If you don't want to win it, me, I want to win. So please put your hands together. Okay.
All right. I'm going to sit for this one. Hey, the people that are outside, I'm sorry for them. They're not going to know what's about to happen. How many of you, if you were here last year, who got anything from last year after my session? If you got something, not apart from the training, like something. Anybody got wardrobe? The people that got, they're not here. All right, so please, tomorrow we have, I'll be giving out equipment. Tomorrow, yes. And there's a grand prize. There's a lens that, I'm not going to tell you the dollar rate as at now. That lens is going tomorrow. There's a camera. There's an M50 Canon that is less than a year old, pretty much. There are a couple of light stands and lights and batteries and all of that. So, okay, so the reason behind the giveaway is pretty simple. You know, when I look at what these guys are doing, honestly, I don't know who does this thing, because sometimes I look at Osaze and the team and I ask myself, how do you guys even do it? You know, knowing that I have information to the back end, right? So what's the best way to support? The first thing that came to mind is give them the equipment. Listen, you know, the first thing that came to my mind is, you know, give the organizing team the equipment. But when I prayed about it, it became clearer that giving the organizers is as good as giving the participants. Right. So I had a conversation with Osaze and he caught it. He didn't even blink. He said, whilst you were speaking, that's kind of what I heard, but I think it is not for us because the participants are us. Meaning everything they're sowing into each and every one of you, right? It is tangible and also intangible. So please, you can clap, you know. So please do us a favor, right? If you know that we're currently using, I just went into the studio and I just said to them, it's been a while, I visited the studio, you know what, pack this. And they thought we were going for a shoot. And I said, no, we're giving all of these things out. And my team member stood up, looked at me, and said, wait, I don't understand. In this economy, I said, yes, now is the time to sow into people's life. So it means that we're not just here to just we're not just here to just give you verbal knowledge. We also want to make sure that there's a physical attribute to it. And in addition to that, somebody will also go home with 100,000 naira cash tomorrow as well. All right? Thank you very much. I like my voice in this microphone, though. Who is the sound engineer? Who is the sound engineer? You are hired. You are now my official sound engineer. Everywhere I go, now you're going to do, I sound like a radio presenter with this.
You do, actually. You really do. All right, please, are we excited about that? So there's this thing about Abuja people. It's like our energy is naturally just low. They said there's going to be a giveaway tomorrow. The 100K, I'm already trying to position myself correctly for it. But for the camera, I'm not a photographer, but I can even start my journey now. So if you know that you want to win something, let your voice be louder than that of your neighbor. Put your hands together and make some noise. I can already see some people that will not win. All right. So I'm excited because when you think it's all over, there is something better coming up. And I am personally looking forward to this next session because it is a portrait masterclass. For some of us who are professionals, you know that we like portraits a lot. So even me, I want to learn so that when I go to take my portrait shoots, my photographer is here and is smiling. When I go for my portrait shoot, even me, I'll be directing him that, no, do it this way, do it this way. All right, so without much ado, this is a master class that you do not want to miss. Please, let us put our hands together as we welcome on stage Mr. Obina Obioma. Please put your hands together for him. Keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. All right, thank you so much. You can climb on stage, yes.
I don't know if I should climb the stage, but I'm not scared. Let me not fall. You can leave when I can sit. No, actually, leave that. Leave that one. Okay. Yeah, so it doesn't block the screen. Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. How you guys doing? The energy is kind of low, though. Are you guys hungry or something? No? All right. First and foremost, I want to thank the organizers, Mr. Sazia, his wife, the team, Rachel, Alpha, everybody for the invite. Can you guys hear me? Okay. My name is Obina Obioma. I am a photographer, art director, visual artist based in New York, but I'm an Abuja boy by heart. A little bit about my backstory. Do you mind going to the second slide? Next slide. Right. So I'm still a small boy in this photography thing, hence this photo. My photography journey started around this time, I would say. I think I was like 7, 8 years old here. My dad took this photo, by the way. My father was an enthusiast photographer, and I remember growing up, my first introduction to photography was with him, right? He owned a camera, the analog camera, I can't remember the model, maybe it was a Nikon. And it was customary during our birthdays that he would do a portrait session for us. So each person had a little photo shoot on their birthday. And I always looked forward to these things because not only do you have to wear your birthday clothes, but you get to do a photo shoot, right? So I remember taking the photos, waiting for it to be developed because back in the day, you had to get that 4x5 by whatever, the printed one. So I would have to wait until it's developed, and then I would sneak into his room and look at the picture and try and understand how is it possible that a human being can fit into a paper like this? And how is it possible that the camera can even capture your likeness? So my first introduction to photography was about that particular story of how does photography even work? So can you go back to the first slide? So when I was asked to speak about portrait photography, I wanted to come about it not from the not necessarily the technical aspect, but more of the story, conceptual idea of photography and conceptual photography. Because my work is predominantly conceptual art, portraits or fashion work. So I titled this Conceptual and Portrait Photography Unveiled, right? I'm going to try my best to break down my process and maybe through my experience teach you guys how to understand and create conceptual portrait photography that speaks without you being there. That's the whole idea. Does that make sense? That cool? All right. Next slide. And yeah. So, not to brag, but I think this is very important. Like I said, my work is predominantly about my African heritage of being Nigerian, first and foremost, being a black person. But being a black person based in a Western space, because I'm based in New York, right? So I try to carve out and express my photography telling those stories. And I'm going to use stories a lot, that word story, because it's very important for you guys to understand storytelling when it comes to photography. And not just documentary photography, because that's what most people think about storytelling. Portrait photography and conceptual photography can also be used to tell stories. So my work has been in a couple of these places to give you context. But even when these things were published, the work there wasn't just necessarily portraiture. As you can notice, it's more like storytelling portraiture, right? Next slide, please. So just a little bit brief about the type of work I do. I don't know if you guys have seen these photos anywhere, but basically what I do is I try to merge my love for fashion into storytelling. So fashion can be like is the forefront of the aesthetic of what the picture looks like. But then the underlying narrative would be what the work is about. Next slide. These are just a few snapshots of what the body of my work looks like. For those of you who've never seen this before, who don't know who I am. Next. Most of my work is, like I said, about the black narrative, the African narrative, the black expression. And most of the muses or models I use are mostly black people. I photograph mostly black people for my personal work. Next slide. So a lot of the work you're going to see is going to be black faces, not Nigerians, but African people of African descent. Next. Some of my work, like Onye was talking about, is not just photography. Like I said before, I'm a visual artist, right? So visual art is broken into screen-based. Well, actually, visual art is broken into a couple of platforms. Two of the ways I express my work is through screen-based work and lens-based work. So if you guys don't know the difference, lens-based art is what photographers are and videographers are. Anything you create with your camera with a lens is lens-based work, right? Screen-based work is more like graphic design or 3D modeling or all that other stuff, where people draw things digitally. So my work is kind of a fusion of both. Some of my work is a fusion of both. Who can tell if this is a real person and which one is AI visual art? Who can tell? Who wants to try? This one's AI? This one's real? Yeah. Blender. Blender, yeah, so that's screen-based, right? That's an application. Who else wants to try? Who else can guess? Which one is real, which one is a real person, and which one is fake? Well, AI. If you said one to that one, you're correct. But this one is also, yeah, they're both AI, to be honest. But it's a blend of both things. So what I do, some of the work I create, and again, this is very important. I'm just trying to make you guys understand. Some of the work I create is, I use a fusion of both, sometimes Blender, sometimes I use a light simulator, or sometimes I use Photoshop. So I would photograph a person, put them into an app, and then create these scenes of whatever narrative I'm trying to tell. So it's like a combo of all three things. Next slide. Some of it, well, let's try again. Which one is real? Which one is AI? Who wants to try? Who can guess? A combo. AI. So let me stand up actually. The left side is AI. Well, your right is AI. And this is real. Both? Both are AI? Both are real? All right, let's do a show of hands. Who says both are real? Yeah. Who says both are AI? Who says both are real, right? Okay, well, this is real. This is a real person, no AI. That's kind of AI. It's like a mix of both. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Next slide. All right, so the objective of what I'm going to try and teach you guys in this class, the class is going to be broken up into two parts. I think I have about an hour and change. So the first part of the class is going to be all of this conceptual talk, theoretical, getting your mind to understand how to create images first before you even click. And the second half of it, if you look behind, you're setting up a little scene for us to shoot. It's going to be like the shoot, right? So then whatever things we've learned here, we translate it over there. Does that make sense? Cool? All right, so to understand to create powerful images with a conceptual focus emphasizing social storytelling, social cultural storytelling, and creative thinking. All that many talk is just basically finding your style as a portrait or conceptual photographer, or even as a documentary photographer, just finding your style. Thinking about the work before you create the work. Because the thinking part is harder. You can teach anyone how to shoot. Aperture, what's it called, shutter speed, whatever, right? But thinking about the idea before you shoot it is the most difficult thing. Anyone can sing a song, but who wrote the song and how you execute the song are even harder, right? All right, next slide, please. So what is this whole gist about conceptual photography? Who wants to try? Who can give me an idea? Have you ever heard the term conceptual photography before? Who's heard it before? You've heard it before? What do you think it is? What do you think it means?
Good afternoon, everyone. So I think conceptual photography is making images that tell a story. So there's a reason behind the image. There's a message. So trying to pass a message through an image.
Who else wants to try? You want to try?
To me, it's more of a photography that stemmed from an idea that a person has and trying to explain to people what this idea means.
Okay. Who else wants to try?
I think conceptual photography is taking an element or several elements and merging them together to tell a certain story. Yes.
You're all correct. Just different ways, but the same gist. Next slide, please. Next slide. So what I said, conceptual photography speaks through images. Each image captures a powerful message capable of transmitting highly abstract concept into our thoughts. So let's say you had an idea to photograph hunger, right? How do you conceptualize hunger into a portrait or into a picture? That's what I'm going to try and explain to you. Or let's say you had an idea to photograph joy, peace, sadness. I mean, everyone would think about photographing sadness, you get someone to cry, but there are different ways to like push that narrative. There are different ways to create those images. What if it wasn't a documentary photo? What if you couldn't find anybody who was hungry? How would you still make those images? How would you still create that work, right? Or even if it's documentary, like where would you go to create those pictures? All right, next slide, please. So whenever I give these talks, I don't know if you guys can read this. Whenever I give these talks, I always start with this. Can you guys read that out? Story is king. Story is one of the most important things when it comes to creating body of work. The most impactful pictures you can think about in your head now, if I ask any of you, are pictures that have story. They have a story or an idea behind them. They are not just, most of them are not just snapshots. And even if they are snapshots, there's a concept behind those snapshots. Even if it's documentary photography, there was a story behind why the documentary photographer photographed that certain child or that certain individual or that person in the market. There is a story behind it. And most of the time, from my experience, the most captivating stories are stories that we can relate to, right? So let's break this image down real quick before we even start. Has anyone seen this photo before? If you haven't, it's fine. It's okay. But let's break it down into the lamest terms. What can you see? What do you see? So, Ghana must go, right? But is it how you've ever seen Ghana must go before? Because we all know Ghana must go as a bag, right? So when you see the model wearing a Ghana must go bag, what comes to your mind? History between Nigeria and Ghana. Okay, that could be a story. Yeah. What else? Who else can try? There are no wrong answers, by the way, because we're all here to learn. I'm going to learn from you, you're going to learn from me, so don't be shy. And photographers really can't be shy, if not, you'll be hungry. So, you got to speak. So who else sees, what else do you see? In the picture, what do you see in the picture, though? What else do you see in the photo? What's up? Fashion. Why'd you say fashion? As a garment on her, right. What else do you see in the photo? Like a living room. I can't hear. There's a living room, yes. What else? Lamest things, like the most obvious things. I'm not looking for anything exceptional. Yeah. Lampstand, right? Who else sees anything else? Okay, yeah. Retro vibe, okay. Why'd you say retro vibe? That's interesting. I've never heard that one before. Yeah, it looks very vintage, right? Okay, you're correct, right? It was intentional to make the Ghana must go a lamp. It was intentional to make the Ghana must go a picture frame, put gilly on her head, all of that. Even the mat, the floor mat. Now, the story behind this, why I say story is king, is it gets you to think. Like you said, maybe the relation between Nigeria and Ghana because of the Ghana must go. But has anyone ever thought about Ghana must go as a means of migration? What do we use Ghana must go to do? Travel, right? Most of us have used Ghana must go to travel. And even if you didn't use it, if you travel, you see people using it to travel, right? Now, if we now input Ghana must go on a human being, then that person is traveling. But maybe not necessarily as a person, but as an idea, right? So, to break it down a little, thanks. To break it down a little bit further, when I created this image, the image is called Anyinaga. If you're Igbo, you know what that means. If you're not, it's fine. We are going. Because Ghana must go is about going. Nobody has ever used Ghana must go not to go somewhere, right? You don't just put it in your house. You take it somewhere. And it's very resilient. It hardly breaks. It hardly cuts. It's a plastic bag. But down to the history and the idea around it was, I was trying to talk about migration. But how do you talk about migration as a concept? You put Ghana must go on a person. And then you put Ghana must go around a living room, like you said, which kind of ties into the narrative of, as all of us are not from Abuja, right? We're not all Abuja indigents. Some of us were born other places and we moved here. But when you moved to Abuja, you made friends, right? You probably knew how to speak the language. You probably, went to school or whatever. Each time you moved from one place to the other, you left a bit of yourself with your friends. And you picked up some things from the people you left. You designed your house in a certain way based on what influenced your thinking of Abuja. You even dress a certain way because of Abuja, right? If I lived here, I'd have been wearing kaftan with a hat to blend in. So that's all migration does. When you move from point to point, you design your things in certain ways and you leave certain things behind too as you go. So that was the whole point about this too. It's not just necessarily going, it's also what you leave behind as you go. Okay. So, like I'm trying to explain, if your story isn't strong enough, visually your images might be lacking. Everything is not about aesthetics. Yes, it is possible to make a nice photo and then give it story, but okay, so most of the work I try to do is tied into certain themes and concepts. Concepts, ideas, narratives, it's all the same thing. Some of those ideas tie into identity, resilience, cultural heritage, social change, right? I guess the theme of this 8th edition is what? Rhymes and resilience? Rhymes of resilience, right? Rhythms of resilience, I'm sorry. So what my idea for this was, why don't I teach them something that ties into the Nigerian narrative? What are the themes or concepts or ideas that you would say are plaguing Nigeria right now, that are worrying us? What would you say? What are some of the things that are worrying you guys? Hunger, poverty, what else? Who else can think? Huh? Corruption, inflation, right? Greed, political insecurity, SARS, NSAS, all of that. Those are all concepts and narratives that we can create work from. Those are impactful work that we can actually talk about as photographers. Because as photographers, just like there's a saying that says, painters paint what they know, musicians sing what they know, photographers should also photograph what they know. And whenever you're talking about something that's, down to home, it's more impactful because you know the thing. No one is going to tell. You gonna photograph that? Yeah. Without light. That's a very strong. Yeah. That's a lot good. Yeah, I agree. That's a lot good. So all of what you guys have said, spot on. But do you notice what you did? You thought about it first, right? It made your mind think. And then the second thing you did is you introduced props. The idea, yes, but then how do you translate that idea? Hand fan, lantern, no light, bulbs that don't turn on, right? Concepts. You're bringing the concepts together. But then, even though the photo is, let's say, a child looking at a bulb and it's not on and they're using a candle, right? If you take that photo and I look at that photo, I don't have to be there to kind of get an idea of why is there's no power in the bulb. Why is he using a candle? It gets you to think. That's conceptual photography. That's conceptual art. Now, based on your idea of style of how you want to do it, you can make it more fashionable or make it more gritty. It's up to you. But the general idea of no lights theme has been passed through your image without you saying anything, without you having to go to any NEPA office and be snapping NEPA sign. Does that make sense? Yeah? All right. So some of the themes we can, that gets you to think when it comes to the Nigerian experience, our identity as Nigerians, our resilience as Nigerians, our cultural heritage, and social change, right? All right, next slide. Next slide. Okay, creative image thinking. There are 3 ways I like to break down an idea when I have it. It's nice to have ideas, but not every idea is executionable. Not every idea you feel make work. You know, some of them are just they might be too cumbersome to break it down or simplify it so it visually makes sense, right? So the first step is the idea development. We just did. What is the idea? What is the concept? What are we trying to talk about? NEPA, no lights. Idea. How do you break that idea down? Then you start to conceptualize and make it practical. Are we going to go to NEPA office and get a NEPA official to hold candle? Maybe you could do that. It might not work, right? Or are we going to sit down and maybe break down the idea down to props? I need a hand fan. I need a student. I need a studio. What kind of lighting is it going to be? How can I make it so simplified that if my friend was looking at it, they would understand, right? That's the conceptualization part. In my opinion, step 1 is very simple. You can think about an idea right now, right? Somebody give me an idea, random idea about Nigeria that you want to photograph or talk about. Anything. Bad governance. How would you photograph bad governance? Portrait style. See? Now, I don't expect you to answer that question now because this part takes a while. You remember the Ghana Must Go photo I showed you guys? It took me about 5 months to conceptualize that idea. 5 months. From the Ghana Must Go bags. Okay, I wanted to talk about migration, but how do you photograph migration? I'm not going to go to the airport. They're never going to let you photograph at the airport, right? How do I talk about migration, but still make it look aesthetic, make it look beautiful, and still tie into my roots of being a fashion photographer? That idea took about 5-6 months to just conceptualize. Get the props, get the model, get the team together, but even get the sets, you know, create the lamp, get the Ghana Must Go, get the outfits. That takes a while. And then to execute it, I would say is the simplest part. Because the execution part of it, anybody can press a button. You know, when you've done this becomes very easy. Now, let's say you have an idea, and then you skip to number 3. Number 2 is going to be empty because you didn't really think about it. You were just clicking, and the idea was probably lost in translation. Or the idea is too complicated, that it's so complicated I don't understand. And when I don't understand your idea as a conceptual photographer, the aim is defeated, right? Because the whole idea is for me to be able to understand your concept, conceptual portraiture. If I don't understand your concept, then why did you create the work in the first place? So my objective is to make you or help you to think about the idea, conceptualize the idea in your head or on paper, and then you can execute the idea for it to make sense and create bodies of work that actually are impactful. One of my mentors calls it creating work that matters. It's nice to just photograph anything, but it's nicer when you can create work that actually is impactful, that actually tells a story. And even if it's portraiture, not documentary, it can still be as impactful, right? Like the idea about the light bulb. Imagine a bunch of light bulbs in a room. There's a child looking at the light bulb, holding their book or whatever, right? That visually already is striking. It will make me think, why just so many light bulbs? Okay, maybe they're talking about power. Why are the light bulbs not on? Why is it a little child? Why is he in a dark room? Why is there a candle? Simple, we just thought about it now, but to execute that or to conceptualize that would take a bit of time to get the light bulbs, to get the child, to get the room, to get the candle. That's a simple idea, but you get the gist of what I'm trying to say. Okay, does anyone have any questions about this or where they struggle in this process? All good? No? All right. Okay, next. So there are a few keynotes I want you guys to take away, and you can take photos of this if you want. Approaching conceptual photography with creative thinking. So in my opinion, it's not enough to have an idea, like I said. You need to think about it as a conceptual photographer or a portrait photographer. Think about it from a creative standpoint. make it look interesting so someone can actually look at it. Don't just make it boring. So think about the concept. Say we're trying to talk about NSAS. How do you photograph NSAS, right? So you think about a creative way to show that idea, but it still looks aesthetic. Because at the end of the day, photography is visual based. The picture still has to look fine, right? It's still got to look good conceptually. Developing visual concepts, how to translate abstract ideas into visual stories. We all have ideas of what we want to do, from documentary style to portrait style to fashion style. Now, how do we translate these abstract ideas like NSAS, like insecurity or whatever, into visual stories that are impactful? That is a body of work. And when I say a body of work, I mean 5 to 10 images that show a narrative, not just one picture. I mean, one picture is fine, but 5 to 10 strong images that can actually tell a story without you being there explaining anything. The person can kind of understand what you're trying to say. The importance of symbolism, props like we talked about, and setting and conveying a meaning. I think that's self-explanatory. Sometimes some concepts need props. You need the hand fan. You need the light bulb, right? You need a jerry can. You need a generator. You need a bike. Maybe you're trying to document or trying to photograph or tell a story about the riders. You know, the delivery people, the riders in Abuja. How would you tell that story? Are you going to follow riders around? No, you can probably just get a bike, get a studio, and then tell that whole story. Using color, expression, and gesture to convey emotions and narrative. Now, when I talk about gesture and props and posing, if you're trying to make the idea more, I guess, fashion, or more, make it deeper, you might need a model or a muse, right? And then you might also need to direct that person, which we'll do today, on how their gesture should be, their facial expression. I'll give you an example. If we're talking about ASU strike, is the student going to be smiling that they're on strike? No, right? So if you got a model, the model can't be, glistening their teeth if they're on strike, if that's the idea. Or if we're talking about police brutality or whatever, or insecurity, those gestures also have to tie into the narrative or the imagery you're trying to create. So it's not just enough to have props. You need to have the right model in terms of height or size. You need to have the right facial expressions. You also need to have the right posing. Like I said before, my work is predominantly about my African heritage. It would be, even though it's possible, it would be a bit abstract if I was photographing non-African descent people. Do you guys agree? If I'm trying to talk about the Nigerian experience or the African experience, and then I have maybe someone that's not from Africa who has pale skin, it might be jarring to you to look at. Or maybe that's what I'm trying to convey. But if I'm not, it doesn't really make any sense. Does that make sense to you guys? Yeah? All right. And then lastly, I should just talk about color. So when you're creating bodies of work, from my experience, and you can do it how you want, but having a color palette is very important. Sometimes colors might add or remove from the idea you're trying to create. I'll give you an example. Let's say I'm trying to photograph students in a school. And then I have all the students, just, let's say secondary school students, right? High school students. And I have all the kids dressed in different clothing, not necessarily their uniform. How would you know they're students if they're not in the school? It's hard to tell. But if they're all wearing, red or blue or gray or whatever, we can identify all of them as kids, students, even if they're not in a classroom, right? So color is important. So then picking the right color to go with the right background. Sometimes the background, if it's red and your outfit is blue, it might not go hand in hand, depending on what concept you're trying to create. Like you guys mentioned, when we talked about the NEPA thing, a lot of people said in a dark room. Why did you say in a dark room? Because you're trying to convey no power, no light. Would it make sense if the room were red? No. Right? Can we agree to that? Or if the room were sky blue, and then you're trying to say NEPA, and then everything is bright, it wouldn't make any sense. So color, a lot of times, play into the narrative you're trying to create. All right, next slide. Sorry, does anyone have any questions about the previous slide? Do I go on? Is it too complicated for you guys, or do you want me to? Are we good? If we're good, do this. We're good? All right. So, themes in Nigerian society: culture and heritage, social inequality and poverty, youth development, corruption and political leadership, migration. Who can relate to any of these things? Show of hands. Which ones can you relate to more? All of them? Some of them? None of them? All of them. 4? Huh? Okay, let's do it this way. Which one is more your current reality right now? This one? Corruption and what? Which one is the top one? Top 2. Okay, top 2. Wait. All right, wait. From here, this way. Team 1, team 2. Team 1, which one is your current, which one is the one you say is your top 1? 1 and 2? Okay. Team 2. All right. So someone should bring a representative from team 1. Bring a representative from team 2. Let's talk. No, for real, let's talk. Which one is, if you said team 1, you said number 1 and 2, right? All right, come and tell me why. Come and tell me why. You don't have to use your personal experience, just tell me why.
We picked 2 because currently Nigeria is in. Okay, we picked number 2 because currently Nigeria is in poverty, and this leads to social inequality. Because if you don't have money, there are certain things you cannot do, there are certain places you cannot go to, and that's our present. You can't even move around because the transport fare is something else. So.
And you know what's crazy? Sometimes, please, a round of applause for Avik. Sometimes you might even have the money, but you can't even access the money. That one happened to me yesterday. You have the card is not working, you know, and then you're trying to explain to the person at the shop. They just think you don't have any money. You're like, this guy, Avik, you know. It's all good. All right, team 2. Who's your rep? Who wants to speak? You want to speak? Yeah, come up. I thought you would come and talk. You were raising your hand. 4.
Hello, everybody. Well, corruption and political leadership was our answer, and that's because politics affects a lot of things that we do. The policies that they make, the money that they are stealing. So if we have political leaders who are doing what is right, our culture will be preserved. I was having a conversation with someone out there, and I asked her, why don't you attend some of the cultural events that go on in your state? And it's like, it's already been politicized. Social inequality and poverty, we already know. There's a name now that's going on, you know, I won't say. Youth empowerment is the same. At least this is going on, but imagine if there were political leaders who were here on stage listening to us and about the things that affect us. Policies can be brought up from all of the conversations that we're having. Migration, most people are jackpying. My sister is not here, my brother is not here. I cannot see them every time. If I want to see any of them, I have to call them through a phone. And that is separating families. Yeah, so with these few points of ours.
Thank you. Okay, all correct. The reason why I picked these 5 themes, well, I'm surprised nobody said number 1. Why didn't anybody say number 1? Huh? Our culture is not important. Our heritage, okay, all right. Well, besides number 1, 2 to 5 are issues, right? Number 1 can be an issue as well. Our culture is actually also important. It's important to preserve who we are, where we've come from and where we're going. I think it's important. But yes, I agree with you. The current state of things, yeah, we can, culture to one side first. All right, next slide. Actually, can we go back to the previous slide? So, no, the one, yeah, this one. Okay, guys. So let's talk a little bit about this. So, team one, you guys said social inequality and poverty, right? How would we photograph social inequality and poverty? How would we do that? From a portrait perspective, from a conceptual perspective, yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, portraying social inequality and poverty, we can have image of people like what we do street every day on the street, of people begging along the street and asking for assistance, but still they have no attention. Like we can have a big, like maybe if possible, a politician in a car and the society and
My question is, remember we talked about ideas. How would you convey, how would we know it's a, well, let me put it this way. I could be a politician, right? How would you know that? What would be the distinctive things to tell someone's a politician? Agbada, the look, right? So those are part of the props. So for you to be able to conceptualize the idea is dope. Social inequality, poverty, right? So you want to juxtapose someone who has money, someone who doesn't have money. How would you say that visually? How would we be able to tell who had, nobody knows how much, I might have 2 naira now, nobody knows, I'm just wearing shoe, right? But how would you be able to know if you don't see my bank account?
Check. So you remember that picture, that the picture we normally have where at, for example, at a game, Olympic game, there is the first, second, third. So same idea, but the pavement, instead of a normal pavement, to be made of money. So if you have like lower, clearly the one on the lower pavements has lower money, and the one on the highest part of the pavement has higher money.
That's a really good idea. I like that idea. So as against even using outfits, you could use props. So I don't know if everyone understood what he was saying. In the Olympic Games, you have first, second, third on the podiums. One person is higher than the other person. So to show inequality, he said to have the platform as money. So let's say the top part where I'm standing is lots of money. The second person will probably be standing here, little money, and then no money, right? That's what you're trying to say. That's a good idea, right? Cool. Who else wants to try? Social inequality, poverty. Just try. It's ideas. We are creating ideas. Nothing's wrong.
I didn't think you would see my hands because I was not sure I wanted to talk. But while he was talking, an idea popped into my head. So we could have 2 podiums. One is a little higher than the other, and with obviously tags underneath. And someone is well dressed, standing and speaking. He has a mic, and people are listening to him, while the other person is dressed, in a shabby outfit, and he's trying to talk, but no one can hear him because he doesn't look like people they want to listen to. So that was what popped into my head.
Great ideas. Now, yeah.
You can have like hands bar. So you have this hand having coins. You have like 3, 2, and then 1. Then the last one have stones or something.
Okay. No, I'm smiling because I'm happy you guys are thinking about this. Sometimes you don't have to create work that's just right on the nose. What I mean is, you don't have to be looking for beggars to go and snap, or waiting for a politician to stand with the beggar and go, You could create these ideas from your head and execute them conceptually and create them and then tell that narrative. Maybe have a little thing on the side that explains the work. But for the most part, visually, your idea, spot on, perfect. Does that make sense to everybody? All right, team 2. You guys said migration, right? Oh, I'm sorry, corruption. You're not trying to japa. Corruption, all right. So how would we photograph that to everybody? How would we create a conceptual piece that talks about corruption and political leadership? in a Nigerian setting, how would we do that? Or any setting, honestly.
The government asking you to tighten your belt whilst he just got the new jet.
How would that look visually?
Well, how could people? Okay, it could be an airport terminal, right? The president is jetting out whilst people are just gazing. Is going. Then the words Nigerians should tighten their belt or something underneath.
So I like your idea. Yeah. The only thing is, when we're conceptualizing the idea, not all of us have access to private jet and tarmacs. That's why the conceptualizing part is the hardest part. Because that's a great idea, but how do we get to the tarmac? They will probably arrest you before you even before you reach.
That's true.
Who else wants to try?
So there's this caricature cartoons behind newspapers where you see someone carrying, like, Agbada, Potbelly carrying a Ghana must go. So I think we could play on that with someone with the Agbada carrying a big Ghana must go filled with money, then spilling, or let's say then handing out like one bill to someone like beside him while the Ghana must go is on his back.
How would you get all that money?
The thing is, it can't just be a full Ghana must go.
This guy has money. Maybe control this guy.
It can just be a full Ghana must go. You can stuff clothes.
Okay, yeah, but that's good. I wanted you guys to think about it like that. So yeah, who else wants to try? Okay, you know what? Let's break it like this. Let's just talk corruption. How would you photograph corruption conceptually?
Who is that? Sorry, I wanted. Who?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I was actually visualizing something similar to that. So I was picturing someone in an office with like an Agbada large, and then there's, I hate to say it, but actually I was seeing what he was seeing. A Ghana must go, but like we prop notes, and they're spilling out of the bag, and then he's like, how will I? Okay. So like the bag is behind him with his Agbada, and then he has like a little that he's giving out to somebody that is on the floor looking impoverished, and yeah, so he's like, he has all of that, or rather that's for all of them.
I like how everybody likes Agbada. Everybody's talking Agbada.
Sorry.
Yeah. I think the guy.
Okay, what I'm imagining now is someone sitting in the office, and there's something like a carton, and there's two inscriptions. So the first inscription is taking, maybe there's money inside, and it is written public budget. So the second one is like a secret budget. Then something with an inscription and said public budget for the crowd on private.
Okay.
Check. This one, I guess we might take it further to the editing part, but let's start with the very basic. Just that door, for example, that door there. Let's imagine you are standing outside, and somebody is inside who is dressed as maybe a security person. And then that person, when you'll be raising a note, like a dollar note or whatever, anything, and that person is smiling. Like the person inside is smiling. So I'm taking the thing from the view from inside, where I'm showing a side of the person's face smiling, and I can see you showing the dollar notes, showing that grants you access. And then I'll shoot that scene again, where the person outside is frustrated, showing that they don't have money, and then you are not smiling. Then I'll put two of them in the same image, but keep reduce the opacity of both of them.
My only question is, how are you going to get the dollars?
How am I going to? It's just a note. Naira, any note.
Where do you find it? Give me a bag.
I don't have money, sorry.
Who else wants to try? I think you wanted to try.
So I guess because corruption is so pervasive in our society, it's everywhere, and almost all the time it's hidden. So I think I would focus more on photographing the effects on the society. So bad roads, but in terms of portraiture. So it's like how that affects the environment, the society itself. maybe like bad housing situation, the floods that happen all over the country. These are things that should have been done since. So photographing portraits of people in those situations. So I think that's how I would approach it, because they won't give you access to see where the corruption is going on. So for me, that's how I would approach it.
Okay, thank you. Let me throw something in that we haven't done, because I noticed all of you spoke. Great ideas, but you guys are missing a couple of steps. Now, the first thing I would say is, when you're thinking about an idea to execute, like I said from my experience, think about your personal connection to the theme. So my question again is, what is your personal connection to corruption? I don't mean anyone here is corrupt. What I mean is, how have you experienced or seen corruption? Start it from there. If you think about the idea from there, it's easier to visualize creating it.
My concept would be like, I have 3 persons on a queue, then someone comes to pick the last person while the last person is bringing out money from their pocket to give to the person. It's just showing the notes and showing the person holding the hands. Corruption. It's corruption now. There is a queue, and instead of it to go accordingly, you're picking somebody last. Yeah, like straight like this. Just holding up hands.
You have to really, there's someone behind, you have to really break down the idea. Let me ask, this is the question. If that's your answer, if that's not your answer, it's fine, but I want to ask, who has seen corruption? What is your personal experience seeing corruption? That's the question. Let's start from there.
For me, corruption is an opposition.
No, tell me your personal, like where you see, you don't name any names, you don't have to, but tell me your personal experience seeing it ever in your life.
Okay. Well, payment of salaries, for example. People work for as much as 6 months, and you know that there's money. There's money in that organization, but you are not getting paid. Whereas you see your bosses driving that Prado, and they are constantly fueling the car, constantly, paying money to do some other shabby things, but your salaries are not being paid. I think that's an example.
Who else has another story about corruption that they've seen?
Okay, the story I have is, maybe you're going to get your visa or a passport, yeah? Then you have like a line. You have people on the line. Then a certain senator or maybe someone of high, comes in and does not go through the line, goes by the sides and, presents a note to the representative on board. That's pure corruption.
Okay, I like that idea. One more person, and then I'll give you guys my idea. I think she was raising her hand behind.
Okay, so you have a table and someone opposite themselves, and a particular person comes to vote with a ballot paper, and underneath the table, one person is shaking the other person with the inscription, "My vote," and the other person is giving the other person money, and it's being photographed.
Do you know I like that idea so much because it's so simple and so relatable? Because I'm pretty sure, maybe you've seen it before, I don't know, but it's such a relatable, did everyone hear what she said? Yeah, it's such a relatable idea. Now, this is my idea of how I would do corruption. Very simple, and everyone has probably seen this before. Does everyone know what Roja means? Roja, right. Imagine this. You get a person dressed like a police officer. You don't even have to get the uniform, all black, with the beret. You get another person doing this with his hand, and then the police officer is picking up the money. Is that not straightforward corruption? It's so straight. We don't have to think too much. No too many bells and whistles, no flying to tarmac. And the reason why it's a simple idea is because, and you guys could relate to it, you said, yeah, because you've all seen it before. It probably even happened to you this morning, or maybe yesterday, right? It's such a relatable idea, but so simple to execute. But look at how long it took us to talk about corruption. And it's something we've all seen before. So the idea, perfect. Execution takes a little bit of time. or rather the conceptualization takes a little bit of time, but the execution is always very quick because it's relatable. So I implore you, when you think about your idea, try and bring it back home. How does it, what's your name? Fidelia. How does it affect Fidelia? How does corruption affect Obina? How does it affect Alpha, Peter, Paul, James, John, and all the disciples of Jesus? How does it affect you as a person first? When you can tie that, whatever the story might be, it could even be something about your culture. Maybe you're Nupe, maybe you're Fulani, maybe you're Hausa, maybe you're Yoruba. How does whatever thing you're trying to talk about relate to you first? Then you can now translate whatever visual thing you've seen, in portraits. Does that make sense? Does anyone have any questions? I can go back to it again. Are we good? All right, next slide. Okay, so I have a series of images before we shoot that I want us to do, and I call it an image breakdown. So this is how it works. If you want to speak, you got to raise your hand so that we can all hear you. We will visually look at what the picture is, and then you tell me everything you see in the picture. From background, model, what they're wearing, a little bit of detail. It could be the most obvious thing. I don't want any complicated answer. Don't worry about it. Simple answer. That's it. Are we ready? All right. So who wants to start? Image breakdown. Who wants to go first? Right in front of you.
From first look,
What do you see? Just one thing.
the Igbo attire.
The attire, the Igbo attire. How do you know it's an Igbo attire?
I'm conversant with the culture.
Huh?
I'm conversant with the culture.
Are you Igbo?
No, no.
Oh, but
I
you
have
know about
friends.
the
I have Igbo
Asiegu.
friends.
Okay. Ishiegu. All right. Who else? Ishiagu. Sorry. You can tell my Igbo is it's not too straight.
The August meeting.
The August meeting.
Yeah.
Okay. Why? How do you recognize that?
I'm not Igbo, but I think it's the meeting that happened with the ladies once a year, and everybody is coming to show off.
Right. Okay.
So
I like that because although you're not Igbo, right, and it's predominantly an Igbo thing, but you can relate to it because you've seen it before. So you've personally had an experience with this. You can relate to it because you've seen it before, personal experience, right? Who else wants to try? Oh, there's someone behind you actually. You don't have to go so far.
The microphones.
The microphones. What about the microphones?
Everybody seems to have one, but they are all looking at the person in the middle, waiting for her like to speak,
Okay.
or the leader.
Do you recognize any of the
The
signs on the
yes,
microphones?
yes, of course.
What do you see?
National NTA.
But it's not
National
NTA
Television
though.
Authority.
The picture doesn't show it. I mean, it is, but it
is,
isn't.
but yeah, because I can relate to it, so I'm
Exactly.
exposed to.
So can you see the next one though? What do you think that one is?
Sure, a HQ. I'm not sure.
Nah. So it's
Is it
CNN.
Oh, okay.
And the
And
other one is
ABC.
but
Okay, yes.
but it's ABC, right? So there's a little bit of satire. As an image creator, it's called poetic. In writing, it's called poetic license. You can write it how you want, right? So my idea was have people with mics, but let's switch it up. So also so that nobody comes for me for intellectual property too. So I listened to that class. So I switched up the NTA, CNN, BBC. But from personal experience, we all know what that is. It's just not in the right order, but we get it. So based on this, who can tell me what they think is going on here? Based on everything we've seen, the girls in the Igbo thing, the microphones with the TV, the media house signs, the August meeting background.
Share me information.
Anyone else? Who else wants to try? What else do you think is going on?
I think the way the two ladies are looking at that lady, in every August meeting, there is that one powerful woman, I don't know, the one who everybody looks up to kind of control whatever happens there, whatever she says. Like if she's like, this is what is happening, everybody, the trendsetter or whatever they call it. So that's what that middle, the way they're looking at her, even though they have mics, they're still looking up to her to speak. And the way she's dressed too, she has a cap, the red cap.
I was just gonna say, yeah. So her props, her attire makes her look important. the gestures of the other women make her look important, right? And then the other elements in the photo. Who likes this photo? Who doesn't like this photo? It's fine if you don't like it. If you hate the picture, tell me so that we can move on. If you like the photo, tell me. Why? Why did you like the photo?
I like the photo because it shows cultural heritage, and coming from anywhere, we have to remember where we are coming from first, no matter where we have been.
Are you Igbo?
No, I'm not Igbo.
Okay. Who else likes the photo? Or if you hate the photo, you can also tell me. It's okay. Oh, there's someone behind.
I like the depth of the colors.
The colors?
Yeah. It's
What about the
very
colors?
Dark. It's very dark. You know, it's red. It's obvious that red is dominant.
I mean, it's not this dark though. I think it's the print, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
I like how, I don't know, it's the grading basically. I like the color grading.
Okay. Who else wanted to say? I think, oh yeah, sorry.
Okay. I think I'm kind of answering your previous question.
That's fine.
Okay. So, the lady in the middle, or okay, NTA is Nigeria, BBC is England, Britain, whatever. CNN or whatever is America, is the US. So what I got from the picture is Nigeria and Britain, they're both looking up to the US. No, Nigeria and Britain, yeah. They're both looking up to the US. That's what I got from the picture. And then also answering the other lady that said August meeting is for showing off, please.
With full disclaimer, she gave a disclaimer.
Okay.
I got your back.
Please.
Yeah, no, I know. I think she's joking.
Okay. Is it? Pardon?
Basically trying to part of August meeting if women come and actually but that's not the primary idea of August meeting though. But I got your back. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, things are actually solved in August meetings, especially from like the villages and towns and even up to state level. So things are solved. So it's not just for showing off. I mean, most Nigerians show off, even just going to church, going to the mosque. People wear certain types of clothing to show off. So if that's showing off is sort of almost ingrained in the DNA and the genes of Nigerians, but things are actually solved in August meetings. So yeah, that's that.
Okay. Let me interject real quick. Let me give you guys the idea, and then we can carry on the conversation. So this is part of a body of work I created called August Meeting, right? I'm Igbo. So, but I'm not a woman. I've never been to these meetings. But my connection to it is not just me being Igbo. My mother does these meetings all the time, right? So, and I've seen her dress. So part of the idea of August Meeting, yes, it is a celebration of Igbo cultural togetherness. It's also women empowerment. I know that. Women empowerment, they do seminars and workshops to empower women. Sometimes it's done in the township, sometimes it's done in the villages, brings women together. And they encourage the women to show up in terms of like dressing. They do. Dress, celebrate your culture. A lot of times the women dress uniformly. Hence why these women are all dressed in the Igbo attire, right? So just a little bit of background. But let's leave the why. Let's just go to visual first, because there's where I'm going. Someone else wanted to say something, right? Are we good? All right. So if we notice and also I didn't even notice, if I'm being honest with you, I should have actually put NTA here, because that's actually a really good idea. I didn't even think about that. Like them looking up to, I wasn't thinking that one, but it's all good. What I was going to say is, everything you guys mentioned in terms of what you see is correct. Even without knowing the backstory of what I just told you about August meeting, you can get that these women are doing something important because there are mics in front of them ready to speak, right? The woman in the middle is probably the most important person because she has a little crown on her head. Women empowerment ties into the crown on her head. We don't really see women kings, right? It's not really a thing in Nigeria, I think. But yeah, you're all correct. Next slide, please. All right, let's do this again. Just what you see. Don't tell me the idea. What do you visually see? Who wants to try? There's people behind. I'm sorry. I know you've been raising your hand. Sorry. Come on, sit in front now. Naira and dollar. Okay. Who else sees anything else? Huh? Balance. Imbalance. Why'd you say imbalance? What is making it do that? Like, how do you know it's imbalanced? What is the scale, right? All right.
I think basically the image shows an insinuation of naira to dollar value.
Yep. Okay. Yeah.
Dollar weighs more than naira.
Okay. So and you're correct. If you're going to give an idea of what this image is talking about, and you notice there are no human beings in this picture, right? But it is conceptual art. But there's nobody here. There's no person here. Now, if I was going to ask you, what do you think this image is talking about? What would you say? What's the theme or concept? Huh? Inflation. Yes. What else? Inequality. Yeah. Huh? Exchange rate, current exchange rate. Yeah. You're correct. I titled this work, well, it's part of a series of pictures. This particular image is called FX, foreign exchange, right? But I guess, in my opinion, I think it's very simple to understand. Especially, even if you're not Nigerian, it's simple to understand. You have 1 here, you have 1,000 here. Realistically, 1 is more than 1,000, so it should be the other way around, even if you're not Nigerian. This image is jarring to you. Why is it the other way around? Now, if you're Nigerian, you can relate to it more personally because this is probably your experience. You're trying to change money. $1 is whatever amount of money, right? So again, props, important, story, important, but simplifying the story is even more important and tying that story back to you. I have experienced this. I'm pretty sure everybody here has. So it's more, I think, it's more impactful, and correct me if I'm wrong. If you see Naira, you see dollar, you see imbalance, you can relate to it like this, right? Even if you weren't Nigerian, you see 1,000. Okay, let's say you see a feather, you see stone, but the feather is heavier than the stone. That would still be a jarring image to you. That's still talking about whatever that photographer is trying to say. All right, next slide. I think we've dissected this one already, so next slide. What about this photo? Who said Japa? You did try go Kanavi. Yeah, okay, migration, yeah. I like that. You saw that, okay. The white hand holding the Canadian flag, black man holding the Nigerian flag. What else? What else do you see? Huh? The what? Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Brain drain. Brain drain, yeah. Yeah, brain drain. That's what it's called. It's called brain drain. Yeah, who else?
So I'm seeing sort of an irony in the sense that she's holding a Ghana must go, and there's time in our history that we actually chased Ghanaians away. So now we are the ones trying to leave our country.
Because, like I said, can you go back to the previous slide, please? Previous slide. Remember when we talked about this image, and I said the bags have now been tied to migration. So if you exclude the history of the bag and the current use of the bag is for traveling. Now, let's go to the next slide. Imagine, so now she's holding a bag. Whenever somebody's holding a Ghana must go anywhere, you already know they are going somewhere. People don't just use Ghana must go for fashion. I mean, not in this part of the world at least. So to add the Ghana must go to her and her gesture of moving towards this side. And if you even notice, I don't know if anyone saw this. Huh? The imbalance of the pole, right? This person is really like, but if you notice, she's trying to fight and lean more towards the foreign side. Did anyone catch that? Right. Japa is correct. The name of the picture is actually called Japa. Yeah, it's actually Japa. You know, for real, it's actually called Japa. But yeah, basically, conceptual photography, this is about migration. Japa is migration, more or less. But in picture style. We didn't go to an airport. We didn't get anybody to do anything. We just created a scene, brought 2 flags, put Ghana Must Go on a girl's shoulders, and told her to gesture like she was moving. Yeah, sorry, boss.
So I think she's stuck between 2 worlds. She wants to travel out to Canada for her dreams, aspirations, her goals. But then Nigeria is holding her back. Our family members, our cultural heritage, and then the things that she has been used to in general. So she's in that thought process of, should I go or should I stay back? Or then if I go, can I come back? And that whole mess there.
Very, very correct, yeah. The thing I love about conceptual photography is there are so many layers to it. If you guys notice, some things I didn't even see, like the NTA thing, I did not even see that, if I'm being honest. And then the more people look at it, the more they can relate to it on different platforms. Like you said, she might be someone of importance, brain drain. They're trying to take our best people away from us, right? It might be a thing where she's struggling between 2 worlds. Should I stay? Should I go? There might be a thing of, I'm really trying to just leave. Maybe she's running away. So, all right. Next slide. Is this the last one? This one is really dark. Can you guys see? Can you guys see? Hardly. Hardly, right? I think this might be the last one. Next slide. Let me see. Okay. Back up. Can you go back? I'll try and explain this image to you, so maybe you can think about it. So this particular image, remember when I said, as a conceptual artist, you don't always have to be lens-based. You can be screen-based, using digital platforms to create work. Onye said something very important. As an image maker now, you don't have to be caught in one box. You can create work that is not just lens-based with your camera. You can create digital work. The reason why I say that is some of these works can be bought. You can sell the work to be in galleries or exhibitions or whatever. And a lot of times, you don't have to go and shoot the work. You can just create it on your computer if you learn the software. This particular image was created with the software. So the image is, it's a headshot of a girl. She's turned sideways, portrait style. And then, I don't know if you guys noticed, this is like a Ankara pattern on her face, superimposed in Photoshop. The idea around this work was, it's called Ihena Digi Omimi, meaning skin deep, right? If you think about how people can, let me actually ask this question. If someone were to look at you, how would they know what tribe you are? If you weren't wearing the first way to identify is by, if I was wearing like an Igbo attire now, you would just, this guy's probably Igbo, right? So my idea was, talking about culture and heritage, we are more than the clothes we wear. You can be Igbo or Yoruba or Hausa or Fulani or Nupe without wearing your clothes. It goes skin deep, hence why her body is the actual clothes. Does that make sense? Right, okay. Next slide. Okay, so we're going to shoot. We're going to shoot something. Are you guys ready? So what we're going to do is, on that side of the hall, there's a background setup. I'm going to tether so you guys can see. If you guys want to move your chairs forward and then face this way, that would work, so that everybody can see what we're doing. We have a model and some props. I want to talk you guys through the process. Sound good? Does that sound good?
Okay, so we can grab the couple of chairs in this area from here and then turn them around so that everyone can see what's going on. What just happened?
we're going to create three images. Three images. Tied into the whole narrative thing we're talking about Nigeria. The first one is going to be about voting, so like politics. The second one is going to be about Japa, migration. And then the third one is going to be about cultural heritage, right? So we're going to try and create three simple images that show these themes. No, that's fine. I can use that like the sub. Yeah, that's fine. In the process of me shooting, you guys can stop me and ask me whatever I'm doing. So right now, I'm setting up my camera and I'm fixing my inhalation filter. Do you guys know what that is? So an inhalation filter is basically I'm not gonna explain it. It softens the highlight, so it makes it look more filmistic. It makes the pictures look more like film camera photos. It's just a filter on it. It's called an inhalation filter. So that's what I'm doing. Please ask questions, though. Don't be shy. when I photograph, it's going to appear there. So just in case the modifiers are blocking, you can look there. All right.
Stop it and end it.
Okay, well, technical difficulties resolved. So we're back. Yeah. So I'm gonna do a quick light test before we start. Can you guys hear me? Are you guys still here? No, either way, you can look here or look here, whichever one you guys want to do. All right. Get my settings. All right. What's like that? Huh? Can you guys see what I'm doing, chat? You can see. Don't worry about it. Yeah, maybe the lights will work, but I don't know what's going on with why it's showing red. Highlights on what? The screen? Or the laptop? Is it the highlight on your laptop? Is it? When I see this in Abi. Alright. But I got it. That can't come closer, can it? Can it come closer? How long is the wire? Is that the closest? That's the closest. Now that cable they touch. Okay, so we have a rough idea of what we're doing. Okay. So guys, this is what we're gonna do. I just did a light test. The light setup is very simple. The top light is my fill light. The top light is my fill light. This light on the octabox is my main light. The light setup is very straightforward. This light is about half power. That's really low power. So this is the main light lighting the subject. The top light is just a fill for the background so it doesn't get lost. So the whole thing is not black. I don't want the whole background to be black, right? You guys are pros, so I think you guys understand what I just said. Abi? Okay. you notice, if you can see, it's not that great of a display. But I turned off the top light just to show you guys what I'm doing. Without the top light, it's going to be this dark. I don't want it to be this dark. So that's why we're introducing that top light, the fill light. Okay. Okay. Now, if I turn off the top light, or rather the main light, you guys look at what's going to happen. Look at me. See, it's not even powerful enough to do anything, so it's dark. It's not even fine. All right, moving on. So the first image we're going to create is Japa. We have two flags. We have the British flag. We have the Nigerian flag. Can anyone give me an idea what we might be able to conceive if we use those two flags? Who has an idea? Who wants to try something? Can I get the flag? No, just the flags. We have a Nigerian flag. Green, white, green. We have a British flag, right? The theme is Japa. Yeah. Try it. Do your thing.
Yeah, we can have her matching the flag while she holds this one.
When I say you guys should come, why didn't you go? Leave her alone. Leave her alone. All right. Right? And then take one foot out this way, kind of like you're posing. Yeah. I beg, you can stop matching the flag. Can you guys see the photo? What is it conveying to you in your mind? Treason. Okay. What else? Huh? Superior. Let's say concept. Treason is a concept. Yeah. Arrest is not a concept. Arrest is just a I get it. Arrest is treason. It's all the same. Racism. Okay. Anger. Why'd you say anger?
The situation of the country, perhaps.
She's stepping on the national symbol. Treason, yeah, because she's holding the British flag, stepping on the Nigerian flag. What else? Huh? Disappointment. She's disappointed in Nigeria, so she's leaving Nigeria. She's like, what is this? Yeah, okay. She looks excited because she's holding that one, but the Nigerian one is down. All right. Citizenship. New citizenship. Okay? All right. So all of this all tie into migration, right? Japa. You don't want Nigeria again. You're trying to go to Canada or UK or US or whatever. Yes. Now, notice what we did. What are the elements in the photo? Model on the flags. What else? That's it. Huh? Yeah, the colors of the flag, yeah. The mood, the gesture, right? The physical things, though, are the model and the flags. That's it. But we were able to convey how many things in this photo. Do you guys get that? Just by thinking. We thought about the idea. You don't have to go to UK to go and photograph somebody holding UK flag. We get it. Sometimes it doesn't have to be so obvious, but it could be simple. And then it could be very jarring. Like, you look at this photo now, most of you are feeling, what is this, you know? You're already conveying an emotion. We don't even have a topic about this. We don't have any writing. If you see this photo anywhere, you will remember this picture. The girl that was stepping on the Nigerian flag holding British flag. Whatever idea you want to think about. You guys, you get it? Nice idea. Yeah. Please, round of applause for her. Round of applause. But are you treasonous? All right, who else wants to try? Then I'll do my own thing. Please, nothing about trees, you know. All right, we need 2 volunteers. Who wants to? Male and both male or anybody? Male, female, yeah. Una with the front here. Madam, you that you're drinking, come. Oh, someone is there already? No, don't be part of them now. Let someone. This guy. Who else? All right, cool. Okay. The British flag, right. Wait, this picture is looking like my own picture. Intellectual property, intellectual. I'm just kidding. All right. Wait, come on, tell us the idea so that they can hear you.
So the idea is choosing one country over the other. So she'll go for, is it the UK or? All right. So she'll go for the UK, then she'll ignore the Nigerian flag. So.
Take that one a little bit higher. The background. No, the background.
So all we'll see is their hands giving her the flag, and she's ignoring one and going for the other one. That's the concept.
Okay. Do you want to add any other thing to the, is that your general idea? Can I add something inside? Yeah. Okay. I saw somebody now I want to use. There was a light-skinned lady. She was sitting here. Where is she? Nah, she was lighter than you. She was like, can you volunteer real quick? Don't worry, it's not, your face will not even show itself. It's just your hands. You help him hold the flag. Sorry, boss, sorry. But it's more impactful if she holds it. But you guys see what I just did? Just a little element, right? Because if 2 Nigerians or 2 dark-skinned people are holding the flag, it kind of defeats the purpose of what you're trying to do. So we need to emphasize what we're trying to say more. Can you hold the flag, like open up the flag completely? Can you open up yours? Yeah, okay. So she's trying to like go this way, Abby. And then she's doing this one like this. All right. That's fine. Well, it's quite evident that she's doing like this with that one, but then she's trying to receive that one, right? Let's switch it up for your gesture. Don't do that. Do more, yeah, like you're grabbing onto that one. Hold onto the flag as well, and then turn your head like disgust. Like that. Yeah. Yeah, like side eye. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, appreciate it. So we just did 2 images. One of them, okay, well, let me say this. What are we getting from this photo? What emotion are you feeling? What themes are you getting? Don't touch me, all right? What else? Huh? Disgust, yeah. What else? Abandon. Yeah, all right. Choice, yeah. She's choosing the UK over Nigeria, yeah. What else? Huh? Irritation, yeah. So, I mean, yeah. Well, that wasn't intentional, but yeah, I see what you're saying. All right, so the second image, you guys can see the same props, different emotions, same narrative, right? Okay. Let me do my own picture and then we'll move on. Yeah, but let me see. Look here. Turn your head. Turn your eyes to me. Turn your head a little bit more. Chin up a little. This guy has fought. I'm just joking. Oh yeah, kind of like you're trying to let it out of your ear like that. But give me more, like open your mouth slightly,
Like a side stroke.
yeah. Hold that. Okay. What do you guys see? Get free, right? Freedom. He choke. We can name this picture he choke and we all get it, right? But still ties into migration. I better remove that thing for a minute, Gabi. Still ties into migration and all of that. Do we get it? Two flags, one model. That's it. Yeah, what's up?
Where a lot of us are going through Nigeria, or Nigeria is going through us, and all we think of is moving out of the country for greener pasture, right? Um, so I'm looking at it in a different perspective where we have just the Nigerian flag choking her, because there are a lot of people in Nigeria that are going through a lot and they cannot move out of Nigeria.
So, yes, yeah, no, hang on, yeah, no, she's correct. You're correct and not correct at the same time, right? Or actually, we're all correct. But there's one thing you missed. The, the theme was migration. If the theme were struggle, yes. Now, if we were going to do theme of struggle and we put the British flag, it kind of, maybe. But as we introduce the foreign flag, it ties more into migration. The- How would you do that? So that's the thing, right? And that's what I'm sorry, boss. I'll get to you. That's the thing. When you have an idea, conceptualizing the idea, what did I say? It takes time. It takes time. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could do whatever you want. What the idea, the point I'm just trying to make with these photos are, when you have an idea, when you conceptualize the idea, then you simplify it. The concept is migration. We simplified it to two flags: gesture, pose, model. If you had an idea of, I want to japa but I can't japa, that's a different photo. We would now need to all sit down, put our heads together, and conceptualize that idea. Yeah, yeah. So in the photo, I don't know if you guys remember the FX photo. The FX picture and the picture of the girl, Japa, they are from the same body of work. Yeah, it's the same body of work. The title of that work was Ninja, literally Ninja. And then I showed different ideas: fuel scarcity, migration, foreign. Yeah, so you can create several images. Yeah, the one here. You can create several images and put it together and title it whatever you want. It doesn't have to be one. You're not tied to one picture. You know, I kept speaking of body of work. Body of work. It's not one picture. 5 to 10 strong images that tie into the narrative. Yeah, that tell the story. That is not documentary. Because documentary for this is you can do this easier. You go and be looking for people at foreign. You know what documentary style would be? You go to the embassy and show people lining up how long the line is into the UK embassy or the US embassy. That's documentary. Nobody has to pose. Just them doing like this, waiting on the line is enough. Yeah. But then if you wanted to do the same thing conceptually, which I just thought about now, you get 3 or 4 of your friends, you line them up, you get a podium, you get somebody asking for their passports. All of them are doing like this, tired. Is that not you want to jackpot but you can't jackpot? Kinda, right? All right. Oh, because she can't. Yeah, because she can't leave. Yeah, 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 yeah. So you guys need to create a walk together. Yeah, yeah. You guys team up. All right. But you guys get it. All right. Okay. Yeah. First one, migration. We get the idea. The second one is going to be politics. So ballot. We have a ballot box somewhere. Yeah, I need it on top something. Yeah. If you wanna take that out. You know what? Can we have that? Yeah, let's cover it with black. Yeah, let's just make it. So you can come out, Anita. You can come out the way. You can step to the side. Back the box up. Make it more centered. Yeah, that's fine. All right, put it down. What's happening?
Died again. I have to charge it.
Sure, keep sir. I'm just photos. It's fine. Cover it all the way to the base, please. Keep going. I'm not going to get the front. Yeah, that's fine. All right. So, does everyone get the idea? Do I need to explain this one? You guys get it now. All right. Can you bring that light down a little bit? So now, you guys remember when I talked about, I can hold it. Remember when I, that's fine. Remember when I talked about sometimes it must not be a person's face or body, right? That's one. And then two, lighting and props play a part in you expressing whatever thing you're trying to express. So for this, we don't need this to be too bright. I'm going to turn off the main light and then just leave the fill light. But it might be too dark, so let me see. Okay. Do you guys get the idea? Huh? Pardon? What do you see from the photo? Okay, well, that's one way to interpret it. What else? Who else can tell? Cash and carry. Why'd you say that? That's for what? Okay, that's one way to see it. Okay. Selling your vote. I thought about selling your vote, but that's another way to think about it. And that's the beautiful thing about concepts. Like, there are multiple ways to interpret the photo. I thought selling your vote, right? Let's do this. Anita, so I need your arm like you're casting your vote. This side. I just need your arm. So you're going to stand out and stretch. Yeah, like that. Like that. Okay. No, I'm not even going to get her face. So putting the human element kind of, it make it, not what's the word? It gives it more context, right? It makes it more relatable. Black votes, black and white, or rather white and green, green, white, green, right? We get it, Nigeria. The idea I had was PVC, you're voting, but the ballot box can be bought for as cheap as 1,000 naira. Or your vote can be bought, basically, right? On the nose, very straightforward. Politics, political leadership, and all those other things we talked about. We get this? Corruption, bribery. We get this idea? Cool. All right, let's move on. Yeah. So guys, I don't know if you noticed, I'm really trying to explain these things, these concepts, that it's very simple. You don't have to buy plenty things. That was styrofoam. You print the thing in your house, you write it, you put it there. You get your friend to do your hand like this, it's fine. You know, you don't even need to step out of your room. But you've conveyed an idea. So the last image we're going to create is, yeah, it's late. Last image we're going to create is cultural heritage. So we're going to get the model. Yeah, she needs a chair. Beside the box. So you're not gonna, no. Turn the chair facing that way. She's facing this way. You're sitting facing that way. No, it's fine. Yeah. So let's. You don't even have to put it on, right? It's almost like you picked it up from there. If you can go a little bit closer to the thing like that. We'll do it multiple ways to see what makes the most sense. Turn your head this way. Turn your head that way. Yeah, like that. All right. Can anyone give me an idea of what I'm trying to create? What I'm trying to say? Can anyone think of what I'm trying to say? Okay, what do we see? So she's covering her. I mean, I'm not saying wig is bad though, for all of you that wear wigs. But the general idea I'm just trying to convey is cultural heritage, natural hair. She's covering it with a blonde wig. Nigerians don't have blonde hair. We don't, you know. Not to say wigs are bad, again, it's just the idea, the concept. This whole idea is tied into cultural expression and our heritage and all this other good stuff. If you also notice, everything is black besides the wig. So I'm trying to emphasize that wig is blonde. Even when I was asking them to get the wig, I said a blonde wig, because Nigerians don't have, at least most Nigerians don't have blonde hair. Especially blonde straight hair like that. We don't have that. All right. if we wanted to make it more impactful with her hair, we could have made it like really long braids that would come all the way down, maybe here, so that we can actually see the braids more. But the general idea is past. Or we can have her wearing it. Can you try and wear it on your head? And just hold halfway. Turn your head this way. Wear it with one hand if you can. This hand. And then lift this hand out. So try and like you're covering. You know what? Can you do it from the front where your arm is like this, adjusting it from the front? Like that. Hold that. Hold that. Right? Whichever one shows the wig and the gesture and the pose more. Again, it's just a wig. You get your sister or your cousin to braid her hair. Get her to sit down, one light. I'd even use the second, well, I did, maybe two lights or one light. That's it. The concept is passed. You get the idea. If you add this to a body, thank you, Anita. If you add this to a body of work, talking about cultural heritage, expression, Nigeria, whatever, it makes sense. Cool? All right. Does anyone have any questions? Yeah. Yeah. The flag one. Yeah, you could do that too. That might even be more. That might even be more impactful. So, yeah, so like you're casting your money. So is it selling the vote or buying the vote? Or it could be both. Or the 1,000 is the vote. The 1,000 is the vote. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. Or palliatives. The palliative is the vote. You know, you could do that too. Yeah. So you could even have a picture where you have one person casting the vote in the ballot box. You have another person standing holding the palliatives. And then you have one person receiving the palliative. So you could have that. Yeah, you could show that too, right? Because that's our reality. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, true. So like you're taking off this to wear this. I had a work I did. It was dual identity. You know, some people are dual citizens. So you could be two things, right? So I had a photo. I wish I had it displayed, but imagine this: the same person, the same girl, but she was wearing foreign outfit, and the other one she was wearing African outfit, right? So kind of ties into that whole same person, two identities, struggling to be whatever. And sometimes you might not be enough for both. So you might be more when you go to the UK or the US, you're not even regarded as you don't really fit in there. But then when you come back to Nigeria, you don't really fit in here either because you have an accent or you look a certain way or you're mixed. So that's another one about culture and identity and heritage. Okay. So anyone else want to try? Any questions about anything we talked about? We good? Even the lighting. If you want me to explain the lighting, I'll break that down. The what? Oh, an inhalation filter. Inhalation filter. Yeah, so it basically what it does, it softens the highlight and makes it look, if you guys want to take a peek, it makes it look more film, makes it look softer. It doesn't look so digital. It does. It's actually from the video world, that photographers. I do video, so I learned that from the video world. Yeah. So some of them are star filters. Star filters, you know what star filters are, right? So a star filter is, if you put it on your lens, all these lights will have like stars, like highlight stars on them. That's how they do all those things. So it's mostly in video, but you can use it in photos too. So, did you have a question? You good? Oh, I thought you were raising your hand. Oh, okay. All right. If there's no other questions, thank you guys. I appreciate. Thank you so much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Hope we've had a great day today. Meshach, Kelvin, hope we've had a great day today. Okay, so tomorrow is technically the last day of the festival. All right, so in the morning, we would have, of course, we'll have Mr. Obina again. We'll have Onye. For those of us that were in the room where Onye talked about the giveaway, please, the giveaways are plenty. They are really, really much. There's a camera and there are 3 or 4 lenses. Yes, there are 3 or 4 lenses. There's a camera or 2. There are tripods. There are jackets. So there's a 7200 that somebody is going to go home with tomorrow. All right, so please so you have to be here early. And 100,000 naira. 100,000. So his session is 10 o'clock. And it is during his session that all these things will be given away tomorrow. So please come early, bring your friends, bring your neighbors, bring your enemies, bring everybody, because somebody is going home with something really nice tomorrow. Then in the evening, we're going to be having the closing party. All right, the evening of tomorrow, we're going to be having the closing party to round up the photo festival. You said what? Yeah, we are closing tomorrow. No, not on Saturday, because they are using the space on Saturday. The government is using the space on Saturday, so everything will collapse tomorrow. All right, guys, enjoy your evening. See you guys tomorrow.